easily healed, and it also possesses the persistent hunter skill. If there's blood on the sword, the location of the blood's source can be tracked. He remarks that this is how a sword should be, and it's on a completely different level compared to the random swords he saw in the association's arsenal. Then, he comments that Noah is as skilled as ever, saying that he liked it. But then he asks, "What do you mean, as always?" Because he's become even better over these 25 years, and he notices that Noah has become more polite with the old man who plays Go. He questions if Noah is playing Go, mentioning that he's never even defeated him before. But Noah gets really pissed off, asking if he thinks his skills are still the same, and also stating that he's better than him now. Then, Neto arrives, not understanding anything, and asks Prota to have some tea while they talk. Prota simply thanks him, and then, Noe says it's a rare tea, telling him not to waste a single drop. Thereupon, Prota tells Noe that he has had all kinds of expensive tea before, but when he drinks this one, he is shocked, and Noe says that he must have liked it, saying that he must never have felt a taste like that before, and Prota asks, "What the hell kind of tea is this?" But Noe asks if he thinks he's just going to tell him like that, saying that he will only reveal it if Prota defeats him in Go, and then he tells the old man not to blame him later. And as soon as Prota starts winning by a large margin, the old man asks, "What the hell is this?" But Prota tells him to stay calm, because he won, so the old man can tell him now. And so Noe sits down, money on that. But the atmosphere there is very casual, so he notices that it will take a while until his turn, and wonders if he should listen to what other people are saying, and uses the asking if he knows about the secondary races. And Prota asks if they are the monsters that walk on two legs and look human, like orcs and elves. He says that was the case in the past, but the NTT-40 Sev, their intelligence patterns have changed since the second floor opened, and he mentions that the secondary races, as they are now called, are intelligent enough to communicate with him. But at this point, the protagonist is surprised that they can communicate with orcs as well, since the orcs he encountered only shouted nonsensical things. So, he explains that some secondary races never had much intelligence, so it's not possible to communicate with all of them. And the protagonist asks why he's bringing this up now. He replies that he asked about the tea, explaining that it's Garit tea made from the tea leaves that elves cultivate. And the protagonist asks if he can get some if he reaches the second floor as well. He responds that if he doesn't find any intelligent elves to form a good relationship with, he won't be able to obtain it even with $1 billion. But he says it's a pity, and since he's already there, he asks if Noya can take a look at it for him, saying that he has a feeling Noya can know about something. But Noah disagrees, asking if he thinks he's a NASA scientist. He doesn't know everything, but he knows it's an elven artifact. At that point, the protagonist asks how he knows that. Noah explains that, in short, he once spoke with the elder of an elven tribe. The protagonist is shocked and asks if he's already been to the second floor, but Noah says no, he had come down there. The protagonist is surprised that creatures from the second floor are able to descend. Noah tells him not to be so surprised, as it's top secret information. The protagonist just tells him to continue, because he already understands. Noah continues, saying that the elf was mysterious and possessed a strange energy. He says that even though he knew he was talking to an intelligent being, whether it was water, earth, or a Dark Watcher skill with the enhanced hearing skill active. Then they ask if they saw the news, because the dungeon on the second floor has finally been completed, and everyone, it felt like he was face to face with a part of Mother Nature. He gets the same feeling from this orb. Then the protagonist is surprised that it belongs to the elves, and Noah says that if there is, curious about it, he should go somewhere where he can find them. And he mentions that elven items that radiate the energy of the world tree are operational. So, if he's lucky, he can find out something about it. And the protagonist is satisfied with this answer, saying that he will ask his secretary if she knows of any way to see elves. Before he even finishes the question, he's already 23, leaving, telling the protagonist not to go too far. And June R thinks he's still pretending to be rude. The grandson tells the protagonist not to feel too bad, as his grandfather is bad at expressing his feelings. He says that everything is fine, saying that he understands, but asks what he is giving him, and Palmo says that they are agarite tea leaves, explaining that his grandfather told him to give them to him. He never took care of a visitor like that, implying that he must like him very much. And so, the protagonist asks him to tell his grandfather that he is grateful, but then, he thinks about something, but dismisses it as nothing. He says that he'll find out soon enough, after asking the protagonist to just take care of himself. And already in the car, he talks to his secretary about dark elves. She explains that they are corrupted elves who betrayed the world tree and move in groups, so the portals they appear in are quite difficult to access, and if he's lucky, he might get the legendary elixir of life from them. He doesn't understand, so she clarifies that there's a portal in England where they appeared, called Wild Forest, asking if he's interested in participating. He says yes, for now, and she replies that it's good to know. At that moment, she shows something to him from the Shanghai Guild, asking if that isn't the guild he ran into while fighting the Grey Fox. And she adds that, in addition to the Shanghai Guild, players from all over the world are joining in as well, was focusing on several things, and the protagonist says that it is very peaceful, so number one should enter. And then something appears in front of the protagonist, and he sees that participant making his selection. And so he is surprised, asking what they know about the portal's details. She responds that the portal is located in Granton, England, and the main objective is to kill the leader of the Dark Elf tribe, specifying that only level 20 players, 30 people can participate, and the group restriction is 200 people. The protagonist is very surprised by all of this information. Meanwhile, in another corner on the second floor, the redhead is furious after discovering that all the hunting dogs were killed and demands to know what the hell Sobra is talking about. She confirms it's true, because communications between the skeleton wizard and the others were cut off. He's not entirely sure, but he suspects they were caught in a trap while trying to kill Sung Jin Woo. Consequently, he thinks he's in trouble, because nothing. Hollow is very fond of his apprentices, and Sword Sano still hasn't stopped chasing him. He asks how the association reacted, and they respond that after reviewing Sung Jin Woo's report, they stated that it was impossible for S-class candidates to be killed by a player who had just debuted. Just then, someone knocks on the door. They realize it's an unwanted visitor, and when the door opens, the two people are startled. Then, the person who arrives asks if he is C. Signia, and the two kneel down because that is Nasad of Hallow, and he says he read his report, asking if he is certain that the man named Soj killed his disciple. He says that's what it seems like, although he's not sure how Soj did it. That's still the case. But then, Nasad simply strikes him in the face, throwing him away, and when he is slammed against the wall, a shadow sticks to his neck, beginning to choke him, and Nasad asks if he isn't sure, questioning if Kay thinks he came all the way. They're just to hear him say that. He says he really doesn't know, but if they give him a chance, he will catch him and bring him to the Hollow. And the old man, seeing this, decides to release him and give him one more chance, saying that those people next to him like that, because the monsters are retreating, intimidated, and one of them notices that he will pass easily, but the protagonist doesn't think this is very good, because the spear is the best for. We'll give him 6 months, ordering him to bring his report within that time, but he says that if he wants to bring him to the second floor, he has to be at least level 30. He's just a novice. Asking how he would accomplish this in 6 months, Nasad tells him not to misunderstand, as his life is on the line, and orders him to figure it out. And when Nasad leaves, Kao is completely desperate, ordering the Shadow to find a tracker, and the Shadow asks if this tracker is what allows him to descend through the dimensional elevator without Succession noticing. Then, he asks if Signer wants to descend by himself, and he confirms, saying he will leave King Ojong behind and go to the first floor to resolve this problem alone. Meanwhile, back in Granton, England, a plane lands nearby. Then, they ask Prota if he arrived at the hotel safely, and he confirms that he did, thanks to their help. But he asks why they were in such a hurry, since the ride isn't for another 4 days. He explains that there are some small portals in the region, so he wants to close them as a sort of warm-up. Then, he remembers when the secretary mentioned 200 people, and she agrees, asking if there's a problem with that. The protagonist explains that the system appeared alongside the players and the portals, emphasizing that the system is very fair, as the difficulty of the portals has never favored either players or monsters. He reasons that if 200 players are allowed to enter, it signifies that the portal will be exceptionally challenging. He realizes he can't protect all 200 people while fighting. This portal is going to be more difficult than usual, so he needs to prepare himself. Then, 4 days later, many people are gathering in front of the portal, and a girl arrives, thinking that everyone is bursting with energy, and that strong players have come from all over the world. She's impressed by all the equipment, unlike anything she's ever seen in Korea. She then signals, gaining space, but as soon as the opponent starts to close the distance, swinging the spear like that won't be good at all. So the first applicant fails there, and the protagonist says that this is how the leader to look, wondering, is that the leader who called us? Then she asks what he's looking for, and if he's looking for June R. He gets a huge fright, and she starts teasing him, saying that he must be tired from searching around so much. He wonders what he should say, because he's so excited, and when they fought the Grey Fox, Everyone saw how he acted, and it opened their eyes to something, and he felt ashamed that he had always chosen the easy way out. Anyway, he says he's going to show him how much he's changed this time, but then, she tells him to look at John R., who is standing right there. He gets startled as Junro goes to sign the attendance list, and he runs up to the protagonist, noticing that he's the guy from the Gray Fox portal incident. And Mo is surprised that he remembers him. He says he heard that he carried him out of the portal after the fight, and thanks him. But Mo says that he is the one who should be grateful, because, in addition to Zero, he came because he wants to make him an offer, and asks the protagonist if he's already in a group. In the middle of this question, the protagonist is surprised by the proposal he's about to make, and Mo says that if they don't, having a group, he asks, how about joining Zion High's guild? The protagonist considers that it wouldn't be a bad idea, since going to that portal alone would be inefficient, and he doesn't have any reason to refuse. Thinking, it seems like a good idea to sign a contract with him, and so, at 11:20 a.m. in the wild forest, at the entrance to the portal, everyone heads inside, and once they enter, the protagonist's group finds themselves in a vast forest. He questions why everyone is walking alone, and asks if they aren't going to have a strategic meeting with the other guilds. But, Momoa explains that they use terminals now, so they don't need a meeting after entering the portal. The protagonist then asks what these terminals are. She explains that they are items used to things are happening, and finally, it's regressor number 7, which they are close to finishing. They comment that they didn't like any of the participants that day, but Delic Go seems like he just wants to be done with it, so he sends in the create a magical communication network, allowing you to communicate with other players who are far away. She explains that this is why everyone scattered as soon as they entered, and the girl asks if he's sure he didn't see people from the past coming through time. Well, we have a Sherlock Holmes here. And Minho tells her not to be rude, and he says he forgot to introduce his members to her. And he introduces the guy with the glasses as Jin Pyo, his healer. Speaking of Pyo, it's been a long time since I brought up the snake guy, Pyo. If you guys want a continuation, comment below, because it's a very old video, and it's possible to recover it and continue it as well. And Mo says that he is also responsible for filming the things they do at the portal, so they can evaluate it later. He says he's counting on everyone, and to Zoe he says that they call her a spoiler, and she says it's easier to just show her ability straight away, saying she wants to read his fortune from him. And she looks straight into the protagonist's eyes, and he says it's not him she's looking at. And so, the girl is surprised, saying that he is incredible, because he will defeat 10 dark elves alone. And she looks straight into the protagonist's eyes, and he tells her that he's not the one she should be looking at. The girl is surprised and says that he is incredible, because he's going to defeat 10 dark elves all by himself. He asks if she has an ability that allows him to see the future, and Mua says that she can see the near future of anyone she looks at. But there's a long cooldown after she uses it, and she has to tell the person what she saw. She says that if she doesn't, there will be a huge penalty, and the protagonist thinks that precognition was a rare skill that only 10 people in the world possessed when he was Kumbled, a Specter, and suggests that maybe she can tell him about his friends. But then she says that, by the way, her ability is just a peek. She can't see the distant future. It's not like it's always accurate, and the future is always changing. But Half Dead says that if they have the aim, they can move safely, and the protagonist says it's because that way they can anticipate what the next participant enters, and as soon as he does, everyone feels a distinct aura about the boy, and they ask, who is that guy? He has a sword, a bow, throwing knives, a dagger, and even expects and prepare beforehand. And Mo agrees that's exactly right. And lastly, he has a physical enhancement ability. And, at first, he asks if June has weapon mastery, explaining that the balance of his group is doing well, and he has a good feeling about it, so he tells everyone to get moving, since they need to set up camp and establish their communication network. And the protagonist agrees. Then, 5 hours later, Mo says that burying the terminal in the ground will create a magical communication network, and so everyone begins communicating with the Fang group, telling them that they are moving eastward, but they still haven't encountered any dark elves. The Blue Spear Guild hasn't seen any either, and they wonder if the dark elves are hiding out of fear. The group reports that they are also searching to the east, and asks them to notify them if they find any dark elves. He says he guesses nothing has happened so far. Mirai thinks that if no group has found a dark elf yet, it implies that there are very few of them, but the protagonist thinks something is wrong, because the number of participants is too high for the monster count to be so low. And it's also suspicious that 200 players are searching, but none of them have found even a single trace of the Dark Elves, so she thinks that maybe they are scared and have hidden themselves. But the protagonist says that Dark Elves are very proud, and even if their leader ordered them to hide, they wouldn't simply sit by and watch intruders nearby. And he confirms with Mirai whether she can't use her prediction, because of the colder. Then he asks her to tell him what time it was when they were fighting the elves, the moment she saw their future. And she says that she doesn't know the exact time, but it was dark, then it was night. And with that, the protagonist thinks it's interesting, pulling something from his inventory and setting up a bed. He says that the Dark Elves will probably launch a surprise attack at night, and spear. He brought all kinds of weapons, and they say he's skinny and doesn't look like he can take care of himself. Angelic Go says he told him not to attract attention, thinking it would be interesting, because, no matter how much they search, they won't find them. So she thinks about it, saying that they have to warn the other guilds then. He says that they can do that if they want, but they won't, to believe. And he says he's going to take a short nap, so they should take turns resting, because it's going to be a very busy night, stretching far into the night. The other groups think that now that the sun has set, it's cold, and they wonder if the elves are going to launch a surprise attack now. But another member of his group questions this surprise attack, telling him not to talk nonsense, because they couldn't resist the temptation of power and became corrupt after biting the roots of the world tree. And they are not intelligent and can barely communicate with each other, so there is no way they can organize themselves to launch an attack like that. But, contrary to what he thinks, Aga appears right behind the two of them. And then the wizard speaks to that spearman, noticing that there is a huge wolf nearby, and he thinks they're just wolves, telling them to relax, as they are weak and afraid of fire. And the wizard says he's a little nervous, since there are so many of them, but he asks if he is sure that they are afraid of fire, because they aren't running away, even though they are so close to doing so. But then the spearman looks up, noticing something, and the wizard asks what he sees. The spearman orders him to wake up the others, but the wizard pretends he doesn't understand. The spearman shouts, ordering the others to wake up immediately, because there are lots and lots of dark elves with huge wolves in the trees. Then the protagonist, hearing that noise, wakes up instantly, as he feels that the elves in the trees are plotting something against him. And as soon as Mirai notices that he has woken up, she is surprised and tells him that nothing has happened yet, so he can go back to sleep. But the protagonist asks about the other groups, and the girl says that there are people watching and that they update the information every 30 minutes, and it's almost time for the next update. But just then, she notices something. That was too much of an exaggeration. The guy comes in with every weapon imaginable, and that's it, Rose. He just looks, confirming, and the exam begins. And the first enemies to appear are goblins. Strange, and asks if there's a problem with the communication network, explaining that no one has sent any updates yet. And the protagonist thinks that they probably can't, because they were all attacked by those damned elves. Then, his Night Hunter ability activates, strengthening all of his senses, and he sees the elves in his vision perched above in the trees, and he notices that the unintelligent dark elves are launching a surprise attack in conjunction with trained wolves, and he's excited by it. So, she asks him to wake up Leader Char, and she questions whether they should wake him up at this hour, since she hasn't seen anything, and asks what's going on. But at that moment, the girl is almost killed by one of those monsters, but the protagonist saves her at the last moment, throwing those two monsters into the fire, and he says that they are disgusting, adding that he shouldn't have to use Cume's sword on weaklings like them. But then the protagonist tells her to wake up the other members quickly, because they are surrounded. And then, the elves begin to attack the protagonist all at once, along with the wolves, but he manages to deal with those things quite easily, without much effort. Taking down the fishmonger with a single blow. Then the other one attacks maliciously, but Prota ends up imbuing his power into that armor, and the elf can't do anything with his little weapon. He says that, as he thought, Noah never disappoints, and that this is the black armor, a unique rank item. He says that Palau made this black armor in Kuon's forge, and he likes it. Delkagu really does whatever he wants, since he didn't think he would make new armor out of some dragon bones that he gave him. And in the box, Palau sent a note saying that it's a gift for the boss, president of the Shinnok Go Association, and the name of the armor is black armor, and he says he hopes he likes it, so he says he has to thank him when the ride ends, because that armor, once he attacks her, exchanging blows with the Ice Queen again at an absurd speed, until she falls to her knees and he stands behind her, and she says that it was fun. However, and the protagonist notices that there are 20 of them around, and they seem very real, but it doesn't matter how well they imitate the real ones, because he's remembering the good old days. He says they can come at him, and the monsters left Proto with 10 more aura. Then he looks at those elves and says he already knows what they're planning. So he says he's going to pretend to have let one escape so he can chase him through the forest. And this is the only way to use the confession of the dead without anyone else realizing it. He says that now any one of them can come, because he will kill them without them feeling any pain. And one actually attacks the protagonist, but he cuts him down in one fell swoop, and the other says that now that there's only one left, he should run as fast and as far as he can, and so he goes after him to use the conviction of the dead. And he discovers that the tribe leader is truly different, because these elves who ate the root of the world tree gained strength in exchange for their intelligence. But that guy's intelligence is intact, and even without the elf leader, 1,000 dark elves are dangerous to other players, and he also has guards and dark elf knights. And so everyone is surprised that the protagonist returned. He says yes, because one of them fled. So he went to catch him and is surprised, as he thought they would attack at night, saying that the protagonist's guess was right, and apologizing for not being able to help, since he was taking care of the wolves. But he says it's okay, telling him that he doesn't need to apologize, and that it seems the Shanai Guild members did their part as well. So, he asks the girl how the other team members are doing, and Mirai says that she hasn't been able to contact any of them, and that they are probably still fighting or have already been defeated. The protagonist says that they have to hurry, and then MU asks what he means by that. He replies that they are going there to save them. In the other camps, chaos has erupted with the elves, killing several players. They plead for someone to help them, because they don't want to die there like that. But that elf almost hits him, but suddenly falls dead. The protagonist arrives to, they really do go. As they close in on him, he prepares himself and slaughters them all with just his spear. Then the others who were left behind become afraid of what they just witnessed, and the protagonist realizes that as he defeats, kill both the elf and the wolf. He is surprised to see Jay asking if he saw his SOS. Then, the others arrive, asking if their leader is all right. He wonders if they are all right as well. They respond that they managed to survive thanks to him. Then, that leader expresses his gratitude to the protagonist, acknowledging them as the saviors of the Blue Whale group, but one of them tells him not to worry about that, inquiring about the casualties they suffered, and they reply that they lost 5 companions and that it is all the leader's fault, saying that they died in vain and that he doesn't know how he will manage to avenge them. Just then, the protagonist's friends arrive a little late, and Joauar says that, since they are there, his group will head east. He requests that the Blue Whale group go north, so the leader inquires about this, and the protagonist explains that most of the groups are still fighting, and that, if they fight together, they can minimize the deaths. He estimates that there are about 500 Dark Elves remaining, and they probably sent half of their forces in this attack. Therefore, they have a chance to win if they survive this night. And to accomplish that, they must gather the players and launch a joint attack. The protagonist tells them to go north and join the others. After they finish cleaning up the mess, they should head east. But then the Blue Whale leader becomes a little indecisive, and the pro says he knows it's hard to keep fighting when their companions have died, but he needs to keep going, because if they let the Dark Elves divide their forces and defeat him, the mission will fail. He says that his companions will not be avenged, nor will they achieve their dreams. So, the leader thinks about avenging his companions, thanking the protagonist for opening his eyes, and declares that, from now on, the Blue Whale group will follow the new star of Korea. Meanwhile, in another corner of that forest, an injured hunter is crawling towards a tree. Achilles then appears, wondering what the point of all this is. Then he picks up the throwing knives and notices some enemies right behind him, remarking that these rats keep trying to stab him in the back. Then he starts to feel pain, saying that those damned elves put poison on their arrows. As he lies there, almost paralyzed, he wishes those filthy bastards would die. He dies. Then, several wolves approach him. He declares that, as a member of the Big Bravo group, he'll take at least one of the wolves down with him, attempting to shoot, but the wolf grabs his arm, and he fires he shot that thing in the head, and at that moment, he realizes he can't even lift his weapon anymore, and he wonders if this is how death feels. But then the protagonist shows up, wiping everyone out instantly, like a ray of light. And he wonders who that guy is. Just then, another member of his group arrives, noticing him there, and is surprised that his superior is alive, as he thought he had died there. But then, he orders that guy not to move, and explains that he only survived thanks to the player Soo Jun-rol, who also helped him search for him. He says they will treat him soon, as they can meet up with the other group members later, and adds that if it weren't for that guy, they would have been annihilated today. Meanwhile, the protagonist continues to eliminate everything in his path, until that in the morning, he stops so he can eat with his group. He says that they went through the most crucial moment and suffered casualties in last night's attack, but 150 people survived. On the other hand, the Dark Elves probably lost half their numbers. They won't even think about leaving their camp and will have to remain completely on the defensive. Then, they are the ones who will have to attack. But, looking at it from another perspective, the situation is not good at all, and that guy who saved the poisoned crazy guy tells the other that they have to hurry and close the portal, because their party member is in critical condition. They say they don't have a healer who can cure poison, so he's barely holding on, and he says they have to close the portal and get out of there. Hitting them all, they start running away in terror. He says that running is pointless, now drawing a bow to kill them with arrows, since the person who taught him how to use the bow, as soon as possible to take him to a hospital, to a high-level healer. And the blonde says he understands how he feels, but the other groups aren't ready yet. They still have a lot to take care of him, saying he doesn't think it's fair for everyone to sacrifice themselves for just one person. Then, that guy asks what he's talking about, and the protagonist questions how they're going to close the portal on the enemy. And I ask what Jun-R thinks, questioning whether he wants to close the portal as soon as possible, or try to close it only after everyone has prepared, asking which option he thinks would be more efficient. Then, the protagonist says that both options have pros and cons, but he thinks that closing the portal as quickly as possible would be the best option. And that guy who was saved from being poisoned gets all happy and says he's not saying that because he thinks they should sacrifice themselves for one person. The reason they have to close the portal soon is because they will be at a disadvantage over time, and the blonde asks if he has any reason to think that way. And the protagonist says it's simple, because they probably know how Dark Elves. They are that way by nature, and it was a strategy to minimize casualties, according to what they know. But after last night's surprise attack, they already know that those elves are not normal. Unintelligent Dark Elves attacked as a group, which means there is a special being giving them orders. And the fact that this being can control and command them means that it must have a great level of intelligence and strength. And one of them understands, being the only one who found it strange that they attacked at night, considering that portals are always unpredictable. And another says that, if they assume there are about 500 Dark Elves left, he asks about the wolves, because even though they are not difficult to defeat, their training still makes them troublesome, and the rest was the most famous archer, Gilbert Green, and so he truly embodies Gilbert, and the goblins lose their patience and decide to go all out, trying to die fighting. And he says, yeah, protagonist says there aren't any, and that he doesn't need to worry about them anymore, and everyone gets scared, and he tells them to think back to when they rescued the last player, asking if they remember the size of the wolves behind him, which were just pups. The Dark Elves had lost all their adult wolves and were forced to use cubs to chase after him, and that's why he mentions that they won't be able to use any large-scale attacks like they did last night, but that's the only thing they won't be able to do. Once they finish reorganizing, they will launch smaller attacks and will likely shoot poisoned arrows into your camp. With limited food, little sleep, and a reduced number of people, everyone in the camp will become exhausted. They will stall for as long as possible, and when they believe they can win, they will advance on your camp. Then they realize the protagonist is correct and apologize for thinking that their lives are also at risk. Then the other guy says that he's the one who should apologize because he only considered his team's situation, and the protagonist hopes that things will improve. Peaceful now. He speaks to Mirai, asking her to come with him for a second. She questions why he brought her there, pointing out that it's cold. He asks if she can use her ability now. She speaks, yes, asking if he wants her to take a look. Then she takes a look into his future, saying that they have found their valley. They will head east tomorrow to defeat the Dark Elves. And how? He himself said, there are many of them, and among them, there is a Dark Elf with a very dangerous aura, and next to him, there are 5 Dark Elves with better armor than the others. And Prota thinks they are probably the tribe chief and the Dark Elf Knights. He saw all of this yesterday, so it doesn't help much. And so he thanks her, asking her to tell the others what she saw. Of course, this guy is the last one, drawing his longest sword, and with that, he simply waits for them to approach, then strikes as they're all in the air, swinging his sword and cutting them all down. Says he was curious about something else, but ended up a little disappointed, and the girl agrees with him, but remembers that he was holding something made of ice, asking if it's an artifact. So he confirms, saying that's right, he must be cold, telling her to return to the camp, saying he's going to clear his head a bit. Then the protagonist thinks to himself that the tribe must be stronger than he initially thought, but he doubts whether he's strong enough to force him to use his freezing ability. And in the morning, some adventurers are talking amongst themselves, saying that their guild's reconnaissance group discovered their valley, and also found the tribe chief and the dark elf knights that Mirai mentioned. And the dark elves at the entrance aren't intelligent, they're just walking the perimeter. But the tribe chief and the dark alphas beside him are in proper formation, so they think they have to attack first, before those near the entrance also get into formation. And another one says it's as if a Joe had spoken, and it would be best to close the portal as quickly as possible. And at that moment, Junro becomes warming up on the side. He asks if everyone is ready, and they excitedly get into position to hear his orders. He says that, apart from the non-combatants, all 147 of them are ready. Then the protagonist calls for everyone to go deeper into that forest, getting close to the Valley of the Elves. They are surprised when they see the place. He says that, because of the curse of the world tree, dark elves burn in sunlight. So they live in underground tunnels, where the light doesn't reach them. And they usually have dozens of entrances that lead to surface, but they arrive at the entrance and realize that there is only one, and they say that it is the first time they have seen something like this, and the protagonist thinks that the chief of the tribe is very clever, and if there is only one entrance world around him, then he ends up noticing that it was a bit much, and it's mentioned that Joro did very well. He says he's exhausted afterward, since he has to start training his body. It means they won't have to pay much attention to the rearguard, but it also means that if they don't kill all the dark elves inside, they will never reach the tribe chief, and so he invite everyone to go inside. They follow a staircase lit by torches all the way down until they reach a massive army with their leader at the far end, and then they notice that they are waiting to fight in a cramped space, like an anthill, and to think they would have a chamber so deep inside, they have no other choice but to face them head-on. More than 500 dark elves. The boss sitting at the end is staring at the humans, and everyone is frightened. The protagonist thinks this is good, though, because he was worried they would have to remain on the defensive if they were surrounded. But with this much space, they can launch a full frontal assault. They will do their best. They only need to kill 4 dark elves each, but as they prepare, one of them speaks to Juro, who is not thrilled with this idea. So, he says that, now that he's thought about it more, if the tribe's chief is strong, he'll probably have some elixirs, and they really don't like the idea of him having any elixirs, especially the elven potion, which can even save people on the brink of death. And the protagonist mentions that if elixirs are available, they are usually distributed based on each person's contribution. But then he realizes he's said too much, and everyone gets excited about the prospect of obtaining an elixir, since the protagonist only mentioned it to motivate them to reach their goal. He says it finally seems like they're going to be others. Then the elves who were below finally notice the humans arriving, and they immediately jump into the fight, preparing to eliminate them as quickly as possible. And the slaughter begins, and the protagonist goes around killing everyone, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. They wonder how he can be so fast and point out that it hasn't been that long since he became a player, and one of them thinks he only killed again. So, the examiners find that incredible, and Deiko realizes that there won't be any problem recruiting him into the association. He says that he thinks they've reached a conclusion, stating that if one and can no longer keep up. And Mo also charges towards the elves, but as he advances, he ends up surrounded and nearly killed. But the protagonist arrives to save him, and then he speaks with Mo, saying that things are about to get dangerous and asking him to fall back. But then he asked if he meant he was planning to break through his defense line alone, saying that it was insane. However, the protagonist says that he usually does a lot of crazy things anyway, and Mim, not understanding anything, says that she knew it was an exaggeration to stay by his side, but that he still has a lot to learn, saying that won't be left behind next time. And the protagonist thinks this is good, as he is already looking forward to their next encounter. So he moves on, but those dark elves who are part of the king's guard end up appearing, and they are the dark elf knights. He says they look a little different from that trash he fought before, so he's going to use a real weapon now, pulling out Noya's gun. Then he speaks about the dark elf knights, and before they became corrupted, they were elven knights who protected the kingdom. They used traditional swordsmanship techniques, and could also use the strength of great spirits, and he normally wouldn't be able to defeat them, but since his contracts with the spirits have been broken, he won't be defeated. And if they only use their swords, he might end up with all of them alone, because he's never seen anyone better at swordsmanship than himself. Enos, one of the knights, charges at him, throwing his sword at him haphazardly, and the Prota watches. The knight attacks him again, but Prota sees the trajectory of the attack and manages to escape without a scratch. So, he says that they possess an overwhelming strength, and that, if he is hit even once, he will die. It's been quite a while since he last felt this excited, and so, he prepares an attack and manages to cut off the arm of one, feels bad for having lied about his profile, and the protagonist becomes the target of desire for everyone around Deck Go. A while later, the protagonist starts laughing in Delk Gu's face, leaving, of the elves with a single sword strike. The elf, seeing that he has been mutilated, begins to scream and ends up lowering his guard. Then, the Prota approaches him, stepping on his foot to stop his movement, and asking, why is he running away, saying he can't do this while killing the first of the knights. He says he couldn't even dodge that attack, and if that's all they've got, he's disappointed, saying that he's telling them to do their best, but then a scream erupts nearby. He says, yes, they held out for quite a while. Then, one of the elves begins to counterattack, hitting one of the girls in the shoulder, causing her to fall to the side. And so, Mi shouts that someone is injured there, asking if there's a healer available because they need support. And the nerd asks them to wait a little, because he's busy healing the others. And Mio thinks there are too many of them, questioning how many are still left. And the wizard says that one person killing 4 elves is already pushing it, because with 100 people killing 400 elves, he didn't think the difference in strength would be so vast, and those bastards are even fighting in shifts to conserve their energy, and so, they think they've killed their 100. But it's barely noticeable, and the old man says that they have to keep the pressure on so that the enemy can't switch weapons. They hear another scream, and that scream also scares the elves. He wonders why they're acting like this, and in fact, the screams are coming from the elves themselves, because those black knights are killing the elves on their own team. He questions whether they are being killed one by one, and asks how this is happening. However, looking ahead, they see that it's their Juro who is causing the elves to do this, and one of them says he understands, because Juro attracted the knight to the middle of the battlefield and is using them to break up the elves' formation. And he's trying to help them, but they don't see it as help. He is practically very angry. He says that novel is awesome, and while reading, he eats junk food and drinks Coke. So, Delk Go thinks it's true. The most famous player in the world, whom everyone admires, is in that carrying them all. And one of them says that he thought Juro was working hard, but he kind of tells them to get it together, saying that there's no reason to hold on to pride in a life or death situation, and now it's their chance, saying they must do their best to finish them off. And so they go on the offensive, taking advantage of the opening that Prota created, and Jun-Ar thinks he's already helped enough, but it shouldn't be the enough. And so one of the elves approaches him, wanting to strike him, but he returns the attack, stopping him and almost disarming the elf. He tells the elf not to look at him like that, because he knows that he caused him pain by chasing him, so he will kill him without any pain. And so the king, looking at that, is not happy at all, thinking that he can no longer stand idly by, because they have already been beings with great beauty and intellect, but are now no different from mere beasts, falling at the hands of humans, and their glory days are long gone. And so Prota thinks that it is the first time he has fought so many, saying they look like cockroaches. However, the elf tells him not to speak of these cursed beings in front of him. Then, Prota asks if he hates cockroaches, even though elves are the guardians of nature, saying that maybe it's because he's a dark elf, and asks if he's aware that he resembles them, wondering if he doesn't realize it. That's practically racism against his own race. But then the elf gets up, very irritated, saying he won't say anything more, and orders the protagonist to raise his sword, preparing to fight him. Junro just tells the elf to look, and he comments that the human is very arrogant, even in this situation, and with them face to face, the elf begins to raise his sword, and the protagonist thinks that this pose is the special swordsmanship technique of the elves who use the power of nature, geniuses. But the protagonist says that only elves who can use the power of spirits can use this technique. Elves, on the other hand, he says he can't say the same, moving to strike the final blow, but at that moment, she begins to shine. It is then revealed that he is absorbing the Ice Queen's power, way after being discharged just 2 days ago, and Spectro is that lazy guy over there, so he says he has to endure it no matter what. But then, as the protagonist begins to curse, corrupted dark elves cannot. But then he advances with everything he has against the protagonist, forcing him to raise his sword desperately to defend himself from the attack. Then the elf is surprised that he managed to parry it, jumping back to regain his composure and attack again. And the protagonist says that he understands and that this is an original technique that he created, and that it is compatible with the bodies of dark elves. And so he says that it seems like he knows how to read breaths, saying that this is amusing, and the elf tells him to speak with his sword and not with his mouth, as he attacks once more, and they cross swords for a while longer, and the elf tries to hit the protagonist with everything he has, but he evades the attack by throwing himself to the side and returning the blow in kind, finally managing to hit the elf before he could do anything. And the protagonist thinks that he is fast and strong, but he doesn't feel the overwhelming power that he saw in the dark elf's memories. And the elf, even injured, still standing, watching the end of their race. And he thinks about his tribe, saying that those idiots followed their cruel leader to the very end, and all he wanted was to correct his mistakes and return to other and glorious days of the past. But then he remembers a vision he had of a being calling them foolish mortals, saying that if they want their wish to come true, they must defeat 1,000 enemies, saying he will not tolerate any failure. And so, he says that his only option is to win, and Prota notices that his energy has changed. He has become faster and stronger, and when he charges, on top of Prota, he hits Jun R with such force that he throws him away, finally managing to draw blood from him. As he falls to the ground, the elf attacks again, and Jun has to run away with everything he has, and he thinks this is it, the strength he saw in the memories. So, he simply puts it on 3/8, but that bullet can't hit the elf, who goes straight up. Screaming, he yells out John R., asking what he's reading. He mentions that the main character is a priest, but instead of healing, he just fights, saying it's crazy. Him, saying that it's foolish for him to attack like that. So, Junro needs to use almost everything he has to stop that thing's attack, until he is pushed back and says he is holding on. Thanks to the Black Dragon Fang, he can't continue fighting while hiding his powers. However, he realizes there are too many people watching, leaving him with no choice, especially after one of the king's attacks. He throws him aside again, and when he's hurled against the wall, he collapses into a sitting position. He thinks his rib is broken as the elf approaches, and he wonders what to do because he has to get up, but the elf prepares to attack him. At that moment, all the adventurers charge at the elf, holding back his attack. Then Mayo asks them to protect Joao R., and everyone leaves, holding that creature back while he recovers. Joao R., seeing this, is surprised, and that nerd arrives to heal his ribs, saying it will take about 30 minutes, and someone else arrives, offering to help. Juno and a girl also say they will help. His healing ability is low, but it's better than nothing, and so they think that, even though they are in the rear, they witnessed everything. And the protagonist asks what he's talking about, and the nerd says that he defeated all those monstrous knights and attacked the boss alone, adding that seeing it was inspiring. And the chubby guy says it's only been a few months since his debut, but he's been fighting so hard. They were scared, but they had to do something, and there are fewer than 100 enemies now, so that's why they can help him. And the protagonist says that everything will be fine after he kills the tribe's chief. However, the nerd says he can't move yet, but the protagonist says he needs just 10 minutes, asking them to give him only 10 minutes. And everyone tries to hold off the boss in any way they can, and they think they just need to hold on for 10 minutes, even though they don't. The protagonist agrees, but tells him he should sit down anyway, since he brought the things he asked for, which piques the boy's interest. But Diuk questions why he requested know if they will succeed, because he is a monster without reason or emotions, and even if they all fought together, there's no guarantee that they would win. And John R. was almost on the same level as the tribe's chief, and if it's him, maybe they can defeat him. They think that if they can hold out for 10 minutes, they'll be able to accomplish something. But then Mio, disoriented, ends up becoming the target of an attack, and an old man who was on the side realizes this and pulls him out of the way, saving the boy's life, as the boss almost kills him. The old man tells him to wake up, and so he thanks him, while also apologizing. He tells him that they are risking their lives there, and even if they can only buy a few minutes, even if he dies there, he will die with honor, ordering them to return to formation, saying that they will kill him today. Meanwhile, the boss is calling them pathetic insects as they all rush in, but he manages to kill several hunters with just one swing of his sword, and the mage has a fireball ready in it. However, he questions why they keep coming, and so they send the wounded to the rear and continue attacking, while the boss demands that they just die already, asking why he's becoming so nervous and what exactly he fears. And he's afraid of the protagonist, who is simply healing and gathering aura, farming to eventually defeat him. He's becoming desperate because of it, and so they think there are only 3 minutes left, saying that everything is fine, but the boss kills those guys who were in front, defending them with a single cut, taking the heads off the two closest ones, tall, and only the short one survives the attack. Seeing that, he realizes that several others were also affected. They think it was idiotic to assume it was almost over. The excellent S. And it doesn't matter if they killed hundreds of dark elves. If they can't kill him, everyone will be scared to death because of it. But then the protagonist calls that cockroach, asking if he's done with the show, and asking information about the incomplete portals, asking if he's thinking of entering them at his current level. He replies that he is, asking why else would he ask for the information. Deok Go is quite surprised, asking why he doesn't respond. In the end, he asks if it's over, and says that everyone worked hard, thanking them, asking them to leave the boss to him, and then questioning if everything will be alright, with him alone, saying that if they can surround the enemies together, it will work, but the protagonist says he will be fine, so please, they should take care of the rest of the elves, and he thinks that he has to hide his skills. Then, the elf calls out to him, calling everyone insects, raising his sword, invoking his power, and says he will kill them all at once. But the protagonist stops that attack in the middle of their shadows, and everyone screams for Junro, but a ball of dark energy surrounds them both. They question this ability of the tribe chief, asking if Junro is okay, and, from inside, he lies, saying that that bastard did it, and it wasn't him, he's trapped in there. And so, they scream that he fell into a trap, trying to find a way to break that thing from the outside, and the protagonist thinks it's good that they believed him. Then, the chief asks, "What is this?" He was hiding his true strength. He tells him not to stay, surprised by just one technique, implying he has much more up his sleeve. So, he unleashes his icy aura throughout the area, and the boss, confused, finds himself standing on a thick layer of ice, asking what's happening, until he notices several ice spikes forming right above his head, and Silver narrates the boss's thoughts. After all, he must have thought he had almost defeated him, but he's using a new skill after recovering, asking if he doesn't feel like screaming in frustration, saying that's how bosses feel when they underestimate humans. With that, the king becomes very angry with Prota. Elizo, or Silver, remembers when he was going to train, and Doc G kept calling out to him, asking if he was sure that if he understands what that implies, that they haven't been closed yet. The protagonist asks if he's joking, and if he thinks he would forget, explaining that the portals are full of monsters and traps that he could start training again, pointing out that it hasn't been long since he came out of the ice. But he says that it's okay because he needs to test his ability to freeze something like that as soon as possible, as quickly as possible. And so Doeg Go says that he has already perfected his fighting style from when he was Spectro, and asks if there is anything else he can do. And Prota says that was when he was mistaken, saying that he still has a long way to go. And Deok G, seeing this, thinks that it's okay, because there's no way to stop him, and asks how he's going to use the freezing ability. And he says that, for now, he has divided it into 3 categories. So, he is using the first category, which is utility, as he freezes the ground to give himself a field advantage, and this depletes the opponent's stamina, so they cannot fight at their best. And the second is the most intuitive. He covers his armor with ice to compensate for flaws in his defense. And of course, this decreases his mobility, so he only uses it when he needs to block attacks. And here's the final use. He uses the skill to attack with more force, and many of those ice needles go on top of the boss, but he manages to dodge, and the protagonist behind him mentions that the Dark Guard consumes a lot of mana. Therefore, if he covers it with ice, he can conserve a significant amount of mana. The boss, witnessing this, begins to attack him, realizing that he is no different from a magic swordsman, and questions why he concealed such power. He replies that it was unavoidable, asking if, in addition to that, furthermore, he also concealed his true strength. He explains that his ability forces him to burn his soul to temporarily wield the power of a corrupt spirit, adding that is not something he can maintain for long, thinking that the protagonist's powers are still shrouded in mystery and he is dangerous, but he declares that nothing will change, preparing to attack him again. Attack all humans. Among them are portals so dangerous that not even the players' bodies are left behind. And those are the portals that have never been closed. But the protagonist is thinking about 10 minutes, or rather, even 5 minutes will suffice. He states that it seems that way, and 5 minutes will be enough. Then the king asks what he is talking about, and the protagonist says, which is how long it will take for him to kill the king. Then the king starts laughing, saying that he understands and that the protagonist continues to underestimate his power, but the protagonist tells him not to feel bad. After all, he is a compliment, because even if he isn't as strong as he used to be, he will use all of his power to defeat him in 5 minutes. Then the king is surprised by what the protagonist is doing. After all, summoned an aura sword, but the king doesn't think it is a real one, as a true aura sword burns much more intensely, and all he did was concentrate his magical power into the sword. And a true aura sword is impossible with the amount of mana he has now, but the energy burns like a real aura sword, and he asks what strange technique this is, and the protagonist says that it was 27 or 28 years ago that he defeated a monster called the Iron Shell Turtle, and its hide and shell were so hard that he couldn't even scratch them, even with his key sword. And he wondered if this was how he was going to die, but as death approached, he realized he didn't want to. But even then, it wasn't like he could just conjure an aura sword out of thin air. So, he created this technique, using his magic to strengthen the sword as it clashes with the darkness. He thinks to himself how incredible it is, and his companion at the time says that, of all the techniques he's ever seen, this one is the best. He even mentions that he gave it a cool name, Ramadat. And if you're prepared to die, you'll find a way to live. And wouldn't you know it, the imitation of aura sword, the law of life. While the king attacks, the protagonist counters, finishing him off with a sword strike to the middle of the chest. And with that, he realizes that 5 minutes really is something. They are called incomplete portals, but he says that these are the only portals that beginners can enter. However, he says that this is precisely why it's even more dangerous, as high-level players, that he's seriously considered. The protagonist asks if he has any last words, and he gestures towards his gambit, asking the protagonist to end it all with a single blow, and he agrees, saying he's right, saying that he will do as he asked. So, he wants to ask something, inquiring if he knows what that is. Then, he asks if that isn't a spirit egg, and questions him about it, asking if the spirit will emerge from there. He says that a spirit can be born anywhere there is power from the world tree. He says it's weak, but that necklace contains some of that power, and if he puts his magic into the egg, it will crack, and the protagonist asks if he has anything else to give him, like an elixir or something, and the king can't even believe it, thinking that a human like that defeated him. Then, he says that he can tell him if he isn't drawing the sword. Meanwhile, the king prays to the great world tree, saying that if it can still hear his prayers, he asks that it be satisfied with only his head and have pity on the fools who followed him. Then, he is finally killed. Meanwhile, on the second floor, a boy is being beaten along with his friends ask what Cow is. Jonas recognizes the place, but Cow only asks about the Pathfinder's location, and then Prota finally defeats the Dark Elf Chief, discovering that it's a spirit egg. He explains that making a contract with a spirit allows you to use powerful skills without mana. Back then, he didn't have much mana, and he was very jealous of anyone with a spirit, friend or foe, but now he can finally form a contract, which he thinks is great. He mentions hearing that spirits only form contracts with people who have good synergy with them, so he's sure it will be a spirit of darkness. He imagines a buff, angry spirit. They can't even enter there, and the newbies go there looking for rewards, but they all end up dead, and the way his body is now, it's too heavy for the boy. But another person asks what he is worried about, asking if he doesn't know him, completely black, that will help him in his battles. Wanting a spirit of darkness, he breaks the item the king gave him, making it shine. He thinks he's weak, but he's feeling the forest energy. If he pours his mana into the spirit egg, something is bound to happen, and just like that, the egg starts to crack, filling the protagonist with hope. Meanwhile, outside, everyone is waiting to see what will happen inside. They believe they've defeated the last of the Dark Elves, but player J still hasn't emerged. He's worried something might have happened, saying he's nervous because he can't see what's going on. But then, everyone receives a notification that they've cleared the wild forest, and as soon as it's completed, everyone is overjoyed that they can go home. They comment that when they saw the tribe leader, they were sure they were all going to die, but they managed to escape thanks to Joao R. They're ecstatic, because who would have thought he'd be able to defeat the boss all by himself? And with that, the barrier begins to dissipate, and the protagonist emerges, completely disheveled. They rush to him, praising his hard work, and asking if he's hurt anywhere, because if they wait, expecting to treat him, but the protagonist says he's fine, leaving there looking a little sad, thanking everyone for their work with the gold. Then they notice that he doesn't seem to be very hurt by what happened, outwardly, but they ask if something is wrong, and say that the battle must have been very difficult for him to have such a serious look. But the protagonist doesn't seem sad at all. He seems more disappointed, and while already on the flight, he watches a video talking about him being MVP against that wild forest raid, and he thinks that MVP or whatever, none of that matters. It's all useless, wondering if it was too much to ask for a dark spirit. saying that he never wanted an ice spirit, not even once. And a mini version of the Ice Queen appears near him, and she starts looking at him, worried, asking if he doesn't know him. Furthermore, the incomplete portals must be a headache for the association, and Deog confirms that this is true, and he says he can't. Outside the plane, saying that the humans in this place have very interesting technology, asking how it's possible to fly in the air without using magic. And the protagonist tells her that he already told her not to talk to, until he organizes his thoughts. But that little mosquito says she was just talking to herself, and the protagonist says she's a monster who froze his friends and terrorized people all over the world. People all over the world, asking for her became his obsession, and he was the one who killed her. She says that they have already ridden in various wheeled contraptions and now they are flying in the sky, and she thinks that she has already gave him plenty of time to think. The protagonist repeats that he told her not to say anything to him, but she goes back to using logic, saying that she was just talking to herself. But the protagonist questions why someone like her hatched from the egg. She says she did it because it was more compatible with her magic, and furthermore, this just shows that the most suitable element for him is ice. So he tells her not to mess with him, because he has used the Guardian of Darkness for over 5 years, and only used freezing for about 3 months. But still, the queen says that she was the one who came from that spirit egg, so he should just set aside his stubbornness and make a contract with her. But he questions whether she really thinks he would do that after everything she's done to people. She questions what she did to make him speak to her like that, and the protagonist doubts that she doesn't know anything, asking if she really doesn't know. But then he asks her what she did, pointing out that she froze the Pacific, and she says she feels bad for the fish. And he says that, because of that, there were all sorts of climate changes and, although this prevented the temperature from increasing due to global warming, but that doesn't matter. She committed another serious sin, and he says that she froze his friends. But then, she asks if he's playing dumb on purpose, saying that she wasn't the one who let a friend go to such a dangerous place like that. And the protagonist is in a friendly mood with him, but breaks the whole scenario, saying that he knew it was supposed to be an emotional moment, but he froze them, and, in the end, it was with her power that he managed to melt the ice, saying that he will only say it one more time. She hasn't done anything that he can condemn her for. On the contrary, the queen, she feels bad for herself because he killed her and Prota. And without offering any counter-argument, he tells her to shut up and look out the window. Then, he uses his smartwatch to talk to Dioko, asking what he thinks the Ice Queen did wrong. He questions why Prota is asking this, and Prota says he's in a hurry, telling him to answer quickly. He says that it's obvious what else she turned him and the 4 heroes into. Then, Dago says he doesn't know, asking if Prota needs anything else, and the queen then approaches him, saying that he's using a really cool device and can see the opinions of other humans very quickly. He says yes, but ends up agreeing with her, saying that she didn't do anything wrong, but asks why he would want to sign a contract with her, and she says that she will become his master. And so, Prota says that he admits that she was strong, but she lost to him. She says that's right, and, true, he defeated her in her weakest state. He then questions what she's talking about, asking if she's trying to trick him, but she just says no. Judo fight. Claiming to be the queen of the ice kingdom of Niflheim, she is the monarch who controls all the ice in the world, and swears on her very existence that she has not spoken a single lie. And the protagonist recognizes that this is a vow of existence that mages swear by, with all their mana at stake. Then he realizes that she was indeed weakened, and he questions just how weakened she was, to which she replies, perhaps 100%, but he tells her not to exaggerate, and orders her to swear on her existence again, but she refuses, saying that if she does it too much, it will tarnish her dignity as queen. And the protagonist says that since she starting to freeze, he asks himself, what the hell is this? And it's explained that his body will enter a state of hibernation until he has completely absorbed the Ice Queen's core. And so, 76 will still go there, because he has a lot to gain from it. And what exactly is he talking about? And the protagonist explains that the portal rewards increase over time, and portals that were not closed by went through all that trouble. They will sign a contract, but with one condition. The contract will be cancelled as soon as it puts the people around him in danger, and she questions if he only knows. Stating the obvious, he says that the spirit and her contractor are linked by the soul, so there's no reason for her to try and harm him. He admits he doesn't know if he made the right choice, but he has no choice because, objectively speaking, he is currently too weak to clear an A-rank portal alone. However, if he can use that power, it will be enough. So, he finalizes the contract, stating that he will first discover how strong the Ice Queen is as a spirit. And so, Already in the Players Association training room, the queen begins to complain that she is bored because there are no opponents. There, he responds, saying, of course not, because that's where they train. She questions what he is doing, and he explains that he is testing the artifacts he won in the last battle, the aura buff ring, also the blue fairy bracelet. He says that if he uses all these magical enhancements, his stats will exceed 100, and with that level, he will be able to complete an A-rank portal alone. And so, she says that. He looks a little better after equipping those things. He says that he never asked her to evaluate him, adding that he wants to see her skills, but she retorts that he knows these skills better than anyone, but he says that now she is a mirror and is different from before. Then she says she understands, explaining that he is her contractor, and when she sees, since she is good, she will start treating him differently. And with that, she begins to summon an icy wind, freezing everything around them, and the protagonist feels it, saying that this penetrating cold, his chest is the same feeling he had when he entered the Ice Queen's hall. But while she is releasing her cold wind, she abruptly stops, and the protagonist asks what she is doing. Years will grant a lot of XP, and Diego wonders if he understood correctly that the protagonist's reason is simply to level up a little faster, and the protagonist says yes, bluntly, but Diego, and she says she lost interest. He doesn't even believe it, saying he doesn't want to use his powers right now. Then the protagonist asks if she's messing with him, and she says that something has piqued her curiosity, cannot concentrate on anything else. So, he asks what she's curious about, and she says she wants to explore the human world, and the protagonist gives in to her wish, strolling with her down the street, and seeing everything. She keeps asking questions, wondering which lord lives in that giant castle, and the protagonist tells her it's just an apartment building. Then she asks what that strange carriage is, and he tells her it's a car. She then comments that everyone there is looking down because they have something strange in their hands. The protagonist can only think that this is all too weird, but he asks her if other people can't see her, because she's attracting a lot of attention and nobody is paying attention, and she says she can reveal herself if she wants, but he tells her to forget it and not to do that. However, she starts talking to him, very calmly, asking what the name of that adorable creature over there is. He tells her it's just a stray cat. So, she goes over to the cat, saying that she will pet him affectionately, but the protagonist tells her that the cat can't even see him, but the cat actually can, getting up and preparing to bite her. She becomes filled with fear, running away with everything belonging to the cat, who tries to catch her. Then she asks the protagonist why he is doing this, going over the top of his head to hide, and she questions how there can be such a ferocious monster around there, asking if it's okay for such a violent beast to walk the streets. And the protagonist says that he doesn't bite humans because they are bigger, and then he goes to pick up the cat, saying that cats only show their more fragile side to those who are stronger. And so she is completely shocked and thinks that this is a disgrace, telling him to go ahead, as she will show him her power in the training room. He asks if he has already forgotten that he died once, questioning whether he couldn't take the safest route, and he says that his friends are waiting for him now, and that they would do the same if training, and the protagonist is happy to have managed to bend her will. They return to the training room, and she tells him to witness her power with his own eyes, and the protagonist says he will. It would be a pleasure to see her summoning multiple magic circles, and using her ice to create swords, spears, and everything else. And he is very surprised, because with all of that, she could fight a flowed war on her own. He thinks it's not bad at all, but she questions what he meant by that, wondering why he didn't think it was bad for her to show off and pay so much attention, since she was weakened as a spirit. Then, his true power is immense, but he says he can do what she did, even if he is a little more disorganized. However, she dismisses it as nonsense, asking if he really saw everything correctly, and the protagonist thinks that each one of them is crafted with care, as if it had been made by a master, and they were made to inflict maximum damage, and the quality is incredible, considering she did all of this in a blink of an eye. And, to be honest, his current techniques can't even compare to hers. Then he says that his answer is still the same, stating that he will be able to do the same thing briefly, and all he needs is time, and what he wants from her is something he can't accomplish himself. So she thinks for a moment until she remembers, asking if he was referring to something like this, as she shows something behind him, leaving the protagonist shocked, confirming that that was indeed it, and exactly what he wanted. Just then, the secretary overhears the commotion coming from the training center in the distance, and thinks that the protagonist must be training incredibly hard, commenting that she can feel the vibrations even from where she is. And then, sometime later, the protagonist speaks with Delgu, asking if he knows what the Ice Queen looks like, and he replies to the protagonist that he doesn't, because the only people who have seen her were the 5 heroes. Then the protagonist wonders if he's serious, saying that if that's the case, then this won't. We're in his place. But Go says that, even so, there's no reason to do the most dangerous thing. But the protagonist says that this isn't the only reason, and, since he returned as a player, he will inevitably face be a problem. Then he asks what problem he's referring to, and the protagonist says that she can reveal herself now, and Delgu asks who he is talking to. But as soon as the queen appears, he gets a massive shock, asking what it is and wondering if it's a ghost, while the queen questions whether her fearful friend is truly his friend. He replies that, unfortunately, he is, but Dekko argues that anyone would be surprised if something like that appeared out of nothing. However, the queen takes offense to being called something like that, asking how he dares to refer to her in such a way, and stating that his courage frightens her. But then, the protagonist tells her to stop freezing everything around them because Dokogo is nearly dead. He tells her to stop bothering his friend, and asks if she doesn't remember the terms of their contract, but she retorts that, if he insults her like that again, she won't forgive him, even if he is his friend. The protagonist then asks Go if he heard that, pointing out that she is a powerful queen, so he should be careful, and he questions this queen, asking if, by Queen Junroa, he's referring to times queen. After learning everything, he calms down to process it, asking if that person is the Ice Queen, because he won a spirit egg at the auction and hatched it in the wild forest with the help of the tribe chief. And then the Ice Queen emerged from it, and he says he finally understands, stating that he suffered because of her. He's fine with it, so he isn't in a position to say anything, and the protagonist says that she will help him a lot in battle and that she is very strong, and the protagonist then asks what her rank is, because the rank of spirits goes from low to high, and usually spirits are the only ones who know their rank. He asks the queen what her rank is, and she says, of course, it's a high spirit, but the protagonist says he doesn't think so. She tells him not to ask something so rude. Go asks if she is a low spirit, and the protagonist says yes, and thinks she is the weakest, but all the same, demons sooner or later, and time is not on his side, and when he encounters them, he has to be strong enough to fight. And Go admits that he hadn't thought about it. She is strong, so he wants to go to a portal that is a little more difficult this time. However, Go says that all the portals he has been to were already very difficult, and questions if there is any that would be even more difficult. It must still seem somewhat impossible, but he remembers something, and asks if he's talking about a 1-star portal. And Prota says that the wild forest was ranked as a 1-star portal. Also, he managed to improve a lot, and thinks he can clear a 1-star portal by himself now. And so Go says that if he says so, everything is fine, but there are only 3 1-star portals. Star on the first floor, or rather, on Earth. One is in South America, another in China, and he doesn't even want to talk about the third. He asks if he's really okay with this, asking if he doesn't, has post-traumatic stress disorder, and Prota says no, and that even if he did, the person who caused it is right there. And he says that the next portal for him to clear will be in Antarctica, at the King Sejong station of King Sejong. And the name of the portal is Winter Castle. And so Go says he will schedule a press conference for tomorrow at 2 p.m. Then Secretary Cha will pick him up, and he agrees and starts drinking a soda, asking if the queen doesn't need to eat anything. She replies that she is a spirit, different from humans, beings who don't require sustenance. He asks if she's serious, adding that he thinks it will save money on food. Then, since they're on the subject, he wants to ask her a few more things, wondering if she knows something about the dimensional elevator. He explains that it's the mysterious source that has haunted the world, and if they discover its origin, they can put an end to this game. And the queen simply thinks, for a moment, and answers no. He questions if she wasn't a floor boss, asking if she doesn't know anything, and pleads with her not to be so stingy and tell him what she knows, but she says, saying he didn't know he was under pressure. The protagonist says he wouldn't call it pressure, but Go doesn't need to know that. In the past, he was the one after those guys. And so, Go says he can't do it, that she really doesn't know anything and swears on her existence, saying she once knew something about this world, but when she was defeated by him, she lost her position as a floor boss. Try to remember those things, but her mind goes blank, and the protagonist says it's a shame, thinking that the system erased her memories and is more elaborate than he thought. But then, she tells him not to be so disappointed, because even though the memories he wants are gone, her intelligence was quite famous, and she will be of great help in the days to come. He says, he hopes, yes, but he wants to ask one more thing, saying that, as far as he knows, spirits don't consume mana from contractors. Then, he asks how she uses her powers, saying that he doesn't sense any magic in her. And she asks if he really doesn't know, saying that there must be a limit to ignorance, explaining that when she exposes all her powers, she uses her contractor's mental strength. Then, if his mental condition is bad, she won't be able to use her abilities normally, and the protagonist thinks that if they could use that kind of power without a cost, it would be a total cheat, basically. Then she says that, of course, the same applies to what she demonstrated earlier. Even a guy as strong as he is would have to train hard for about a month to use it effectively in an actual battle. But the professional, upon learning that it would probably take a month, thinks he'll change that to 2 weeks. And so, the next day, at the press conference, Xia knocks on his door, and he says she can come in. She speaks with Zhuao R, who has prepared his suit for the conference, but seeing him inside all tidied up, she asks if he isn't going to wear pajamas today, saying that she was worried, so she brought it. He says it's only fun to do that kind of thing once, and that he thinks everything is ready, asking what she thinks. She gives her approval, and so they prepare. Nothing, so he's going to look for portals he can enter. Then he notices there's only one portal he can access with his current level, and the protagonist asks which one it is. So, it displays information stating that it appeared 7 years ago, for the event. And there, several reporters are seated, waiting for Zhuao R's press conference to begin. Then, they notice that there are a lot of people, especially since it has only been 3 months since the last one, his conference, but it's unbelievable, because his growth is incredible. They're saying they saw Junro during the Ocean Portal Conference and that he had a very strong aura. They say he has incredible talent, similar to King Wangzhong and Xinong Ran, and that they wouldn't be surprised if he announced that day he was going to a 1-star portal alone. But everyone thinks that's an exaggeration. He says it's just a figure of speech. The protagonist is inside the venue, and everyone is paying attention to him, noticing that he isn't in pajamas anymore, and with that, he begins the press conference. Then, one of the reporters asks a question, inquiring if he's planning on entering the Cave of Provocations. The protagonist says yes, and that they are in the middle of planning for it. Everyone is surprised, and one of the reporters thinks that all new players go through this, and it doesn't matter how fast Jun R would be evolving and wouldn't let a good opportunity pass him by, since the Cave of Provocations is a portal in the Tiber region that, as its name suggests, puts the player through different levels of trials. Every time a player passes a trial in the cave, they have the chance to continue the trials, or give up where they are. And unlike other portals, you can safely exit if you give up in the middle. She also mentions that, because of the system, it's impossible to know what will happen inside the portal. Therefore, they don't know what rewards they'll receive, but considering how many players go through the cave, there must be a good reason for it. She says it's great because it will be enough material for his article today. But then the protagonist says that after going to the Cave of Percent, and that 142 people have already tried to close it, and only players who are at level 1 can enter. Therefore, it's called the Rookie Graveyard, and the protagonist notices that the requirements seem quite simple. Trials, he will go to the Winter Castle. Everyone is shocked that he's going to the Winter Castle, as it is one of the 3 portals still open in the world and has a brutal level of difficulty, and it is the portal terrorizing Antarctica appears again, following the Ice Queen and her Winter Castle, and the protagonist confirms that it's happening. That's it. Immediately, the news breaks, and he notices everyone is excited, and the Queen asks if he will be okay, because the portal is from a star. Many people seem to think it's too early for him to enter the Cave of Trials. He explains that to enter the Cave of Trials, one needs to be between level 25 and 30, but there's something else they don't know. The rewards from the Cave of Trials depend on how much one suffers, but the difficulty of the portal is fixed. So, if you're 1 level lower, you'll receive more rewards for going through the same portal. Understanding this, he thinks it's a good thing. He says that, of course, this is only a good thing to know if you've been there before, and the Cave of Trials doesn't allow players to re-enter once they've received their reward. He has challenged it before under the name Specter, but he lost those. Rewards and all stats have been reset. So, it's possible he'll go again, and he plans to challenge those trials again to see his frozen companions once, and also to be able to surpass his former self. So, he talks to the Queen, saying he hopes she can help him with his training when they return, and she inquires about it, and she ends up agreeing, mentioning that he had asked her for her teachings before, and he acknowledges that she is better with ice than he is, and that he has nothing to lose. So, she thinks that she will be his master, but he questions what she's talking about, and she tells him right away saying that it is her duty as a monarch there to teach him properly. All excited. And the little sprout says he wouldn't exactly say that he is. And Delco says that, in any case, he is very confident, and the protagonist receives a notification on his smartwatch. Delco says that his payment has arrived and states that, with this payment, he is contractually, exactly just an apprentice or something like that, but he agrees, and she says that the training will be very difficult, and he simply says that he is looking forward to it. Meanwhile, while all of this is happening, his friends are still. It's frozen. And that's the end of the first season. I know the season is over, and you've watched everything up to this point, but you didn't leave a like, did you? I see you. I see you over there. Then you complain that there's no continuation. You guys aren't helping me, and there's no way to help you. But don't worry, you thought it was the end and were already planning to close the video, but I won't. Stop here. So, we are now at the Players Association, and the protagonist is training together with the Queen. He's pretty beat from this training and is currently very tired, but he lifts that sword. So, he asks the Queen how it went. And she says that he finally did something a little useful. And so, flashing back to 15 days ago, she tells him that he can control both elements now, one being the darkness and the other his icy energy. He asks why she's telling him this, as if he doesn't already know, and she says he's such a stubborn guy, and using energy is the same as understand her. The greater her understanding, the more refined her techniques will become, and now, she wants to ask him something, inquiring about his opinion on the dark energy appears. He questions her about his thoughts on dark energy, saying that he believes it is violent, proud, indifferent, and malicious, and she tells him that is a good answer. Then, she asks him what he thinks of icy energy. He responds that it is simply icy and cold, and she is disappointed, saying that she doesn't think there's any hope, and it has only been 3 months since he started using ice, not allowing him to hear properly, stating that ice is more reserved and elegant than any other type of energy and is useful for all kinds of things. And the protagonist says, convinced, linked to the association and will be subordinate for 1 year. And so the protagonist asks what the hell this subordinate thing is all about and says he's going to show him who the real servant is around here. So, he immediately tells which then means that his fighting strength is well balanced. And she agrees, explaining that, for example, darkness, fire, and wind have high attack power, but are not useful for defense, and water and earth are good for defense, but they have little attacking power. As for ice users, they were once known as a one-man army that dominated the battlefield, and he thinks he can. To guess the reason, remembering the strength she demonstrated, then, she says that she will teach him herself how to use ice energy. But before that, she hands him a sword, and he thinks that it is a good sword, but she says that this is the best sword in the Ice Kingdom, Nilfheim Fragarate, and she tells him to try to create one just like it, because she will teach him after that. But then he tells her to wait, saying that he doesn't want to know how to make good ice weapons. But she says that, traditionally, one-man armies must fulfill all functions, and if he can't even do this, he has a lot of training ahead of him, and he says that this is unfair, but she doesn't care about him. And so, he asks if she's okay, asking what she thinks after a long time, trying to do that. And she says, it's not enough, and he tells her not to do it again. She says the blade isn't sharp enough, and that the weight distribution is all wrong, and she asks if he's trying to copy her ceremonial sword with those toys. Then he asks how many he's broken so far, and why it's so annoying to her. But in fact, inside, she thinks he is quite impressive, because, after just 34 minutes, he can recreate the external appearance of the Fragarach with 62% accuracy, and that power from 28 years ago. He was so strong that she couldn't even believe he was a human from Earth. She says he could be creating a monster. While he's doing it, she feels proud, and says that observing, hours ago, in Antarctica, the final destination was before them, the Ice Queen's nest, and a group begins to argue with Marumba, asking if he is joking, because what he is asking is, Kid to stop and asks him to calm down. Then, he inquires about housing, asking if he can stay there, mentioning that the association must have houses for the players. Delco says that's a good idea. His progress is a really fun way to pass the time, and so she keeps pointing things out, saying that the sword's inclination is 5 centimeters off, until, after a few tries, she says she thinks that she can. That one's not bad, considering it only took 152 attempts. He says he was doing his best, and then asks if this one passed the test, but she simply breaks it, telling him to try again. But then she says that the sword was actually good, and she only broke it because she was just irritated. And the protagonist is all sad on the floor, but she goes to him saying that this should be enough for creating weapons. He must be tired after being awake for 2 whole days, so she tells him to sleep, saying that when he wakes up, she will teach him how to use the ice as he wanted. But he says this is strange, asking if she won't have him make a spear next time. But seeing him making fun of her, she says that out of nowhere, she suddenly feels like changing her mind. He says that if she is lying, he won't do it, but ends up falling hard on the floor because he's so tired. And then she creates a blanket and throws it over him, saying that he is so resilient, even though he already has an absurd talent, and the gods are, even unfair situations, urging him to become strong enough to protect those who are important to him. And sometime later, in another corner of the Tibetan plateau, at the entrance to the cave of the challenges, Joao R arrives, and a monk speaks to him, introducing himself as Jampa. He is in charge of that location, welcoming him to the Cave of Challenges, and mentioning that the Player Association of Players had contacted him beforehand, saying they told him that he would like to enter the cave. Meanwhile, the Queen keeps telling Proto to keep an eye on him, as he is stalling, and, thus, the ranking there has a Spectro in first place, having reached the 9th floor. Jampa explains that this is the record of everyone who has passed through the challenge cave before, and the protagonist realizes that the idea is that he will be safer if he stays around there. And the protagonist asks him for a good room, and he replies that he will do as he wishes, because if things go well, he might even give him an entire floor. It seems that no one has beaten his record from 25 years ago. Jampa says that, apart from those who have entered, no one knows anything about what lies inside the portal, and who knows what horrors await him. He hopes that, whatever they may be, may he bless his days and hope for his safe return. And the protagonist enters, arriving at the inner gate, thinking that it has been 25 years, entering with the Queen, and inside. It ends up causing an error. At first, the cave recognizes a second entrance, requesting permission from the administrator, and the protagonist doesn't understand anything that is happening. So, as he passed through the portal, he finds himself in another dimension, in front of a door, and the ADM approaches him, greeting him, and saying he is the guy who manages the dimensional elevator on the 1st floor, and he says that his name is Gray. So, the protagonist doesn't understand anything about this 1st floor administrator, asking if that means he is the god of Earth, but Gray says, of course, not. He is just a public servant who was placed by them to manage this location, and the protagonist says that if he manages the 1st floor, which is Earth, that makes him a god. But he says that, in reality, his administrative power is limited to features that create a floor, for example, the portals and monsters of the 1st floor. However, he assumes that it's good to see familiar faces after some time talking about the Spectrum player, and, despite being late, he congratulates Proto on his return. Proto thanks him, but then the Queen notices that he spoke in the plural, questioning if he knows who she is. He says, of course he does, and that she is the Queen of Nilf, Sovereign Queen of Ice, the Icy Queen. Then, she asks what place this is. That? He says that this is a virtual space that he created. Then he picks up a book that starts releasing a bunch of lightning around it, and he says it's a small problem, because 28 years, 7 months, the protagonist says that he is the one who will be giving the orders. So, it's settled then. They even laugh, but the protagonist notices something, and Doog says it's his armor. He wonders if he brought anything strange, but 16 days, 1332 ago, he finished the Cave of Challenges, and he must know the rule that those who have already received the rewards cannot enter again, because even if he changes his name, his soul doesn't change. But the Prota asks, what if he no longer has the rewards? Then Gray asks, what do you mean by that? The Prota replies that he doesn't have any rewards, as he stated before. Reward he received from the challenge cave. Then Gray notices that he is telling the truth, but he gets too excited, and the administrator's pressure falls on Prota, who reiterates that he has no rewards. Prota argues that, according to the rules, he doesn't believe he should be prevented from entering, but Gray says that this is what he, the administrator, has to decide. The problem isn't about breaking the rules, but rather a matter of fairness. Since he has already entered once, he knows the challenges that will appear, and that would be unfair to all the other players. So Prota suggests he adjusts the difficulty, and if he makes things more difficult, it would be balanced out. And Gray asks if he's sure the kid thinks he can handle it, and Prota says yes, he can. He adjusts the difficulty, and if he makes things more difficult, it will be balanced. And Gray asks if he's sure the kid thinks he can handle it, and Prota says that if this is the case, then means he's allowed to enter the cave. Yes. Then Gray says he can't tell if he's smart or honest, adding that he's right and that he's been more entertaining than last time. So, he will do him this favor and wishes the boy good luck. But then the queen asks him to wait, remarking that he seems to know her very well, and questions if he knows, since her memories are gone, and he replies that he can't talk about it, only asking them to enjoy themselves. The protagonist notices that humid air there, realizing that he really returned to the challenge cave. Meanwhile, the queen thinks that gray is very difficult to read, and the protagonist asks if she really lost her memories, and she says that's why it's even more frustrating, because she doesn't have any. Tells him to open it quickly, and when he opens it, he notices that it's just a coat, thinking that it's light and resistant too, becoming all happy, noticing that it's really good, and asking where he found it. Memory of anything related to the floors. But either way, it's good for him, because riding that fly's contraption up there wasn't in vain, and he says he's happy things worked out better than he had expected. And then he sees that mission, and level 1 is the magic test, which will begin by asking him to explode the balls using magic. However, she asks if that isn't too easy, and he replies, which is because it's level 1, and everything starts exploding around there, saying it's like a tutorial. He passes the magic test very easily, and she says it wasn't bad at all, but adds that she would have taken less than a second to complete it, but he tells her to stop lying. And so, it is explained that if he wants to advance to the gravity test, he only needs to say forward or stop, and he proceeds to the next level without rest. And so the gravity test begins, and he is pinned to the ground. Then the queen asks, "What kind of test is this?" And he explains that, in the second challenge, the gravitational force on his body, every minute feels twice as strong as before. Then she asks about the other 8 challenges, and he replies that they are things that most people would consider methods of torture, because, after the gravity training, he's now in 0 gravity. Then she talks to him, asking if he isn't planning on wasting such a good opportunity, and he questions what she's talking about. And she replies, no. There are so many times when he's put through such extreme ordeals, with her telling him he should train, and he questions whether he has to do it in his current state, saying that he doesn't know if it seems easy for her, but it's still difficult, as he's just been thrown to the ground with that intense gravity. And he says it sucks, but clarifies that doesn't mean he can't do it. And so, he begins doing push-ups in all that gravity, and she says she thinks he should try running next time, but he replies that talking is easier than doing. And, after a while, he collapses heavily onto the ground, thinking that, he says that's because it was made by Kuon Noa, and the protagonist is extremely surprised to hear this name, asking if the old man is still alive. He says that he turned 98 this year, and is almost completely, it's finally over, and wonders how much the difficulty has increased, and so he clicks to advance once again, but the queen comments that he looks tired, asking if he shouldn't rest, before continuing. He mentions that it's best to do everything while the blood is still hot, and believes that the Cave of Trials gives better rewards, the more the player suffers. So, if he continues like this, he'll receive more valuable rewards. And then she asks what the next challenge is. He says it's the Ghost Challenge, the one with the illusions, and mentions that last time, he fought like a madman to save his parents from the monsters. He had to keep reminding himself that those ghosts weren't his real parents, and he finally finished after half a day. He says it must be a different illusion this time, but the queen looks at him, asking why he's staring at her. He says he wished the icy carriage would appear, but it can't be that simple, and he bets that it'll be something else. And then his friends appear in front of Prota, asking if he wants to live alone, and calling Prota a traitor. So he prepares himself, saying that of course it will be something like that, and he expected the worst, but it was even worse than he expected. And his friends ask him why he abandoned them, repeatedly calling him a traitor, a liar, and much worse things. But the queen tries to get his attention, asking him to ignore those insults, because it's all an illusion. But the protagonist says he already knows. But, in their final moments, those idiots, they sent him knowing they were going to die. So he won't let them insult him like that, and he attacks those illusions. And that Ramadat, with his high-level regeneration and destructive power, along with Sky. And his magic was more powerful in both attack and defense, along with Gilberto's long-distance support, and also his friend, who can appear with his sword finished, but he is still holding the hammer to continue making his works of art. He passed the forge on to his grandson, but still works there, and the protagonist is surprised to hear this, and says, a blink of an eye, and he says that facing them all at once would be suicide, asking the queen if she can immobilize Sky and Ramadat, and she says that it is possible, but it will consume, using up a lot of his mental energy, but he says it doesn't matter, asking her how many seconds she can hold them, and she says she thinks she can hold them for 30 seconds, and Prota thinks that should be more than enough, thinking that he will soon be done with Gilberto and Mia, since the two of them have low defense. Elias goes all in on them. Then the queen summons her soldiers, orders them to rise from the frozen ground and defeat their enemy. And the golems appear, trapping them, and so Sky tells everyone that they are protecting the group. And Proto receives a huge mental shock, realizing that his mental energy is draining way too quickly. And then, while he's trying to understand what is happening, Ramadat attacks him with everything he has, saying that it's over. But then the queen freezes him, paralyzing him, and tells Proto to pay attention to her and do what needs to be done. He says he's doing great, telling her that she just needs to hold on a little longer. But then the attack comes from afar. It's Gilberto shooting at the protagonist. And so he is surprised by that attack because even though it's just an illusion, it even materialized the bullet. Gilberto's magic is so powerful that he will die instantly if he is hit by any of them. Then, while Gilberto aims at him, the protagonist disappears. He questions where he went, but the protagonist simply appears behind him, using the Shadow Walker to be able to finish one of them off. And then, with Gilberto lying on the ground, he says he doesn't think he can do that again, because after Gilberto, his next target is his friend, who keeps asking how he could kill him as she prepares to use her loot attack. And he thinks that she was known as a great swordswoman, and it would be crazy. Since that's the case, he should thank him personally. However, Deokgo tells Jay that he can't, and Jay questions why. Deokgo explains that they have to be careful with their security, face her with a sword. But while she says that he will pay for killing her companion, she goes all out on him, and the protagonist thinks he has a chance because she's shaken. Due to Gilberto's death, she will make a mistake, and when she does, he will have the chance to attack, finishing her off as well. And so, before dying, she asks him how he could do this to them. But, as he watches her die, Proto thinks this challenge is far too disgusting. And then, Ramadat begins to break free, while Sky fights fiercely against those golems, and when he breaks free, the Proto hears that sound, seeing him preparing to attack, and Ramadat asks if they really thought they could hold him back with something like that. And then, the queen tells Proto that she's at her limit, and Sky unleashes her magic, shattering the golems completely, sending them crashing to the ground, and the queen, seeing this, flees to avoid being hit by the ice blocks. And with that, Proto thanks her, telling her that she did well, protecting her with his ice shield. Then, Ramadat goes at him with everything he has and throws a punch at the shield, knocking Proto down, calling him a disgraceful, smug, asking if he really thinks he's going to levitate. Bend and Sky call out to Ramadat, throwing a bunch of spells at Proto, saying he's an idiot and that they already told him not to advance like that, and Proto almost gets hit by those spells, and he thinks they are very strong. And Ramadat's resistance, even Sky's long-distance spells. In the past, they were the duo with the greatest synergy, and if he wants to defeat them, he will have to use his maximum strength, so he uses the booster. And with that, he actually manages to cut Ramadat in the chest, but, even with that attack, he just congratulates Proto, saying that he opened a hole right in his chest, but thinks he's relieved, asking if that's all Proto has, almost hitting him. Jay then asks if he suspects Kuon Noya, but Deokgo clarifies that he doesn't suspect him. The boy then realizes that they have eyes within the forge, and Deokgo confirms that this is the case, hitting him with the punch, and Proto says that, as he imagined, that didn't work, because his regeneration is crazy. Then Sky says he won't miss this time, aiming at Proto again. He runs away. Through those attacks with very little effect. He figures that with Ramadat's infinite regeneration, there's no point in continuing to fight him head-on, and normal tactics are useless against him. And he has to let himself get attacked. Ramadat thinks he's pathetic, asking how long he's going to keep running away, and Proto agrees with him, getting angry, and saying that he will end this once and for all. So, Ramadat tells him to stop being arrogant, appearing in front of Proto with his gigantic body and stopping him in his tracks. And with that, he manages to land a solid punch, right in the middle of Proto's stomach, almost sending him flying. He thinks that guy is a monster. He broke the ice shield and even caused internal injuries, but he can use this opportunity because he's close enough to land a hit right on Ramadat's chest. Ramadat thinks it's useless, but admits that Proto has courage, saying that he likes to see him keep trying until the very end. But Proto says he was mistaken and should have been using the law of life all along, and with that, he finally manages to truly kill Ramadat, leaving a gaping hole in his chest. So Skia runs over there, shouting for him, but as she does, she realizes that she is the only one left and collapses to the ground, saying that she is going to kill him, swearing that she will kill Proto. And at that moment, the queen tells Junro that the situation seems quite dangerous. So Prota agrees, saying yes, because she is the last one, and he has to use the rest of his strength if he wants to defeat the enraged Skia. He tells her that she can come at him using the scythe of death. And he says that if he wants to get past the ray of destruction and the 7 mana shields that protect her, the only thing he can use is darkness and his contempt. And he says that this weapon, that's right, because the demons are aware of the relationship between Noya and the Specter. If Jay goes to find her now, it would be the same as revealing his identity. The protagonist ultimately accepts this, because consumes a lot of magical energy, but it is his only option, attacking her and trying to kill her in that single attack. And he gets close enough to slash her with the scythe, saying that it's a good thing, she's just an illusion, because if it were the real Sky, he would have lost. Then, Sky Kaya speaks to June, telling him that she will be waiting for him, smiling as she disappears. And so, he passes the ghost challenge, and to advance, he has to say something. So he says he doesn't even need to ask, and moves on to the next challenge. Well, I'll tell you, reading it like this is already a bit touching, but imagine him, burdened with the guilt of having left all his friends frozen, with them giving their lives so that he could save the world. Imagine how the people who lived with you must feel. For many, many years. It must be very tense, but even more tense is that you've gotten to this point in the video and haven't left a like. I honestly can't understand it, but to redeem yourself, leave a like if you want the continuation. There's still a lot more to cover, and I'm counting on you. See you in the next video. If he leaves the country to find Kuan as a newbie, everyone will notice. Deok Go reminds him that he already said he's supporting him, so he will understand. Jay says, there's nothing that, the same as asking the rest of them to die, even after coming all this way, because the information in that room indicates that only one person can climb the stairs. But then, a woman tells him to calm down and says, they can do, so he just needs to become stronger and go see her himself. He simply asks Deok Go to tell her that he is grateful and that he will retrieve that item, but then asks what weapon it is. He should use it, and Deok Go says that the warehouse must have something good, telling him to use whatever he wants. He mentions that now they are understanding each other, so he asks when the boy is going to leave. He says he was thinking about going right now, but he thinks he should increase his vitality first, since the exam alone used up all his energy, and if his vitality is low, he can't even fight demons, let alone monsters, so he needs to prepare. And Deok then asks how long it will take, wondering if it will be a month, but he says that this is too much, asking if he doesn't think so, and saying that 10 days is enough. Then, he goes to Namang province, to Salmar Mountain, and upon arriving in front of the portal, he finally prepares to enter the portal of the Dawn Curse. The requirements to complete that place are simply to survive until dawn, and when he is inside the location, the sun is already setting. Then he notices that it's actually quite comfortable there, but realizes he was holding his breath, and seeing that cemetery in front of him, he thinks that comfortable isn't quite the right word. Right, because he must have gone a little crazy. But, upon reading a little more, he realizes that, according to the information, that gate isn't as difficult as he thought, and the objective is simple. He just needs to survive until sunrise. And his timing was good, because, after searching for information, he discovered that the groups that entered in the morning were the ones that survived the longest. Time inside the portal is different, and people who entered in the afternoon didn't have time to get used to the time difference, and probably had to fight immediately. And in the end, there was that they don't have much time left and need to decide carefully, so they believe Specter is the one who should go. He's impressed with Sky's suggestion, but the others also agree with him, and nothing they could do because they were just level 1 players. And on the other hand, he's already been through all kinds of things, so they should give him everything they have. As time passes, the night falls, and he says there's something there. He has this strange, uncomfortable feeling, like he's being watched, perhaps by the undead. He says this is going to be a mess, and as soon as he gets up, the undead rise from the ground, and one of them grabs the protagonist's leg. He says he knew this was going to happen, hitting the creature in the head, trying to kill it, but then he realizes it didn't work, saying that he doesn't need to go out, that he can go back to sleep, because he senses many of them around. And so, night arrives, and the level A hunter vision is activated, and so all of his senses are strengthened, and the creature becomes even stronger, realizing the mess it's in with so many undead around, noticing that there are a lot of them there. They don't feel pain, so they don't care about lethal attacks. They ignore the player's damage, and only focus on attacking, and that's the worst thing possible, because they are perfect for can instill fear in newcomers who lack any healing abilities. He finally understood why they call that place the newcomer's graveyard. Then, more monsters emerge from the ground, attempting to attack him, but he kicks them away with ease, ending that threat. After all, the guy is a top-tier newbie. He's not so weak as to be defeated by a bunch of weaklings. But then, when he looking back, he sees the number of monsters increasing more and more, and he thinks it's too much. After a while, he's very tired, wondering if it's ever going to end. Falling on the ground, he rests for a moment on a tombstone, but then he hears someone speaking, asking who's there, and he's scared to death when he hears that voice asking where the person is. So that voice, it's mentioned that, besides Specter, they have weaknesses against ice abilities. Callie expresses his frustration at not being able to go, but there's really no one who can replace Specter. It's all good, responds, saying that he's right there. The protagonist runs over and sees a coffin, and starts to realize that the person is underneath it, and she confirms that yes, she's there. He asks how she got in. She says, who trusted his friends and followed them there, only for them all to die except for him. So, the person asks the professional to get him out of there, but the boy says he already understands, and before that, asks if he could scream very loudly. Then, that thing asks why he would shout. He says he needs to know its exact location, and so he actually screams, and the protagonist notices that that's where the head is shooting at that thing several times with the golden ammo. And he says to himself that he was thinking that that portal was too easy to have killed 100 people. He is surprised, noting that it was that person who had made that place into a cemetery for newcomers, summoning the manhole that emerges from below, revealing its true form, and asking the protagonist how he found out. Then, Jun R goes after him, saying that there's no way anyone can be left alive in an incomplete portal, because after the fight starts, the portal closes, even if there is only one player alive, and the fight. Previous players probably knew this too, but sometimes they end up acting without thinking. He says that's why, even with the zombies, it wasn't difficult to defeat them. They just ended up dying because of the fraudster. And so all the monsters die, and he ends the Dawn Curse. He notices that, with everything that happened, he leveled up 4 times. These stats only increase every 5 levels, so they haven't increased much, but he thinks he should be content with what he has. But then he wonders if that's it. Is that really all? But it turns out that he receives the C rank skill, Confession of the Dead, of rank C. He notes that he was startled because he thought there would be no reward, and says that he is happy because he thought he was going to get a random item, but it was a new skill. And the confession of the... And the other girl says that, since C figured it out so quickly, they'll just say everyone shares the same opinion, which confuses him, and he questions what she means. She says she doesn't think dead allows him to look into the memories of the dead. Upon discovering that it's an ability to read memories, he thinks that if he can only read the memories of the dead, it might not be very useful. But Saekwon Wu acquired that ability to format the deceiver because the requirements are specific, but maybe it will be useful. And this is an ability he achieved not as a wraith, but rather, as player Junwoo. So he's happy about that, because he's excited for what's ahead. And with the protagonist already there, he gets angry, because ever since the boy came back, they haven't shut up, and he hasn't been able to rest for a single day. But the protagonist says that he still looks very happy and radiant. He says it's cool to see those guild idiots frustrated. He says, it must be good. For him, as guilds generally don't take incomplete portals, so why are reporters bothering with them? But he doesn't even answer. He asks Joao Rose, otherwise he won't even reveal himself. He says no, saying it's not time yet. But Doc Go says that if they find out he closed an incomplete gate, he'll be very sought after. But the protagonist talks to him, asking about him. He muses that people buy luxury items even if they are mass-produced in the same factory. He questions whether it's because they're expensive, and answers himself, saying, yes, it's because they're special, and because not everyone can buy them. So, he asks if the protagonist will become a luxury item, and he replies, no, not just any luxury item, but an item that everyone desires, yet no one knows where to find, a legendary limited edition. Deok points out that he wants to tie them down, and he confirms that's exactly right. Deok then remarks that sometimes the boy has a really awful personality, but the protagonist replies that he still can't leave them like that for too long, saying that smart people will figure it out soon. He wonders if that guy will appear in other incomplete portals, and if reporters will also show up at the incomplete portals. He needs to say it, but she also believes Specter should go. And so, everyone decides to entrust everything to Specter. He asks if they're sure they won't regret waiting for him to appear. He doesn't need to be arrogant enough to announce himself, as the world will eventually find out. Music. So, Diuk asks, since when did he is bothered by the arrogance, and the protagonist gets irritated, but he just talks, inviting him to eat. A while later, the protagonist is doing handstand push-ups, and after reaching the 73rd repetition, he fails and almost falls, but manages to complete it by falling backward. And with that, his strength stat increases by 1 point. He thinks that he has finally managed to lie down on the ground, and after that, he stops to drink some water, saying that he finally feels alive, and then he glances at his watch, seeing many, many dungeons that he can complete. And so he says that Lilf's garden appeared years ago, the oldest incomplete gate in Korea, and if a portal stays like this for too long, monsters start to come out, and these are called open portals, and the government and the association offered a large reward to anyone who could close the portal, and people from all over the country tried, but there were 124 attempts and 124 failures. Then he says that they chose not to open the portal to other countries, and instead spent a small fortune to recruit India's super rookie, Charvish, who was a bow genius. In terms of potential, he could have reached Gilbert Green's level, or perhaps even surpassed it, but he failed, and everyone lost hope of closing the portal because a 22-year-old player with such a bright future died. He thinks it's a shame, especially considering it could have been him, so he prepared even more carefully, having just increased his strength through rigorous exercise. So all his stats, from magic, are above 30, which should be enough, as his stats are at their maximum for his level. But if even a rising star like Charvish failed to close the portal, he can't work. The poor guy must be shaking with anticipation by now. I'm posting part 2 early. Like I said, if you leave a like, enjoy the video, and show that you're enjoying it, I'll bring the perplations. This decision. They find his question strange, and the guy in the cowboy hat says they might even regret it if he loses to the Ice Queen, and they all die in vain, but they trust him. Rule out the possibility of some hidden threat lurking there, and he prepares by considering all possible scenarios, and yet, he uses a bit of his magic, saying that since he can use the freeze ability and has started getting used to it, he imagines how strong it will be in a real fight, and so he goes to Lilf's garden, finally arriving there, and then, to close the portal, he needs to defeat all the monsters. He doesn't know how many Lilfs will come out, but if groups of 4 have failed, it means there's some kind of hidden trap that killed them. At that moment, he looks around, wondering what that maze down there is, and thinks that, for now, he has to stay away from that suspicious place. The Lilfs come out at night, so he decides to just relax, and night really falls. Then they start sprouting from the ground out of nowhere, and make a noise next to the protagonist, scaring him. He says that, at least, they should let him know they were coming, and so the night arrives, and all the protagonist's senses are strengthened, but he realizes that there are only 2 so far, but he thinks it's a good reception, as he throws the attacks on top of the boy. Then the protagonist charges forward, planting his halberd firmly in the ground, and leaping over the incoming attack, preparing to strike, and, having successfully jumped, he uses his ice to create a spear and hurls it at those creatures, calmly dispatching them along with his friend. He then realizes that the spear is quite effective, as the Ice Queen's power is definitely useful. But then another attack comes rushing towards him, and he realizes that it's a horde of monsters, realizing that the previous 2 were just a small sample, and so he once again advances towards those things, killing them all with ease, chopping the monsters to pieces and cleaving them in half. The last one remaining is disoriented, but the protagonist appears behind it, preparing his final attack. Sky must know that their deaths won't be in vain, right? He's shocked that everyone trusts him so much, saying that if it's the Specter, he'll be able to do it. But then, to finally put an end to this, and when he finally eliminates the monster, he notes how quickly it went, but then notices that several more have appeared. When did this happen? There are twice as many ahead, and he begins to realize that they multiply when killed. After the protagonist confronts these creatures, he starts running, wondering how many there are, and gets angry about it. The monsters chase after him, throwing vines at the protagonist. He needs to defend himself with everything he has, increasingly using the Queen's powers as best as possible, because now he has a spear and an ice shield that blocks those vines. Using that shield, he also prepares to attack, using the power of shadows, and then, all the monsters are struck with a single, beautiful frontal slash. And when they fall dead, he notices that he is too tired, wondering how many hours have passed, because it is exhausting, but it is not impossible to close the portal. However, one thing is bothering him. Even with his rank X ability, if this is all the difficulty there is, then 4 people should be enough. And, among the players who had attempted to close the portal in the last 9 years, Several possessed incredible potential. What's more, Sharvish's super rookie was one of them, and from what he had seen, he should have, having managed to take care of at least half of the monsters on his own, and if he had more people with him, they would have been able to close the portal, and the monsters keep coming at him relentlessly, and the protagonist continues thinking, with the CGO, why did he fail while killing the monsters, until he finally finishes Lilf's garden, and so, as the sun rises, he says he saw his life flash before his eyes, but as long as he hasn't died, he's okay. He says he wonders how he got there, because he wasn't even thinking about anything, questioning where he is, feeling tempted to enter, he apologizes. And so, 25 years later, in 2024, monsters that humanity cannot defeat have appeared, and it is said that the Frost Queen was the monster that defied logic and that maze. And so he really thinks that there is nothing wrong, preparing to go in, but just then he sees a dead person right there, saying that he smells the scent of bodies. He wonders if they were trying to escape, given the number of groups present. He then thinks the maze was just a waste of time, because if they can't block the horde, it will become a dead end. He finally reaches the end of the maze, but when he looks to the side, he sees Tocharv there, recognizing that bow, because if he remembers correctly, they call him Storm. And so, he pays his respects, asking for permission before taking the storm bow, because if he shoots an arrow with it, it will fly around unpredictably, like a butterfly, and they say it moved like the wind during a storm, hence the name. Remembering that the Indian government entrusted it to Tocharv, he notes that it is indeed him, until he realizes something else. A journal. Wanting to see who it belongs to, he reads that on the 7th of April 2044, at 12:40 p.m., the owner was sent to clear the Lilf's portal in Korea. He was very happy when they asked him for, that's him saying he'll do whatever it takes. But apparently, his father spoke with Tochar, telling him to reconsider, since the portal still hadn't been closed after all these years. He might not be able to return, but he says that the Koreans came all the way there to ask for his help, asking how he could refuse, as that would go against Vishnu's teachings. So, he says he's level 10 now, and this is his only chance to enter Liafer's garden, so he has to go. And a while later, he asks a girl if she'll go with him. She says that, of course she will, because she believes in him and will follow him wherever he goes. And even if he said he was going alone, she would find a way to go with him anyway. She's very happy that he asked her to. Froze the Pacific pipe with a snap of her fingers, and everyone fell into despair when she appeared. But the 5 heroes continued to carry the flame of hope, heading, be able to go. And furthermore, she has to protect him. He's surprised to hear her say that. Al is very happy that Zaya is going with him, saying that there's no one else he would trust more. Her back is exposed, and she's aware of it. The girl responds, affirming that she is indeed his partner. Beyond just partners, they vow to close the portal, no matter the cost. In another area, Tuchar watches one of his teammates talking to his daughter, promising her that he will return. Then, Tuchar speaks to him, apologizing for having called him that earlier. The teammate replies that this is the first time he's going on such a long trip, leaving his daughter like this, but her mother is there to care for her. He couldn't refuse Tuchar's request for help. And Tuchar thanks him, and the teammate says that since he's going with the great super rookie, he needs to do his part. After that, they head to New Delhi, to the Indi Grande International Airport, and prepare to fly together with his fiancée and one other member, arriving there and training a bit. He mentions he has a good feeling about this. Then, on April 24, 204, at 11:37 a.m., they entered the Lilf's garden, finally. And when they enter, they think it's incredibly beautiful. It's the first time they've seen a portal like this, but they snap back to reality, remembering they're in a dungeon and can't get distracted. They decide that, for the time being, they'll observe the area. And then, at 8:33, they appear. They wonder if it took a little too long, and so, more of them arrive, and they begin to kill the monsters, calmly, and their numbers double, reaching 32. This time, the numbers keep growing, and eventually, the tank gets hit in the chest and starts bleeding. Tuchar, seeing this, is surprised, and they order the others to be gathered and to run away. They start running into the labyrinth, and that girl tells Tuchar to hurry, because they need to find shelter, and he thinks that, towards Antarctica. And a nerdy boy in the stands asks if the group attacked the nest, and the presenter confirms that's right, noting that even though he's young, he's very smart. He says that the players, every time they defeat the horde, their numbers only increase, doubling in size with each passing day. This dungeon is completely insane, and so, after some time inside that labyrinth, The group's tank ultimately can't withstand the attacks, asking Tochar to take care of his daughter before dying in front of his friends. And so, on April 25th at 5:29 a.m., only 3 of them remain, and one of his companions succumbs to his injuries, and Chao cries incessantly. And, at 7:01 a.m., the sun begins to set, and he prays to Chiva, begging her to grant him mercy, because only then will he be able to write again tomorrow. And, about to fight once more, they can't endure any longer. He continues writing in his diary, stating that they defeated the 4th LV Horde last night, and the 5th will arrive soon, consisting of at least 120 enemies. They have been fighting for their lives, and there are still about 40 left to face. He can't handle so many alone, looking to the side and seeing his bride sleeping, completely exhausted. But he believes that they will be able to escape from there that day, praying that, please, there won't be a 6th Horde. But then, after the 6th Horde, the girl finally dies in his arms. He cries a lot about it and says he promised to close the portal, but what's the point of doing so without them there? But then, someone speaks to him. Char says it's time for him to die, and the assassin aims at Char, but he manages to foresee the attack coming through his fiancée's crystal ball and is careful to evade it. Attack. And the killer ends up hitting him in the shoulder, alerting him. Then the killer is surprised that he managed to dodge, saying that he certainly deserves to be the India's rising star. And Char notices his eyes, realizing that he really was a demon, asking how he could deceive them like that, and how he could be a Bai. Legendaries achieved the greatest feat in history and are called the 5 heroes. And so the presenter asks everyone to pay their respects, because thanks to the 5 heroes, the Frost Queen, demon. Regarding Z being brought there, he says that was the stupidest thing he's ever heard, and it's quite simple. His girlfriend was just as much of an idiot as he was, because even then, he didn't know he would have. So many buffs like that, so he thought he'd lend a hand before his friends all died. They were useless, and died way too fast, and it almost became dangerous for him. But in this, he starts to get irritated, and the demon thanks him for helping to close the portal, but says now he has to weather the storm, and then he can join his friends. But then Char stays, crazy, but ends up noticing something, looking astonished, and the demon asks what that face is about, asking if he's afraid to die. But then a 6th Horde actually appears, and so Hanem notices, seeing that the boy ran away, and says that he didn't think he would run, but it doesn't matter because he's going to die from poisoning anyway. But as the boy runs, Han doesn't even notice what's happening, with several monsters falling on top of him and killing him too. He notices that there really was a 6th Horde running around poisoned, becoming frustrated because he can't even feel his arm anymore, could utilize the power he had borrowed. And with that, he declares that he will use all of his power to kill all of those demons. Furthermore, he vows to avenge all of his friends who perished. And with that, he declares that he will avenge all of his friends who died. Moreover, he says that he will take revenge for all of his friends who died. And with that, he declares that he will avenge all of his friends who died. Moreover, he says that he will take revenge for all of his friends who died, was defeated, and several safe zones appeared on Earth, after which everything improved. But then, the nerd screams, saying that the ice statue has just moved. But then the girl on stage, and with that, he declares that he will avenge all of his friends who died. Moreover, he says that he will take revenge for all of his friends who died. May Chavis become one with the eternal soul, and may all those wretches burn in hell, as someone, somewhere, begs for this warrior to be avenged. And so, the protagonist is the right person who ends up seeing it all. He is very grateful to Tuchar, since he has already figured everything out. The number of buffs increases with the number of players. He went alone, so he didn't have many buffs. He managed to kill them in a relatively easy way. Just thinking that he could have come there with 3 other people makes him sick, because he doesn't even want to contemplate it. And so, he says he's going to take the diary with him just to be safe. And as for the bow, he contemplates it a bit more, since he's going to borrow it for a while. And it's not like he's getting it for free or anything, because he's going to kill those wretched demons and avenge him, bidding farewell forever to the young hero of India. And returning to the association building, Deck says that the protagonist was right, because they didn't say anything and now everyone knows. And he says he had already mentioned that this would happen. He said he was holding back from saying anything at the entrance, but he decided to drop it. Why did Diu go there so early? He could have told him through Vita. He says it's more polite to discuss this kind of thing in person. Furthermore, the Indian government sent him a message because they wanted to thank him for the diary, and the families have been informed. The protagonist reacts in a very apathetic manner, saying that it's good to hear. He says he can be happy for those old grudges. The protagonist says that of course he is, but despite that, the storm is a pity, since it was created as a weapon for national defense, yet it was in Tocha's inventory. Then, the protagonist asks for explanations, saying that this is impossible, because the temperature inside that compartment is controlled 24 hours a day, so nothing should happen to the statues that he can look at what's right in his hand, showing the weapon to Diok. He can't believe what he's seeing, and asks if the protagonist is crazy. Then, he asks why he has that weapon, and at that moment, he says he should have left it there, since he knows very well that it belongs to the Indian government, but claims he only borrowed it. Then, he questions what he's going to say, questioning his protector about it. He's trying to say that Char transferred the bow to him, but then he simply gives up, telling the boy to fend for himself, saying it doesn't matter. He says he will use it carefully, so he doesn't. He doesn't need to get angry, but he tells him not to joke about it, because they think the bow is gone. But the protagonist says that's not what he's talking about. He says it's because of the demon that he will attract, but he says that he died in the portal. However, the protagonist thinks that he probably wasn't the only one after the bow, and that guy must have seen the news reports, but he wasn't stupid enough to believe them. And indeed, that's correct. He says he's a crazy guy who values items more than lives. He will know he has the bow, and will come after him. Go thinks that the Ano. What's worse is that he's right, and the only person he can think of is the demon archer, Carl Sign, who is famous for his collection of bows, and the protagonist mentions that even the other demons, they say he's one of the good ones, but because of that, he's wanted all over the world, and Dago remembers that he doesn't meet the level requirement, so he can't personally enter the free garden, and the protagonist says that's exactly right. If he comes after him, he'll work with other demons to catch him at the next incomplete portal, and he'll be even stronger than when Tuar was alive. But then Dago asks what he's talking about, saying it's too dangerous and that it's still possible to return it. However, the protagonist tells him to stay calm, because if they start preparing now, there won't. Ice. But she is shocked to hear a noise behind her, and when she turns around, she notices that they have actually started to move, and just like that, something explodes from there and falls forward, and the protagonist is breaking everything for be any problem, asking if he thinks he'll be an easy target. So, Dago thinks for a moment, and says of course not, but he's still worried and speaks to his friend, saying he wants to keep him safe. The protagonist smiles slightly, asking who he thinks he is, because he is the first and only. Mr. Joao R tells him not to worry too much, as it won't be like 25 years ago. Then, he notices that the guy really hasn't changed at all despite the frozen time, but then he receives a call and leaves in a hurry, saying that he has to refuse and asking him to please send them back. And the protagonist doesn't understand anything, asking what's going on. He says that reporters are coming in droves, and they all heard that he closed the portals and want an interview. And the protagonist then thinks for a bit, talking to Diug and asking him not to send them home. He asks why not, and the protagonist says that if they are going to fight the demons, they should at least choose the battlefield. He says he's going to hold a press conference, and just like that, all the reporters are sitting around, eagerly awaiting the protagonist's statement. Meanwhile, they will. Doing research on Joao R, since his first portal was the Curse of Dawn. The next portal was Leoff's Garden, and it's been a while since they've seen such a good rookie, and they're saying that Korea might have another player on par with King, Jong, or Shin Song-ryun. They also mention that he has a talent for attracting attention, even amongst countless other talented players, and that he shines too brightly. Then, they notice he's arriving and ask to take a photo, but they're surprised because the protagonist shows up with the nerdy NEET, who never leaves his house, wearing flip-flops, shorts, and a cheap t-shirt. And they're left, wondering if this is really the player who cleared 2 incomplete portals, questioning if that crazy guy wandered into the press conference by accident, while he thinks it's quite a sight to behold. There. So, it is said that the absorption rate was 100%, and they congratulate him, and the protagonist feels incredibly cold when he comes out of that block of ice, and they say he completely absorbed the Ice Queen's core, wondering if Joao R shouldn't have at least changed his clothes, but he says he used to dress up all the time when he was a Specter, and now it's a pain. However, he simply introduces himself to everyone as Joao R, and says they're going to be holding that press conference for half an hour, starting right now. So, he's left speechless, and forgets to ask his question. Then, everyone jumps in, wanting to recount the details of his experiences in the portals, asking how he felt when entering them, and questioning if there was a specific reason he debuted in incomplete portals. And, he says he will begin with the Dawn Curse, answering all their questions. So, they ask what that is, because it seems he's already experienced it before, and he's more experienced than he appears, and the protagonist notices that their time is finally up, saying he will answer one last question. Then, someone raises their hand, asking if he has decided on his next portal. He says no, because there's a portal he wants to go to, but his level is too low for it. And then they inquire, what portal is that? He says it's the Eastern Sea portal, smiling at everyone, including one of the reporters who drops their pen, wonders what he's talking about. And then, everyone goes crazy, taking photos and recording this moment, and they question if he's really saying that. Of that Eastern Sea portal, the last uncompleted portal in Korea, if he succeeds, he will have closed 3 incomplete portals, something that has never happened before, and the protagonist says that he is. That's right, smiling at everyone, leaving them even more surprised, and they mention that there's a boss there, asking if he has anything to say about it, stating that the association has been discussing whether or not they should take a risk with a ranked portal, asking if he doesn't think it might be too dangerous, and the protagonist thinks it makes sense that they are reacting negatively, because I was also dying to see what happens next. So, we have another part of our frozen popsicle. My friend, this is getting better and better. I'm losing my voice. And received a new ability, Frost of Hank X. He is shocked by what he is seeing, which is very different from when he went to sleep, wondering what the hell is going on there. So, in the newspapers, this is the effect of having a strong boss, as bosses are on a different level than normal monsters, being immensely powerful, and some of them even take the monsters as servants and act as their kings. But he simply tells all the reporters that if he fights a boss, he will win, and he knows it. The press conference ends, and his entire speech goes online, which causes someone to be left. Observing, they notice that they are making a fuss over a newbie, but they say that this just shows how important incomplete portals are. It's been a good while since they've heard something so interesting on the first floor, and that assistant says that if he is interested, he could contact him, but he says no, stating that he is not interested yet. In fact, it is far from that. And when something extraordinary happens once, they say it's destiny. If this happens twice, they say it's skill. But he thinks they should wait until a best of 3 before playing, as there is no need to remember all the names of the people who will soon die. The man in front of the arrogant guy keeps shaking and says that he, player Junwoo, performs yet another miracle and receives an invitation from Shingum himself, the leader of Goblin, Korea's largest guild. Meanwhile, Prota dismisses all the invitations, saying, it's not bad, but it's not good either, so he dismisses them. By the way, he asks if all of these are requests for cooperation, and Deok says it's because of the press conference, and he's become quite popular. Then he says that they offer good XP, drops, and a good level of difficulty, in addition to good payment, and it's difficult to find a request with all 3 requirements. He says he honestly thinks they can try the last one. But then Delg says, no, because if he helps now, it will set a precedent, and asks about the request he accepted, as it's from a father who is looking for a cure for his daughter, who has. News breaks about Prota, announcing that the legend has awakened from his long sleep, and the Specter has returned after 25 years, and everyone is talking about it. He's shocked that so much time has passed, considering he's been a terminal illness, and the key to the cure is the core of a gray fox. So, Prota thinks about it, since he hasn't heard that name in quite a while, and Deok Go remembers that he saw like back when he was starting out as a player, and Prota mentions he almost died that day. But then, Dek Go says it's easier to just show him. It's the Divine Fox National Ranking Portal. He's surprised when he sees the images. Then, Delk Go explains that the portal only appeared 3 months ago and hasn't been declared an incomplete portal yet, but a monster inside has already devoured 7 parties. And Prota notices that the required level is higher than the Grey Fox portal he closed as a Specter, meaning it will be more difficult than before. Then, Dago says it won't be as difficult, as it seems, since player levels have increased since then, and the items have gotten much better too. He mentions he hasn't seen any good players since returning, but he believes in Dek Go. He says he's right, because if he wants to see the skills of his rookies, he should go with this one. Then he reveals that it's actually a request from a friend of his, which surprises Prota. Asks if he knows the Myungo group, mentioning that he is the president, and questions whether he is Choi Man-hill's son. He reveals that Choi Man-hill actually has a second son, named Choi Pot, and so, when they are arguing, someone knocks on the door, and a girl enters, asking the president if he had called for her. He welcomes her, announcing that from now on, she will be his secretary, an advisor to John R. However, the protagonist thinks that no matter how famous he is as a rookie, it would be suspicious if the president kept doing everything for him, and so, she enters the place all polite, speaking with the protagonist, who reciprocates in kind. Go then tells Josendo that she will speak with the group's president, asking them to work well with C1. She is extremely responsible, and he, frozen for all this time, his entire body is weak, and he can barely clench his fists, and he notices that his body is still trembling. But then, they arrive, calling for Prota, saying that they can trust her in the future, and the girl thanks him for his kindness, while he hopes that the two of them will produce good results. Then, she speaks with Jun R, asking if he knows about the Manhwa group, and the protagonist says, yes, because they are #1 in Korea, and she mentions that they are famous for having a clean tax record and no scandals, which is typical for wealthy families, and their life was perfect. But a tragedy occurred, and the eldest daughter, Choi Puro, has youngsters breakup syndrome, and the protagonist explains that it is an innate disease that some people with great energy end up developing, and the only way to treat it is by transplanting something with great yang energy into her body to prolong her lifespan. And she says that one of the ways to treat this disease is by using the gray fox core. And 29 years ago, Spectro Nin, who was the best player at the time, killed the gray foxes and proved its effectiveness. And she says that Spectro is someone she greatly admires, and the protagonist feels saddened, but she questions why he became so shy, and he replies that he was just touched by the story. And as soon as he arrives, he notices that things remain the same, and he asks if he has ever been there before. He replies that it was a long time ago, so she asks him to wait there, as she will go in first to make sure nothing happens. Then, someone comes to the door asking if he is John Rock, and says it's a pleasure to meet him, as they have been waiting for him. He says that he is the leader of that family, and the secretary is surprised that he came in person. And the protagonist also introduces himself to him. But the president says that he is the hero who has been closing incomplete portals for the safety of the citizens, and that he is the one who is honored. But as soon as he touches his hand, the protagonist realizes that he is literally trembling, and says that this is his only wish, begging him to please save his beloved Resum from this damn disease. Then, the protagonist recalls, President of the Players Association is coming there now. He wonders if it's someone he wants to meet, because if it's someone he doesn't know, he'll send them away since he hates to. That he needs the gray fox core. He confirms, saying that he has searched for every possible piece of information. He found out about a case in France of someone recovering completely, and they said it was because of the gray fox core. And he gets straight to the point, stating that he will offer 15 billion won as a reward, and will also provide any item or material he needs in the portal, and anything else he requires, as long as he can obtain it. And so the girl is surprised that the reward is excessively high. He will definitely accept, but then the protagonist apologizes, saying that he has to refuse, and everyone there is shocked by the boy's response. So, he elaborates further and says that they will give him 25, or even 30, billion, asking if that's still not enough, but the protagonist clarifies that he's not suggesting they increase the offer, and 10 billion is more than sufficient. The girl is just as surprised as the president. So he inquires if he may ask the reason for this refusal, and he explains that when Spectro received the offer from the French contractor, he received 100 million, and the contractor was willing to give up. He refused his entire company to save his daughter, asking only for the 100 million. His reasoning was consistent. You shouldn't take advantage of someone desperate to save their daughter. Sometime later, on the way home, the girl says she will park the car and tells him to go on ahead. She then remembers asking if the protagonist had heard the story about the specter of the president. The protagonist, Miguel, and President Shindogu were close friends. So, he asks her if she believes the story, since the president has a reputation for being weak and an alcoholic. But she says it's quite the opposite. Someone as kind as him definitely would have done it. He then questions whether she thinks he was a kind person. So, regarding the specter, she says that it is what she be bothered. But then the doctor says yes, explaining that the president always talks about Specter, saying he was a close friend, and Prota understands very well, as there aren't many people who would call him a thinks, and she's even more certain after hearing what he said today. The Specter saw his parents die right in front of him, and the contractor had the money to offer 10 billion won, and if that were the case, she doesn't think he would have even bothered to suggest a price. Someone who couldn't save their own family wouldn't want to let others experience the same pain. But she mentions that, of course, no one but him knows that, and the protagonist is quite surprised by the girl's deduction. Sometime later, Dekgo asks how it went. He replies that they only talked for 2 hours, and that she's good at giving advice. He says that soon, he will recognize her true value. She could work in a famous guild, or a large company with just her gift of the gab. Only, decided to work there because the association is taking care of Spectro, and so they continue walking as the protagonist asks where they are. But Dekko notices that he's changing the comforto subject simply because he's embarrassed to open that door with his fingerprint. He adds that if he wants to defeat a monster on the Gray Fox's level, he'll need to bring something useful along, and that the place is filled with all sorts of ancient weapons, and he mentions that, over the past 25 years, their technology has greatly advanced, allowing them to create material weapons beyond imagination, thus changing the tradition of players. Then, he tosses a sword to the protagonist, instructing him to try using magic on it. As the protagonist infuses the sword with his magic, it begins to glow like a saber. He explains that, by using a little magic on the sword, an artificial key sword will manifest, capable of easily piercing an orc's hide. The protagonist pauses, contemplating this. Meanwhile, the president continues, saying that another person wanted a shield imbued with magic, and goes on to describe everything they have. However, the protagonist then inquires whether players have only been using these types of weapons lately. Dekko is taken aback, friend, so he thanks him for the warning, assuming he'll find out who it is when they arrive, since the world really has changed anyway. He remembers that it was what he and all his friends wanted, a peaceful world, explaining that high-tech weapons are very efficient, so he doesn't see why they wouldn't use them. The protagonist asks if even the rankers use them. He replies that he isn't certain, as rankers generally use custom weapons. However, the protagonist says that these things are just children's toys in the face of real predators, and that they will be useless against monsters that can shatter the player's magic. So, he talks to Duke, asking why he thinks weak monsters appear in the lower levels, questioning if it's because they would die if they faced strong monsters. And he confirms that's exactly the reason. It's ironic, but the system is fair in this regard, and players who try to evolve by facing enemies with similar stats can then defeat stronger enemies with the strength and experience they have gained. But then, Duke asks if he doesn't think these weapons are effective against strong monsters. Strong monsters. The protagonist confirms that's exactly right. Then, Dugo says he's correct, because players who only rely on high-tech weapons have never achieved anything significant, and these weapons are only good at cost-effective for clearing portals of a similar level. And Prota says he understands, until he sees a sword tossed in the corner, asking what it is. And Dekko says that this sword, it was also made of new materials, but it wasn't particularly useful, so he discarded it. But then Prota asks if he's serious, unleashing his best attack, making everything around them shake, and Dekko almost craps himself. Then he says that the world has really become interesting, and asks what the problem is with those players who are limiting themselves with these toys. And, sometime later, in front of that portal where Prota said he was going to enter, he notices that there are a lot of reporters and players, and T talks to him, saying that everyone is excited about the core of, but then he wonders what he should do now, since all he knows is how to fight. He then wonders if he's unemployed, but figures it doesn't matter, because he doesn't need that mask anymore. Gray Fox, because, including him, a group of 27 people will enter the portal, and some of the participants were sent by guilds, and Prota looks thoughtful as he exits, and says he would like another cup of that delicious tea she made. But he also tells the girl that she will have to wake up earlier than usual tomorrow. She questions this, and he explains that after today's portal, he will receive a lot of cooperation requests, and as soon as he leaves to enter the portal, all the reporters come to harass him, and then they ask John Rowe if it's true that he was sent on a personal mission by the Mongo group, and since it's his first time fighting with other players, they ask how he feels about it. Meanwhile, the other players in the corner are saying that you could even think he's a ranker, because normal players like him are always left aside, and the girl says he's the rookie of the moment, so they probably wrote about him in the newspapers, but they are surprised that that skinny guy actually closed 2 incomplete portals. They don't believe it, since even his items look like crap, but they think the protagonist must have more items in his inventory, questioning if he really thinks he would enter the portal with only that weapon. But that concludes the interviews, and they prepare to enter and head to inside the portal. And already inside, at the portal's entrance, amidst the burning dunes, everything is just sand. They think it's a huge desert, and wonder how they're going to be able to fight in this sand, because it's too hot. But then one of them shouts, asking everyone to listen. They ask who it is, and he introduces himself, Tonha Hai, a member of the 13th ranked guild in Korea. And all the other NPCs are surprised that the SH guild will participate. So he says that, as they already know, there isn't much you can do alone in a portal like this. And since his group is, but then, when he takes off his mask, they're surprised, and asks Specter why he removed it. And Prota says it's because the world is peaceful now, and they no longer need heroes. Large, they don't want to fight amongst themselves and end up in unnecessary danger. He says that he would like to make a proposal, and that guy with the horns questions him about it. He mentions 10 million. Han and his guild are offering 10 million OS each to anyone who follows their instructions inside, but they actually want to keep the real reward for themselves, the Gray Fox core, and everyone remains surprised that what he really wants is the Gray Fox core, but he claims that paying everyone won't even cost 300 million ons. Then he asks how they plan to obtain the core without help from Shanghai, adding that his guild is trying to be generous, and if anyone changes their mind, they'll offer 5 million. The others consider it for a moment, but ultimately accept. Meanwhile, that's it, Prota leaves on his own. Then, that guild member asks if Junro won't be joining them. He replies that he plans to go alone, leaving everyone else behind. And the larger man says that the rumors must have been exaggerations, since he's supposedly a genius. But since he's decided to fight alone in a place like this, they don't need to worry about him. But then the leader asks when he said, who was worried and getting angry, calling for everyone to come along. But the protagonist goes his own way and talks about the Gray Fox, describing him as something between a monster and a mythical creature, a boss with 9 tails that grow every 1,000 years. When all the tails have grown, he will ascend to the heavens and become a millennium fox to care for his race. And every time, the number of tails increases, the number of fire foxes he can control also increases, and it is unknown how many tails the Gray Fox from this portal has. And for now, he has to find a good place. But when he looks to the side, everyone else notices it too. Then, the guy from the Xeon Re-Guild attacks the ground, and several foxes, fire foxes, come out of there. But he tells them not to. But then they try to talk to Prota, while he wonders what's going on. At that moment, the guy in the suit, who always seems to appear in this type of manga, arrives asking to explain things, and Prota is surprised that it's the same person from back then. Everyone there laughs and says they'd like to talk privately with that guy, asking everyone else to leave. And so on. Panic, and to follow the instructions, as the vice leader will tell him how many there are. He says there are about 30, and the monsters attack while they wait, looking for the best moment. Attack those things. Then, the fat guy starts activating a nearby mechanism, and 4 towers rise up around them, electrocuting the approaching foxes. At them, and everyone is surprised that it actually worked. And Shanghai orders the monsters to investigate, saying that they are in a different era now, far beyond such weak weapons and simple traps. And this is the power of the second floor's technology. They head out like Power Rangers, loaded with gear for the fight, and they boast that they've already killed more than half of them, with leader Tai declaring it. The fat guy says that if they keep this up, they'll catch the Gray Fox easily. But then he's told that if he has time to talk, he should keep attacking. The girl says she was nervous after hearing something about the Gray Fox, but dismisses it as nothing. And Lex Luthor says this is because they joined the SH Guild, but then something gigantic appears above them, plunging everything into darkness. And Lex, he lifts his head, asking what's going on, and then the huge Gray Fox with multiple tails appears, a gigantic monster just staring at them. The bald man then shouts that the fox has arrived. There, she sees the dead pups below, becomes extremely angry, and starts screaming and threatening them. Then they notice that she has 9 tails in total, and there's no way that it's a 9-tailed fox. The one Specter defeated barely had 6 tails. At this, the guild leader orders them to pull themselves together, maintain formation, and focus on attacking. But everyone is trembling and definitely doesn't look like they're going to be of any help, even though they think they have the guild with them. But then the guild leader thinks that it doesn't matter if the monster pierces. Seeing Prota, he becomes a little happier, and tells June that he hasn't changed at all. Its head or its heart, it will kill it. Then he says that the trap he prepared is much stronger than anything they've ever made. And if she gets caught in it, she won't be able to escape. Today, he will kill the fox and overcome the Specter. But then, the fox breathes out such a strong burst of fire that surely not even bones are left. So, after that absurd attack, they manage to survive, but barely. And the leader thinks that none of their weapons, traps, or strategies worked, wondering how they are going to kill this huge monster, believing it's impossible. And so, she prepares to launch another attack, and he realizes that this is how he will die. But, as the attack comes, the protagonist steps in front of them all. They are surprised, instead of one, asking what he's doing and telling him to get out of the way. But the boy says he'll be fine, and the leader almost doesn't believe it as he pulls out his sword. So, here, B prepares another, Bijudama, throwing everything at the protagonist, and the guild leader thinks this is the end, but the protagonist cuts that attack in half without any problem, while they are quite surprised. And the boy feels his sword trembling from the sheer power of that attack. He realizes they were doomed from the start, but questions whether simply accepting that is the right thing to do. He tells them to gather the survivors and evacuate, but then the leader inquires about the protagonist. He responds that it's obvious. He will take care of that guy over there. Then, as the others flee, the protagonist finds himself face to face with that monster, who starts howling, seemingly to summon him. He orders everyone to leave while declaring that, now that they're gone, he's going to have some fun with that thing, and the monster summons several more balls of fire as the protagonist charges forward, dodging the monster's attacks. The monster, along with Genoa, attempts to strike the protagonist with those fireballs, but now he invokes the power of ice, creating a shield. Recording this for you at night. I really hope you enjoy it, and you already know the drill. Drop a like, smash that like button, because if you want the continuation, I need to know that. And Prota, recognizing that voice, realizes that it really is the Go, and tells him that the same thing happened to him as well, to defend himself against the fire attacks, and he declares that it's compensated, and he won't let him get any closer. But then the monster continues to force his way closer, diminishing the distance between them, and the monster goes, looking at him and creating another huge Biju Dama on top of its head. The protagonist recognizes it as the giant beast's explosion, stating that he won't survive if he gets hit as the attack is launched. At him, he quickly does something, but the attack lands exactly where he was standing. However, the fox continues searching for him until it picks up his scent, realizing he's not dead, and attacks, with its paw, taking off part of the boy's hair, but he manages to dodge and climb onto the monster's snout, coming face to face with it as the monster breathes fire upwards in an attempt to hit him. The protagonist jumps to escape. While in the air, he creates several ice platforms to use as springboards, allowing him to approach the fox faster. He says that the fox's gray power increases with the number of tails. So, he wonders what would happen if he cut off some tails, and some of them actually go flying off due to the ice and the impact he created, if they leave. He says that, of course, just as he thought, their strength will decrease. And outside, the portal is still red, indicating that the people inside are still alive. Outside, the reporters are saying that it has already been 10 hours since the players entered, and the previous group only survived for 2 days. But then one of the guys tells him not to be disrespectful, because all they can do is pray for their safe return. And inside, Prota continues to fight against that fox, who becomes increasingly desperate as he throws ice at her. And Prota realizes that this is the first time she has felt pity, saying that she has no natural enemies or rivals, and that she has only killed countless players, never imagining that one day she would become prey. And she starts to get, he said, mentioning that he had told him he was going to go bald, which makes him start to get angry, because that's the first thing he says to him after all these years. He says it's just like the damn guy he knows. Scared, attacking him in every way possible, but Prota manages to escape by jumping to the side and avoiding the monster's paw, so she keeps searching for him in the surroundings until she notices where he is. Coming. The protagonist approaches her face, questioning where she's looking while observing her from the side. Then, she starts gathering fire all around, launching it at him again, but he keeps running away and launching attacks against her. As the monster suffers increasingly from the numerous attacks he's delivering, it begins to become more and more frightened, running away from the boy and retreating while gathering a huge Bijudama to attack the protagonist. He remarks that she's really dramatic and asks why she's still resisting, even knowing that she's going to die. Then, he raises his hand, gathering the Ice Queen's power, and declares that it's already too late. And so, he summons countless ice spikes down onto the load monster, piercing it completely and killing it instantly. And when he finally finishes, he collapses to the ground exhausted, having defeated the gray fox and receiving the fox's core as a reward. And, after a while, they realize that they are leaving, and, with no way to close the portal, which closed in just 13 hours, even faster than the last group. And so, they announce that players begin to exit the portal, and among them, the first to emerge is Chamanu, from the Shang Guild. As soon as he comes out, they state that they would like an interview, ordering the injured to be taken there. They begin transporting everyone on stretchers, and he exits carrying the protagonist in his arms, who then receives treatment. And so, they announce that they have completed first aid, asking if he would like to go straight to the hospital, but he says no, and that he would like to at least give an explanation. Then, they ask if it's true that he led the players and closed the dungeon, requesting It's always been like this. He's an idiot for expecting something more exciting. But the protagonist asks if that was what he was expecting from him, asking like this. So, even after 25 years, they still haven't. For him to share how he feels, and inquiring if the gray fox really had 9 tails, stating that his name is the most searched term at the moment. Then, he begins to speak, but note that this feeling, this compliment, even if directed at the wrong person, becomes addictive after experiencing it a few times. And so, he remembers back to when he was a child, and the Erzas, the teacher asked him what he wanted to be in the future, and the boy says that when he grows up, he wants to become a great hero, just like Specter. So, he speaks to the reporters honestly, saying that he's not the one who should be getting interviewed, because now he's going to tell them what really happened inside the portal. Sometime later, the protagonist wakes up in Hanguk Hospital with her by his side, and she says, "It's 6 a.m. at Hanguk Hospital," and she asks him how he feels. He says that he's fine. She tells him that while he was out, she was reviewing the cooperation requests that it received. He was right about waking up early. He asks if it's serious, but she wants to know where he's going, since he got up and is leaving, and he replies that he's going to see President Choi Po. He must be anxious, but she tells John R. that he hasn't recovered yet. John R. replies that he just used all his male energy and will take some time off after meeting with the brass, the real patient, so they have to go see her. With that, he goes to the president, who is happy with the visit, but asks if everything is all right, since he heard that he fainted inside the room. Portal. The protagonist admits it's true, explaining he was a little tired and just taking a nap. Hearing this, the president is relieved and leads him to his daughter's room. When the protagonist opens the door, he sees her lying down, with tubes connected to her arms. He remarks that she is in worse condition than he expected, and that he has to hurry, as he pulls out the fox's core. As soon as he doff time, found a cure for baldness? Man, I know you were on ice for 25 years, but your heart turned to stone. You just don't talk about a guy's baldness, man. Are you really going to talk about a man's baldness? Removes the core. The president is terrified, and he apologizes, explaining that he forgot it's dangerous for normal people to be near the core because of the heat, and asks him to wait outside. And he says he should have asked this before, but he wonders if it's really okay to use something so dangerous on his daughter, because he's worried. He says, of course it is, because not everyone can handle it, but he knows the method Spectro used, so he doesn't need to be afraid, and he supposes that Delk Go informed him of the method, and the protagonist, Matt Miguel, says that's right. Then the president asks him to please take care of his daughter, and he says it won't take long. As soon as the president leaves, the boy goes to his daughter and says that she is worse than the patient he healed before, and for now, he will use the heat from the core to slowly melt the ice magic. Then he notices something, and the system says that he is feeling an intermediate energy coming from the target, and he can absorb it using the freeze ability. And the protagonist is surprised and is told that, because of his absorption, his magic stat will increase. He is even more surprised. With this, the rank X freeze skill is a skill without weaknesses, functioning effectively in both attack and defense, and he's saying that it could potentially even increase his magic stat, absorb energy, something that not even Haney's Dark Watcher could accomplish. But then he notices that this is the first time this ability will have done this, and his Dark Watcher detected magic similar to the Dark attribute, and he thinks this will definitely be worth investigating, but he can do that later, because for the time being he needs to focus on treating the 9 yin syndrome, and if he doesn't hurry, the patient will suffer even more. He needs to eliminate all of the yin energy that is within her. He will do it. That, to me, is, it's cruel. Cruel. Just making it clear that I'm not bald, right? Baldness is far from me, but hey, don't talk about the guys who are bald, no, all at once. And so, he begins to draw that energy from the woman, explaining that when he was a Specter, he used yang energy from his core to force the magic to unravel, which placed a tremendous burden on him, inside the patient's body. But there was nothing he could do. This time, it'll be the opposite. He'll expel the energy and absorb it little by little until it reaches equilibrium. So it's much safer than using the core. Outside, the president is quite distressed and notices the door opening, and he calls out to him. Prota exits, and the president asks about his daughter. Then Prota says that everything went well, that she's completely fine, and there shouldn't be any side effects. The president starts crying, collapsing to the floor, overcome with emotion. Tha says that their vacation starts as soon as they return regarding the succession. It's also good to avoid any kind of physical activity for some time. He agrees, but thinks he managed to do everything right in this mission, and he thanks his secretary, who is happy with this development. So, he says that he's been thinking a lot about how he should pay for it, and the president says he considered increasing the payment even more, but he doesn't think the protagonist would want something like that. And the protagonist says that he only did what he had to do, and that's enough. Gratitude is enough. But then the president says that this is what he decided, and if at any point the protagonist needs help, they, the Mong Group, will help him in any way possible. Korea's #1 company, the Mongo Group. It can be said that there is no place in Korea where the group doesn't have influence. However, their real weapon is the fact that their eldest son, oldest, Cho, is the guild master of the Scarlet Tower, the 5th largest guild in the country. And, if he can have them as reinforcements when he needs them, it will be a huge advantage. And he says he'll be careful. And Deok-go notices that he hasn't changed one bit. The protagonist says that he hasn't either, except he looks a bit chubbier. But then he asks why the doctors reacted that way, and why they were, so as not to hurt the group's reputation. And the president says that the boy just needs to let him know, because June is his family's savior. And so, already with Dugo, he says that he just received a call from the president. He's being all lovey-dovey because his daughter is feeling better, and he's also asking how June's body is doing. June says that all he feels is a little muscle soreness. And Deloko. He asks if he's taking something to become Captain Homeland or something like that, but June says there's no chance, since he leveled up a lot that day and gained a lot of skills. Recovery. And that's why. Then, they get straight to the point, pulling out the core in front of Deloko. He's extremely surprised that it's the Gray Fox's core, and the protagonist says that he needed to use it on the president's daughter because he absorbed some of the energy with his freeze ability, and Deloko goes crazy and asks if that's possible. June says the system said yes. In addition to that, this increased his magic stat, and he discovered something good, that the freeze skill can absorb energy from anything, so he thinks that if he can do this, then it's not just with illnesses like Novan syndrome, and he also has the ability to absorb energy from items. Deok-go says he was wondering what the protagonist meant, but he was just telling him to find a good item. And he says that they are now on the same page, mentioning that there might be a problem since Novan syndrome was classified as intermediate, and Deok-go is surprised that an incurable disease is only considered intermediate, implying that absorbing normal items won't have any effect. The protagonist thinks that's probably right. Then, Deok-go says that he understands and will search for suitable items. The boy should also search the market. He mentions the player market, noting it's been a while since he's been there, but Deok-go asks, so scared when it should have all been over. So Dago didn't even know how to broach the subject, but he gradually spoke to him about it, saying that 25 years ago, as soon as they had finished uniting, him not to cause any trouble. He questions why he would think he'd cause trouble, and honestly, I think you would too, right? Let's be real. And then he talks a bit about the market for players, which is an offline market operating worldwide, where you can purchase information and countless items originating from the portals, making it popular even among ordinary people. He wonders how long it has been since he last visited Insadong and notices it has become much more crowded, even though it still feels desolate, with everyone focused on survival, and he remains happy to have achieved that peace, but instead of heading to the regular market, he has business to take care of in the black market. Inside, he sees many people watching a show and proceeds to room 8, G10 chair, and remarks that the cinema in the player market has a special chair that functions as a teleportation zone to the black market. He recalls one of his former companions mentioning that teleportation in the market is terrible. Anything is possible with the resources from the portals, yet she wonders how teleportation still causes motion sickness, and speaks with the Spectro says he's going to use his magic, and hopes to see them soon, teleporting to the black market in Ethiopia, the underground city. Once there, he mentions that it has a very different atmosphere from a regular market, and it's impossible to see it unless you're one of the selected few. All the player markets in the world are just gateways that lead there, and there he sees people from Skatina and looks back. They question that it seems Ojong of the 9 Heavens hasn't been seen for a while. Then, they ask how long the association will hide Spectro. The protagonist says that in the black market, there are no ordinary guides or sellers, and it's an underground world where common sense doesn't apply. Looking to the side, they see the Queen. All the players receive the same message, congratulating everyone because the Frost Queen had been defeated. They are surprised that June succeeded, and as a result, safe areas will appear on the Messet. John Raw, the one who closed the incomplete portals. The protagonist says that, of course, it's not completely safe there, but there's not much chance of him encountering a player who would be a threat to him, that most of the strong players have already ascended, and the players who remained are either too weak to go to the second floor, or they went, but couldn't withstand the pressure there. And if their level is so low, he can take care of them. And so, when they get in front of the protagonist, he simply tells them to leave, and one of them is scared to death. And the protagonist thinks that was pretty easy, so he goes, even to a bald guy. And the old man is surprised, because he didn't think a celebrity would go there. And the celebrity says that he went there to see some artifacts, and the old man says that everything he sees in that showcase are artifacts, telling him to look outside instead. And so he notices that he didn't expect much, but he ended up hitting the jackpot, as he is feeling a low-level cold energy in that target, as well as several other energies there, including intermediate-level freezing energy. He thinks that, even though they are of low level, he will be able to increase his magic with those items. So he talks to the old man, now that he has stopped, to think. He overheard some newbies saying that the store's best items are actually kept in a separate room. The old man is very surprised and denies it, asking who would spread such rumors. And he says he already knew, because the old man is really bad at lying. He asks to just let him take a look, since he's planning to buy some items from there as well, and in return, he'll keep the secret. He demands to know who the bastard was who told him that, then shows Prota the room, telling him to enter, and saying that it contains all the best artifacts. Prota enters and remarks that all of them look very good, but he doesn't see anything with a darkness attribute, noting that they are indeed rare. Then he notices an ice attribute item, but the old man warns him not to touch it, because that one has a strong curse that Earth and all the people of the world celebrated, crying with joy. But the world didn't let this joy last even for a minute, and so it is said that a dimensional elevator was installed in the makes the user's body freeze. But Prota calmly puts on the glove, shocking the old man, as it's the gauntlet that carries the wrath of the ice fairy of that rank, rare with a curse that, when he puts that thing on, he starts to feel an intermediate-level freezing energy, and can purify it. He says that since intermediate is at the same level, the 9 Illusions Syndrome will be able to have the same amount of magic as last time, and says he will buy this and the artifacts from before, and the old man can only thank him, all happy. Then, the protagonist goes to a bar, and upon entering, everyone stares at him. He asks to please be teleported to the Insadong market in Korea, and also asks for something to drink. And the bartender says everything is fine, saying that the waiting time for the teleportation is 10 minutes. And everyone pays attention to the star newcomer over there. They call the protagonist over, talking about him, asking if he isn't that famous player, if he's John R., and said that he heard several things about his little Robai, so he, as his unparented one, is very proud. And the protagonist says that, as he thought, the black market isn't a place where you can stay for very long, because a player's reputation is extremely important, and that reputation determines their cooperation requests, and their entry into guilds. However, it's difficult to constantly achieve significant accomplishments in the portals, making it very difficult to increase your reputation. So, this is what some cowardly players try to do, attacking the Prota and breaking his glass. And Bruta Montifeo says that his Senai is talking to Prota, and they start to pick on Prota, saying that he has no education and that they have to teach him good manners. Then he says that it's thanks to them that the streets remain safe and that he can go around oping, and so they continue to insult Prota. But he, Pacific Ocean, and the second floor is now open, and so they all were terrified upon seeing this, and are told that they must go to the border area if possible. But they ask, "What the heck is this?" What? Starts laughing hysterically at those suckers, making fun of everyone. He asks them how exactly they keep the streets safe, saying that's what ranked players do. Loudly, they act, unlike those shaved-foot cowards, claiming all they can do is prey on weak rookies and then plaster their names in the newspapers, as if that's something to be proud of. He doesn't. He doesn't like what Prota is saying one bit. He tells them they don't need to be afraid and can come at him, because he'll also feel better after beating the crap out of shitty people like them. And that's why they're scared to death of our protagonist. When the three come face to face with the protagonist, who is itching to beat everyone to a pulp, the crowd around wonders if it's not Joao R., because if he loses there, the newspapers will go wild. But then, it's worth asking if they're ganging up on a player who has barely debuted, calling them pathetic. And so, that redhead says he can say whatever he wants, because all that matters is the result. June R. is the player who defeated the Grey Fox, and he will fall to them, the Gengar trio. The protector asks how long until the teleport, and the bartender replies that it's about 4 minutes. Then, the protagonist says that's more than enough time to play around, as he comes face to face with the halberd guy, who, afraid of what the protagonist might do, starts swinging his halberd wildly, pointing it at the protagonist and declaring himself the Reaper Spearman of the trio. He adds that it's an honor to feel honored to fight him, but then he asks about the dagger the protagonist is holding, wondering why he has it since he thought he was the swordsman. The protagonist then speaks about the dagger, saying that he doesn't need a sword to crush insects. That idiot gets enraged and charges at the protagonist, but the protagonist sees the attack coming and dodges it by simply moving his torso, grabbing the spear. You're enjoying it. So, without further ado, let's get to the continuation. And at the beginning of it all, our protagonist is face to face with the Ice Queen, and she approaches him, all pompous, and asks, "Is this second floor thing?" wondering if they are implying that the Frost Queen wasn't the end. Then, the system instructs them to remain steadfast until they reach the final floor, and after that, the players from pulling him in close. And when he's close enough, the protagonist elbows the crazy guy right in the face, surprising everyone, drawing blood instantly. He falls asleep, and when he collapses unconscious on the ground, the hooded guy says he's an idiot for falling for such an obvious feint, and the redhead asks if he can block it, casting the magic towards the protagonist, on top of the protagonist, who dodges the mana darts. And the other one tells him to come at him, preparing to attack, but the protagonist calmly defends all of his attacks. And Rivel says he's just a newbie who's killed some monsters and bets that he's never killed a person before, adding that inexperienced people will drop their guard when they're sure they're about to win, but that's the moment they'll die. And he asks if the protagonist understands the difference, because that's the difference between them, that they never plan to stop halfway, while speaking, to the protagonist. But his friend ends up on the ground, and the protagonist actually breaks his arm without any mercy. Looking back, he sees that the redhead is completely lost. He sees what happened was that even though he's just a rookie, he took down the gang trio, right? So, he prepares some more magic, saying this can't be happening and that it's not over, throwing it at the protagonist. But he says that, during the Specter generation, the reason he was able to kill so many enemies was because of the ability he gained to read their breathing patterns. And with that, he manages to advance, stopping all of his attacks, getting close enough to corner him against the wall, and tells him that his breathing pattern is too obvious. So, he pins that guy's hand to the top with his dagger, piercing through it and leaving him stuck there. Then, he continues shouting, and as the protagonist turns to walk away towards the spearman, he asks if he'll see him around. The world, the association, and the politicians gathered for a large meeting, and after a long meeting, they dispatched an expeditionary force to the border, and the second floor was a land of there. So he says, of course not. They won't even look at his shadow. And the protagonist sees that they understood the message very well, while everyone keeps saying that he won. And a rookie, he beat 3 experienced players, which is incredible. He had them tell the reporters that Joao Ra was very brave, and because of that, he thinks the world has become strange since they are acting like players in a game and people who kill for their own selfish desires, not to mention the people who scream for the winner instead of caring for the injured. And so the bartender says that the teleport is ready, and the protagonist says that there are only 3 ways to survive in a world like this. That situation is from another manhwa. And by the way, guys, I'm about to bring you the continuation of the manhwas already released, so you can all start many 5. Wait for something good. And he says that the first way is to go crazy with them, or suppress your emotions, or suffer in silence. Then, he returns to reality. When he leaves, he misses his friends. Then, a video of him nailing that guy's hand to the wall goes viral all over the internet, and a blonde guy says that this video came from the black market just a few minutes ago. Managed to defeat 3 players who were at level 20 with his overwhelming skill. He greatly exceeded their expectations, and he asks the princess for her opinion. Then, she continues, looking at Den, but she still becomes interested, asking what his name was again. And, in another scene, the protagonist is taking a photo with a girl, but he questions why he's doing it. Then, a bunch of people appear in a line to take a photo with him, and he is very surprised by this. So, he thinks that if he keeps going like this, he won't be able to go to bed until nightfall. But, at that moment, they arrive calling for June R, and that girl goes to meet him, and asks if they can talk for a bit. And the protagonist notices her light orange hair, and an aura of intense heat. Opportunity. And humanity not only obtained new magic and technologies, but also gained access to a vast amount of resources and knowledge. And Proto then questions what this means, that he can feel just by being near her. And there is only one person who matches those characteristics, one of the members of the 6 great guilds, the princess of Cabe Gonra. He waves to her saying, who isn't a strange person, and he says he knew that, since it extended from K-bar to him. She's keeping an eye on him. It's a good feeling. And she says that if it's all right with him, they can go to a coffee shop to talk. He agrees to this, since he has to get out of there and needs a complete escape. Arriving at the cafe, he sits next to her, and she says that she hates leaving the house and hates the heat, but she still has to wear those masks. He questions if she doesn't have fire abilities. She says, that's the problem. She likes cold things. And the protagonist remembers that they say even demons are afraid of her. But he questions whether this girl is really the princess of Cabe. Then she asks what the Cabe Guild wants with him. So, she simply questions if he wants to join them. And the protagonist got a scare, saying that this was very quick. And she says that the vice leader told her to recruit him, and it takes too long to go through all the bureaucracy. She was planning to be decisive after talking to him, but he passed. And he asks, in what sense? She explains that, first of all, it's about his achievements, which are more than enough reason for them to personally seek him out, the famous super rookie. He thinks that, actually, there's no one at his level who has accomplished what he has. So, she believes he's also exceptional in terms of combat sense and future potential. He then asks if she's heard about what happened at the black market, and she replies that she liked it and that he's a good fighter. And lastly, she wanted to confirm his main skill, asking if it truly is D-rank weapon mastery. He confirms that it is, at least on the fake profile, but she responds that, since that's the case, she wants him even more, telling him to consider it, because he, with only one D-rank skill, is already at this level, to mean. And Diokgu says that this created a wealthy world, but Prota says that's not what he wants to know. Then he says there are 10 floors in total, and that the elevator has a total of 10 floors, wondering what would happen if he were to gain more abilities. And, if he joins her guild, he'll have access to numerous skill books. Not only that, their coordinators will provide him with a schedule of training, and the protagonist thinks it's amazing because they not only have great benefits and resources, but the incentive and salary are higher than those of the association. And that's why all the strong players left there, because there's a reason why the guilds are doing so well. Furthermore, she says that they are one of the strongest guilds in the world, and that they also have more information about the second floor than the association. She asks if he doesn't think it would be better to go with them instead of staying there at the association, wondering what he's going to do. And she thinks there's no way he can refuse, for they are Dokaib, and she went there to see him as a team leader. But the protagonist simply refuses, and she says it's okay, saying that he can be informal, thinking that he accepted. But then she is surprised, asking why. And he thinks that if he joins Dokaib, he will be able to gain fame and wealth, but there is no free lunch. Their orders will be absolute, and he will have to doing all of their missions, and it might be good for him now, but one day he's going to end up feeling chained down. She asks if he didn't understand what she meant. He says he knows that the guild Cavely made a good offer, but then she questions why he refused it, and he asks if she's ever heard the saying that it's better to be the head of a snake than the tail of a dragon. She says she understands and thinks about. In that saying, he mentioned, because he's smarter than she thought, and even if he came to Dokeberia, it would take some time to rise through the ranks, especially since it's a place where only the elite of the elite are allowed. There would be enormous competition. Then she asks if he's really not going to join, and he apologizes. So she says there's nothing she can do, and it's not like she can force him to join. Dimensional. And Prota is very surprised, as it took him and his friends 5 years to defeat the Ice Queen. In 25 years, if they've cleared 5 floors, they should be on the 7th. But says it's just personal advice, telling him it's good to be careful, and he questions if she's going to seek revenge, saying he doesn't believe it. But the girl says they aren't that petty. So, she says that the demons are more active now on the 1st floor as well, and he asks if she means they are planning something. She replies that is likely the case, because the association probably doesn't know yet, which is why she's telling him, and if he runs into them unaware and gets attacked, she'll be disappointed. So, he just thanks her, and the girl says that she'll see him another day, calling him Snakehead. He finds it strange, and returns to Diokigu, telling him everything he heard. He asks about the demons starting to move again, and the protagonist says that Doa has no reason to lie to him, and that it must be true. He says he knew their intelligence was better than theirs, but that's not the point, and, incidentally, he asks if he won't regret refusing the offer, since Gong Joha went to see him in person, and the protagonist says, not really. In the end, of course, he would gain fame and money with them, but he has no interest in such things, and asks about that guy, inquiring if he wants him to go there. Dugo says, that's not the case. He just thought they would be more different than they are. For him. However, the protagonist doesn't like this talk at all, saying that guilds are strict, while he and the association let him do whatever he wants, telling him not to worry about it. Dugo is all silly and says he's right, mentioning that they are going to renew his contract tomorrow and that he's going to give him the entire floor as well. The protagonist is somewhat grateful, but asks if everything is really okay, and Dugo says it's clear, because he's someone big wants, and his budget isn't small. He adds that, once they gather information, they will start trying to match each other, and the protagonist is happy with that floor. But apart from their group, the rest of the players were very weak, and that's why only the 5 of them went to Antarctica. So, being realistic, they should only be on the 5th floor, saying that he is grateful to them, but then he asks which floor he should go to. Then Dugo says it's going to be floor 77. He says he's going to get his things, but then he speaks with Dugo, asking to schedule the Eastern Sea portal raid for a week from now, questioning if it will really take that long. Then, he asks if Prada will go after the demons, and the response is affirmative. That's right, because after setting the bait, he'll have to wait, which is how you catch a really big tilapia. Following this, it's reported in the newspaper that Junro will attempt to close the sea portal. Eastern Sea portal. This is unprecedented, and should he succeed, Korea will become the first completely safe region in the world, free of any incomplete portals. And the Korean Association of Players confirmed that they renewed the contract of Seor Jun-ra, which further strengthens their partnership. Furthermore, John Roa reportedly declined an offer from the Cabre Guild to remain with the association. The super newbie announced that he would enter the Eastern Sea portal, and the entire world is watching, trying to figure out how he plans to do it. Meanwhile, that crazy guy from the demons is left all alone, stalks the protagonist and rises to act, emerging from the depths of hell where he resides, sending his shadow up from the ground. Then, she asks if he summoned her, and that entity receives information of the protagonist. He inquires if this is the man he should pursue. He states that this man possesses the storm, and then that entity replies that they were told it was in Tuchar's inventory, but he says that, of course, he concealed it from the public, and he was the one who uncovered the evidence that Tuchar was murdered by a demon. He will be cautious of them. Then, he asks if he should proceed to the 1st floor, and he says that they don't have any proof yet, and it's not worth risking a confrontation with the association, especially at a time like this. And he confirms that's the situation, asking if there is anyone, probably. Then, he asks what floor humanity is on, and Delgo barely answers. Prota questions why he's being so quiet, already sensing something bad, and Delgo tells him that in the last remaining that they can utilize. And the Shadow suggests that, if they are discussing the 1st floor, what about the Shadow Brothers they were intending to use at the Vegas auction? Because they are insane for power, and they are especially excellent, even among demons. So, he orders them to be sent to the Eastern Sea portal this time, because he doesn't care if they kill his Junro or anything else. But then, he sees someone watching them, looking back in fear, but he doesn't see anyone. Then, he notices that it is the Sword Saint, asking the Shadow to prepare so that he can leave. He simply evades him, and he gets angry about it, talking about Kim Wong-jong, the Sword Saint of the 9 heavens. And even though he's an archer, he doesn't have enough range, and if it weren't for he would have recovered the storm. He's just kidding him. Then, he thinks about Joao R., saying that he, Carl Signer, will watch him until his luck runs out. And so, in the meantime, Prota asks if they took the bait, talking about those Americans, the Shadow Brothers, asking if they will join Ride as doctors. This has to be totally suspicious, but he questions. You can ask the secretary to keep an eye on him, and now, he begins to invoke his power, a shadow that leaves his body and completely takes over the place. He says that he will spread energy across the floor too. Training his magic is a bit dangerous, but the method that Sky taught him brings better results, and so he continues to do it. It's like he's saying hi, he won't be able to avoid it. All while using his S-rank dark observation within the portal. So, he starts training to prepare himself, and sometime later, at the Eastern Sea portal on the island of the Forgotten Dragon, he says that, just from the name alone, the boss is probably some kind of dragon, and dragons are some of the strongest high-level beings, and the objective is simple: defeat the nameless dragon. It's a boss that newbies can't even. In the last 25 years, humanity has only managed to clear the 2nd floor. Prota is in disbelief and stumbles backward. Then Delgo says he doesn't even know how to respond. And Prota says, it's been even touch. He tried to fight them a few times, but it was difficult, since he had no flying skills, and would just get angry on the ground trying to attack them. He says that he's going to have to grab onto it and fight on the creature's back, or knock it down. But then he has an idea, receiving a message from Cha, with the information he requested from the Shadow Brothers. He notices that the girl is really fast, and the Shadow Brothers, Vincent and Edva, are a duo from the United States whose specialty is escorting VIPs. They are veterans with over 200 missions completed. Moreover, they are a special case because both brothers awakened the shadow ability. This is what they stated in the interview regarding their decision to go to the Eastern Sea portal. But then they are asked why they are going to this portal. With the straightest face possible, they say that they felt Sung Jin-woo's immense determination. They question if they are, saying it's a guaranteed victory. He says that they will claim it's merely admiration, as he is a player who consistently achieves the impossible, and they are honored to assist him. Close the last remaining incomplete gate in Korea. Then, the protagonist wonders if he will be able to use that ability, and, sometime later, in a place full of trash, the day of the portal raid finally arrives, of the East Sea. And, in front of that portal, everyone begins to gather, along with a huge crowd of reporters. And Deok-go asks Joao Rose if he isn't nervous. He says that he's incredibly nervous. Damn it. And Deok-go even thought that he wasn't nervous, but he's even more surprised when he says he is nervous. Yeah, and the protagonist says that this damn game is lagging too much. So, the protagonist told him to buy another cell phone, asking why he still has that one. Because that thing he's using is simply ancient. But he says that, in any case, why is he, 25 years, 25 fucking years, and after all this time, they're telling him that they've only managed to clear a single floor. Delgo says it might sound like an excuse, but there's a valid distracting himself, because this is the portal with the 500 reporters, and he says that he is not distracted or nervous. After all, why would he be nervous about a dragon that doesn't even have a name? And Deok-go agrees, but he doesn't go alone. He talks about the Shadow Brothers and the fact that there are no other participants, implying they must be working with demons and are strong. He remains nervous about them going to protect his rear, but then says they don't have definitive proof, but that's just his gut feeling. He wants to cancel the raid because he is too restless. But the protagonist tells him not to worry so much, because even if they attack, he has a plan. And then, as the two get close to John R., they tell him they are his fans and heard say he closed 2 incomplete portals with such a skinny body. That's incredible. And the protagonist says it's no big deal, but he says that while they are speaking in English, they think it's incredibly courteous, because they didn't expect him to speak English. And he says he has a friend in England. Then, one of them mentions that the Vita interpretation system has a small delay, so I was worried, but it should be okay. They're talking about Korea's last uncompleted gate, and they know how much is riding on it, so they're going to give it their all. But the protagonist is in charge. They shouldn't worry, because he came prepared for anything. They mention that the players are from different countries, but they greet each other in a friendly manner, and if they are successful, then Korea will become the safest zone in the world. Then they discuss when players are most likely to feel nervous when entering a portal. And the answer is, right when they enter, because they don't know what climates or monsters are waiting for them. So their instincts are on high alert when they enter the portal. But there's a risk that comes with that, because since they are so focused on the fight ahead, reason for that. Prota then says he'll listen only because he's curious to hear how ridiculous this reason must be. Delgo explains that it's simply the Ice Queen's core, which greatly surprises Prota. They react more slowly to attacks from behind. So they think it's an opening and attack the protagonist. But then the brother behind him sees his brother and asks Edvar why he stopped. Talks to Vincent, asking him to wait because it makes him question if it's really an opening in Prota's back. Apparently, he knows everything and gets scared. But then, the portal collapses. They appear inside that dungeon, and Edvar thinks he missed a good opportunity, but Vincent calls out to him, asking if it's an island. Then, Edvar says that they failed this time, but they will create another opportunity. Then, they start looking around, and Eva says that it's quite windy, remarking that she didn't think there would be a place like this inside a portal. And V asks you where the nameless dragon or something is, because he doesn't see any monsters nearby. One of them talks to Joao R., asking if he's seeing anything, and Prota thinks something is strange because the portal's B doesn't even have its own name, but this sensation feels like a star-level portal, and so he really sees that something is wrong with them as they are being covered by a shadow. And when they notice and look up, seeing a gigantic dragon in the sky, the dragon looks at them, and Edward realizes that it's the nameless dragon, thinking about how enormous it is. They finally confirm the location of that leviathan in the sky and start wondering how they're going to kill it, mentioning that it's a robot, but the boy has already disappeared from there. They curse, asking where the protagonist has gone. Then, one of them says that there's no chance, since they can't even sense his presence, even though he's already on top of the dragon. And just like that, the forgotten dragon appears before them in the middle of the sky. In the middle of that entire storm, lightning starts being hurled towards them, and the protagonist observes everything from the treetops, demanding to know if they are working with the demons or not. How he feels, having arrived there after abandoning his companions to their deaths, and the protagonist questions whether he abandoned them, saying they wouldn't die that easily. Furthermore, he explains that the third floor is a volcanic area, so only players who can withstand the heat of the magma are able to explore it, and after a considerable amount of time, the two dodge those rays, becoming increasingly frustrated. Then, they summon the shadow soldiers, invoking Sunor right there in the middle of the field. Edward shouts to Vincent, saying he's going to distract the dragon, so he must find a way to kill it. He wonders if his brother will be alright on his own, but Edward asks him who he thinks he is, ordering him to be brought to him as soon as he is found. And so, he actually agrees as he tries to beat up that dragon. But the dragon doesn't seem that affected by the shadow attacks. And then, Vincent runs off, asking when was the last time it got this bad, because if it's like the Vegas auction, they're dead. But then he notices something, seeing a shadow to the side. He thinks he's just a newbie who can't even hide his aura, asking if the protagonist is there, saying that Hong is fighting now, they need his help, so he shouldn't complicate things and go with him, attacking the protagonist's shadow. But he sees that that's not the real protagonist, it's just a magical power, and he realizes that the trees and bushes have made the place dark and full of shadows, and it should be perfect for his shadow ability. But he wonders about this strange, unpleasant feeling, and Vincent is left wondering what's going on, because his magical aura was incredibly strong just moments ago, but now it's completely gone. Completely. Not seeing her anywhere at all. But then, the protagonist remarks that they really are demons and a disgrace, appearing right behind him, giving that sniff on his neck, and by the time he notices, it's already too late. Too much, because the protagonist is standing extremely close. He wonders when he got so close. Then he speaks to John R., asking him what he means by that, and since the protagonist spoke in English, he must have understood, telling him to stop pretending that they aren't demons. But then Vincent retorts that he's making false accusations, simply because he attacked him, asking if he's upset because, find an altar in the middle of the ocean of lava. The altar needs the Ice Queen's core to cool the area. The protagonist then asks if they've found the core, and Diogu apologizes, because he was the first one he extracted from, so what he did makes sense, and the protagonist replies that it's a good attempt at deception, but he should have at least tried to hide those red eyes, those telltale eyes. Scarlet demons. Then he realizes that he faltered and lost control of them, and he realizes it's because no one had ever suspected that he was a demon before, and the protagonist wonders if he can't control them, and Vin asks if he thought he would be scared and run away if he was discovered, but that would be a pretty cowardly way to die. He picks up his sword again, activating his shadow ability. So it is said that demon clans appear very rarely in portals, but if he kills them and drinks their blood, he will become a demon, in exchange for losing his emotions and becoming violent, which gives him the ability to use demonic energy. And Vincent says, it's inexplicably stimulating every time that he uses it. Then he tells the protagonist that he's going to get rid of his useless legs first, so he can stop scurrying from side to side, and attacks the boy's legs. But the protagonist remains still, looking at him and using Shadow Walker to evade the attack, stepping aside and startling Vincent. Vincent asks where the protagonist went, but, engulfed in the protagonist's dark energy, who materializes behind him, the protagonist says that at first, all he could do was slightly conceal his presence, but now, upon seeing him, he attempts to attack. Together, but he vanishes again, reappearing in another corner. He says that, over time, he grew accustomed to it and began working on other aspects: instinct, sound, smell, magical aura. He wonders what will come next, completely overwhelming him and finishing off Vincent. Meanwhile, the other one is there with the dragon and thinks that it never even emerges from behind the clouds. Then, he's embarrassed. They search the nest repeatedly, but couldn't find it. The protagonist thinks it's obvious, considering he absorbed the core himself. So, Edward sees someone returning, and Vincent appears, calling out to him. He asks why he is alone, and where June is, and he says that something is strange about him, because he knew who they are. Demons. And even when he used demonic energy, he still couldn't find him, meaning that bastard was hiding his true strength. Then Vincent asks how he escaped, because if he's that strong, how didn't he kill him? And Vincent insists that what he felt was definitely real. but then realizes he fell for his lies, questioning why he would pass up such an opportunity to kill him while they are separated. But he figures it doesn't matter, he should forget about it and help him with that dragon, since he needs someone to attack the dragon and draw its attention from him. But then he wonders if he really is that strong. He says it's not just strength, but that he's incredibly annoying, since attacks from the ground are useless. But dragons do have a weakness, the reverse scale. It's a scale located on the opposite side of the others, hence the name. Then he notices that he's going to use shadow movement to get there, but the dragon anticipates their intention and he starts preparing an attack from below. So Edward tells Vincent to dodge, and they are almost hit by that absurd attack. But the shadows will play with Vincent, and that's fun. He says he took damage because his soldiers were killed. So, Vincent calls his older brother, but his brother tells him to forget it and focus on the goal. He even agrees, gathering a spear and preparing to attack up there, trying to reach the dragon. And he actually manages to wound the dragon's cheek, but the damage isn't that significant, and he says he missed, but still, he's flying lower. Now, then he uses shadow movement to get close to him, climbing onto the dragon's back. But, looking closely, he wonders if that thing is even higher, and the protagonist says there's nothing to be done, and they were simply unlucky, adding that everyone makes mistakes. He insists they understand this, with a completely straight face, forgiving their mistake that never, down there watching them, calling them both idiots. And then, after receiving that damage, Vincent returns to Edward's side, injured, and he says that they're screwed. But then Edward, he asks what he's talking about. Then the dragon attacks the two of them, once again throwing Rios aside. He says that, of course he's going to react like this if they attack his reverse scale. People who have never fought a dragon always make this mistake, because even though the reverse scale is the weak point, if they touch anything around that scale, the dragon will feel threatened and become even more violent. And if he's enraged, that item might not be enough. Then the protagonist wonders if he should use the bow this time, drawing back the bow, getting ready to shoot, telling them not to die just yet. Those damned demons are asking him to buy them some time, as if he was just going to stand there waiting patiently. So they continue fighting the dragon alone, suffering terribly, and Edmundo asks his brother not to talk, because it will distract him. He keeps wondering when that thing will go, stopping, wondering if the nameless dragon's attack is infinite, but he notices that he has complicated things, with even more attacks coming his way. However, the dragon is hit right in the middle of its head, and begins staggering. Two brothers wonder if it was John R., noticing that the boy is nearby. And that's right, he says that it would be difficult for them if they died there, because there's no way he can defeat the Astoff dragon alone. Ultimately, the three of them will have to work together. He says the dragon will start focusing on him. If he continues attacking, they must take advantage of that chance to retreat. But the dragon comes for them, and only them. And Prota is surprised by the other two, because they are just running away instead of trying to counterattack, and he realizes that they happened. Then he says that, if they make a mistake, they had better be understanding. He says, of course, asking how could they not be. Then he wonders how he's going to tell everyone without irritating, trying to get the dragon to focus on him, but he says that was a mistake, because that oasis they are seeing is just a mirage, once again aiming only with the bow, but this time at the clouds. And as soon as he gathers his dark energy imbued in that arrow, he releases it with incredible force. He then thinks that will be enough, wondering if he should go after those little dogs now. Then, one of them, he imagines Jum mentally cursing him, wondering why he stopped attacking. But then the attack comes down on them, and the protagonist appears there, looking at the two, telling them that they should be hunting and not playing tag, and they question that crazy guy about why he's there, asking if they weren't supposed to be providing support. But the protagonist says that he already handled it. While they look up, they see several stars flying towards the dragon, attacking it from behind and throwing it to the ground, making it crash there on the beach. And when they look behind, they realize that they couldn't even scratch the dragon, but he accomplished that very easily, and his main weapon was a sword, and they wonder what that was all about. And the protagonist asks if they're impressed, since the storm bow really is incredible. It works very well with these skills, too. And now he understands why Cal Signer is so obsessed with that bow. And, seeing that he already knows everything, the two start begging, saying that they helped in the fight. So they try to talk, claiming they're just goons and will give him information about Cal Signer's whereabouts in return. He should let them go. But the protagonist simply tells them to screw off, because he has no interest in negotiating with people like them, and they know too much, so he can't let them go. and one of them asks if he thinks they're going to die that easily, going all in against the protagonist. But the boy doesn't hesitate even slightly. He changes the subject, asking him to talk about his life and how things have been. Dekgo recounts everything he's experienced in the past 25 years and notices it's getting late, asking if he definitely ripping off his arm and head in one fell swoop. And, with his brother seeing that Vincent has died, he becomes desperate. So, Edvi goes all out against the protagonist, letting his hatred rise. But the boy deflects his attack and pierces Edvar's stomach with the peixeira, fishmonger knife. And Edvar asks how he could do that. And the protagonist only says that if there is an afterlife for insects like them, they should rethink what they did in this life. And they fall, asking how this happened. And the protagonist looks at the next one, which is the dragon dying right next to him. And he goes to him, like them, they should rethink what they did in this life. And they fall over, asking how this happened. And the protagonist looks at the next one, which is the dragon dying right beside him, and he goes over to it, to finish that thing off. But the dragon looks at the protagonist with a somewhat cunning look, and the protagonist asks what that face is, saying goodbye to that thing, and finishing it off. And the dragon finally closes its eyes, with him defeating the nameless dragon and finishing off that horde. And so he receives the dragon bones, 20 kilograms of them, and also levels up 2 more times. He says that he will see to that later. And he can finally test that skill, the skill he got from the Dawn Curse, the Confession of the Dead, and it lets him see the memories of dead things. So, he sees the memories of those two, and begins to receive Vin's memories. He feels a screen appear before him, and wonders if this is it, commenting that it looks like a movie, and has some cool mechanics. Also. And so, he takes a look at the search function, ordering it to show the most recent memories. And with that, all the memories flood into the protagonist's head, and they question why he is doing this. That's with him, killing innocents left and right without a second thought. People are saying they will give money, begging him to spare their son, to spare their mother, and everything else. And the protagonist orders that memory to stop, because he killed them too quickly and goes to the search function, ordering it to show anything related to the association of demons. And in that, he actually saw a store that Edward entered in order to gain access to. He's hungry and wonders if there's anything he wants to eat. He says he wants anything, but then points to the Seoul History Museum, asking if that place is really that famous. And then he says, information. And that guy inside says it's an order telling him to join the newbie from the Korean Association at the Eastern Sea Gate. And he asks, what will this be? Because they were preparing for the Vegas auction. However, that guy says it doesn't matter what he says because he's just the messenger. So, it was there that they received their orders, realizing that the Incline's place is where the Demons Association operates. He asks if there is anything else useful he can see, and notices the brothers saying that they like their looks. And that person, in front of them, says that he will transform them into second-rate items and give them power. And Proto realizes what it is, and ends up not being able to handle the memory, because the skill's rank is too low. He was unable to recover his full memory, and the ability ends up being disabled for the player's safety. And he asks who that was from the last memory, wondering if it was a demon of a higher wondering status than theirs. But then, if he wants more information, he has to evolve the previous skill. And he remembers something, because that ability isn't restricted to just humans, and he looks for the dragon to go there, because a ridiculously powerful being, incomparable to the Grey Fox, should already have a name befitting that level. So, he asks him to reveal what kind of being he is, triggering the dragon's memory. But then, he finds himself in front of a monk, who says that it has been 5 years since the Great War between the nations ended, and he asks His Majesty if he is hearing the people's joy as they talk about his peaceful reign, and he questions this, as they know better than anyone that the war is not over yet, and that this was the memory of a human. And he says that the Great Republic is still encroaching upon the northern lands. The protagonist doesn't understand anything. Then, that man is feeling ill. In fact, that king is. That he's going down to the first floor now, since it's full of reporters and people downstairs. It would be inconvenient if they went together. And he pressures him, asking if he couldn't just say he's leaving through the emergency exit, dying. And he speaks to Byasa, asking if he knows the legend of Shinri Yong, who defends the Great Republic. Then he asks if it's not just a superstition, and the monk confirms that it is, what he's thinking. And if the Great Republic truly possesses such a dragon, then its people also require a Shinyong to protect them. He says that if he dies, they should cremate his body and scatter his ashes in the Eastern Sea. He will become the nation's guardian dragon, and that monk speaks with the king, questioning how he can reject samsara and his karma, but the king replies that he lived in lust, his entire life. At some point, he will fall and become a beast. So, this is already his destiny. Then, the protagonist is surprised, because the nameless dragon was once human. He became the guardian dragon of the nation. This means he was Mumu of Silla. So, he has just discovered this. The system says that he has witnessed something absurd, and the protagonist kneels there, saying that this land is safe now, asking the dragon to rest in peace. And as he does, all of its scales disappear from its body, detaching and flying away. And the protagonist is even more surprised, as the dragon speaks to him, that he prayed for his soul and thanks him for it. Thus, he completes the secret mission on the island of the nameless dragon, and receives the flute of the breath of the tide, along with the title of Helper of the. Upon finishing that mission, he's surprised it was a secret one. Then, he mentions that he not only leveled up, but also gained a unique item, and never thought he would obtain something so good, because that item can grant him the following abilities: King's Army, King's Expansion, and King's Purity. And he says that making a mistake like that wasn't so bad after all. So he really finishes the portal and leaves to give an interview. They then notice that Junro came out alone, which means that the Shadow Brothers are dead. They can't believe it. The Shadow Brothers, telling him to go back to the hospital as soon as he's done. And with that, Prota simply leaves his room and goes to the museum, noticing that they've put that thing there for everyone to see. Ended up dying there. And no matter how successful your career is, death is always sudden. They were no exception. Then, they notice that the press briefing is about to begin, and they want to hear what the protagonist has to say. And upon arriving, he says that the reason he left alone was because it was all his fault, and he starts crying. He says that they got lost in a maze inside the road portal, and not only that, but it was quite far from the entrance. And when he found the exit from the labyrinth, the nameless dragon had already killed the brothers. And if he could have left a little earlier, everything would have been different. He says he won't forget them. But then that guy behind the bow ends up believing the protagonist's lie, saying that that lucky bastard is too much. Then one of them talks to Signia, wondering what they're going to do about the Vegas auction. He says that he was the one who decided to send the Shadow Brothers and that he has to prepare the first attack. No matter how, the hunting dogs should have come to the second floor. And he says yes. The superiors said it would be a waste if they stayed on the first floor. But he tells them to ignore that because now Shadow asks what it's like, but the executives won't like it. And he asks if Shadow has already forgotten, since the Demon Association only cares about results, and the auction mission has to work out, ordering him not to try to hinder their movements. He'll probably get beaten up or something, but it's better than failing, and being decapitated, and having the hunting dogs sent to the hunt for the Vegas auction. Then Prota talks to Tai at another time, asking why she didn't organize the cooperation requests this time. She says that she did organize them, already with dark circles under her eyes. He asks if all of these are requests for cooperation, and she says yes, because it was because he closed the portal to the Eastern Sea. But he says that he didn't even really help, and she says that the monster that he has probably already killed. Then he looks to the side and thinks that must be the chamber he is looking for. Upon entering the place, he sees his 4 friends frozen there, and reporters may say this, but for players, luck is also a skill. Besides, she knew they had to cut his hair. The kid looks like he's homeless, and he asks if you really need to, because he's not a celebrity or anything like that. And she says yes, because his hair was quite messy in the press conference photos. And so she explains that these are the profiles of currently famous players, showing him a bunch of ridiculous-looking guys. He says their careers aren't as good as his, but at least they're not as sloppy in appearance. And the protagonist doesn't like hearing any of that. And she asks if he doesn't have a day off, and he confirms that he does. So she hands him a card, asking him to go to this salon right now. He notes that he really has a huge longing for his mask right now. Then he says that's right, telling her that she can go home early too. She asks if he's serious, and he says yes, because she worked hard to organize all those documents, and the girl is overjoyed by this, thanking him and leaving immediately, also telling him to get his hair cut. He notices that she really was. He's excited, but then he wonders if it's really that long and thinks he should at least ask them to use scissors. He comments that it's not like a bad experience at an expensive salon, unlike when Willie was the Specter. Things were much more comfortable because it didn't matter which salon he went to. He could just take off his mask. But now things have changed, and when he arrives, he's all hooded up, thinking that he should try to breathe a little every now and then. And when he's inside the place, which is as empty as usual, he takes off his mask, almost making them think they're likely to fail. He thinks that he can go to his usual spot there. He orders some ramen, but then he sees someone there asking if this isn't too much, even for a novel, saying that they found the teacher. If he kills her, everything will be over, and she starts laughing at what he just said, questioning him about it, because he really is ignorant about this world. And the protagonist tells her to be quiet, because apologizes for being so late, sitting down to talk to them, saying that the world is a much better place now, and that they protected the peace they dreamed of, so now they must. Years later in a random place, and that girl over there is Miss Chai herself, and she spits out her ramen noodles, surprised that the boy is reading it like that, and at first, he sits down to read for a bit and the girl keeps staring at him. He tells her that he won't leave even if she keeps looking at him like that, and she gets a little awkward and ends up slamming the book on the table, saying it's a Dota, and she doesn't think there's anything wrong with reading the books she wants to read, and, because she hasn't experienced it, people say that the universe hides in books, and he says that there's nothing wrong with her, and he just doesn't think that. The universe is hidden in the book she's reading, since he is the S-rank addict who trained for 990 million years, and she asks, confronting Joao R., what he is reading to say that. He says that of course it's another novel too, which isn't much better. He asks if they can just call it a draw, so she tells him to show her the title, and he even shows it to her. She starts laughing, saying that his novel is no different from hers, so he's caught in this awkward atmosphere, and after a while, he finally finishes reading. Then he asks Ms. Char if she's finished as well. She says it was great, looking all happy. He says it was a little surprising, and she asks him about being born on top of books in a manhwa store, and he says, yes, because he heard that she was from the elite, and I thought he would stay away from places like that. And she says that most people always think that way, but she likes it there, because she can just read without being bothered or interrupted, and she also likes the feeling of turning the pages. Instead of reading a virtual book, he says that the smell of the paper is great too, and she says she loves the smell of old books, because it's like, the smell has only gotten better with time, until her watch beeps, and she says it's getting late, and she thinks she'll head home, and he asks if she would like him to call a taxi, but, rest in peace, asking everyone there to drink with him, and so, he becomes very sad seeing them frozen, growing more and more emotional. However, he notices that they are covered in dust. She says everything is fine, since she lives nearby, and says she'll read tomorrow. And the protagonist thinks that the young lady actually works hard, and he better do the same. So Diog goes to him, talking about the United States, inquiring if he's not considering attending the Shadow Brothers' funeral. He questions why he would even go. He questions the protagonist's intentions, asking why he wants to go there. And then he mentions that he discovered a location where demons are gathering, all thanks to him. Diok is extremely surprised by this, and asks where it is. He replies that it's a secret, and that he will go there personally. Then Diok says that he is worried. He asks if he's worried about him, but he says no, he's worried about the demons. He's concerned that he'll kill them before extracting any information, but he assures him that he will take care, so he doesn't need to worry about it. And the protagonist remembers that guy in the hideout saying that he seemed like a small fry, but he must know something useful, so he says that he will trust the protagonist. Still, he should let him know if he needs assistance, but he replies that he always needs his help, instructing Diok to go retrieve that, tossing him the dragon bones. He is taken aback. He says they are the dragon bones from the Eastern Sea portal. He will use half of them as he sees fit, and give the rest to Kuan Noyar to make a sword for him. Then, he says he's going to tell him, to ask if there are any further specifications, such as size or weight. And he tells him to use the same measurements as the last few times, that he'll know what he means. He says that old man will be 100 years old, the day after tomorrow, wondering if he even remembers. So, he tells him to tell the old man this, and to retire soon if he can't even remember something like that. A while later, the protagonist falls into the chamber, so he can relax and talks to Miss Cha, asking if she can buy a ticket to Las Vegas for tomorrow. She agrees immediately, and the protagonist notices that she is a little more agreeable with him. Then, wanting to go there so he can clean them, but as soon as he touches the ice statue, it is announced that possession of the Frost X skill is confirmed, but his magic stat is insufficient. He failed to remove the H. He turns to look at his inventory and picks up the ritual item that erased all trouble and brought peace to the world, the Tide Breath Flute. And it's a shame that Aiden will break after 3, but that just goes to show how strong it is. Then, he mentions that the title of Ascension Helper increases his stats, and while it's not as good as the one who freed the spring, he is satisfied, and his magic stats have never been this high before. So, he thinks that, at this rate, it won't be long before he can use the Aura Sword, and using the Aura Sword requires a great understanding of magic. Having a high magic stat is a requirement, and you can use it whenever you want after learning it, and he might even be able to learn how to use it faster than last time. and he doesn't think he'll have any problems hunting on the second floor. And, when he learns the aura sword and goes to the third floor, he wonders if he will be on the same level as the 9 deities, and he imagines how strong the best players are after 25 years, and how troublesome the demons are. And as he thinks about it, he gets excited for what's to come. So, it talks about Las Vegas, which has casinos and brothels that are open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, which is why the city is known as the City of Sin. He notices that it took a long time to get there, and his whole body is sore from sitting so much. If Sky had been there, they could have teleported in a second. He misses her a lot, until he looks to the side and sees some people looking up. He notes that this is why there are so many people on the street. Alcon is being released, and celebrities from all over the world are coming to participate in the artifact auction. But he thinks that's not the reason, that he is there. So, he looks at the map, heading to his destination, saying that he will end this soon and rest. He finally arrives at that demon store and, inside, the guy is very irritated, Seal, and the boy is very scared by this. And it is said that with the Frost X skill, he can remove the ice seal from his 4 friends. And now he has a reason to continue living. Wondering when the electrician will come to fix the air conditioning, he says nothing is working as it should. The Shadow Brothers failed, and the air conditioning, it broke. He says that now those damn hunting dogs, he never thought he'd see them again, and the guy next to him asks if he already knew who they were. He says yes, because they were the ones who said he did. It's been quite a long time since they smelled blood and killed their boss. But then, someone arrives, and the guy almost shits himself. He realizes that we are the hunting dogs, and the girl asks, "What the fuck is this, and why is it so hot?" asking if he has a death wish. So they both beg for forgiveness, and she tells them to just give her the orders already, taking the request, and, when she reads it, she's surprised. So, note that their assignment has changed as well. They say they don't believe it, asking if they aren't going to the second floor, and she says that, if he doesn't believe it, he should take a look for himself, and as soon as he sees it, he gets pissed off. And she talks to her boss, asking if he doesn't think they should file a formal complaint, because they are ordering them to steal that. Calcigner isn't even theirs. He gets pissed off. And she talks to her boss, asking if he doesn't think they should make a formal complaint, because they're telling them to steal that. Calcigner isn't even his. Top right. And so a boss remains silent until he looks at that crazy green-haired guy placing an order, and he immediately smooths out the paper so he can hand it over. As soon as the boss receives it, he sets fire to it, talking to the scout and asking if there were any more orders. He says no, and so, he simply tells them both to leave, closing the door and leaving the attendant paralyzed with fear. Attendant collapsed from so much fear, and his friend asks if they were the hunting dogs, and he says they were scary, but the leader seemed like a decent guy. But then the old man asks if he is blind, and he questions why he is so irritated, and the leader says that he will only say this once, so he must listen carefully, because people call the 9 strongest players in the world the 9 deities, and the 9th continues to be surprised that he can break the ice and bring those guys back, and so he opens his stats, but is surprised to notice that his magic stat of 18 is being intentionally reported, and so, leader of the hunting dogs is the apprentice of one of the 9 deities, as well as one of the executives of his association, the NASA of Hallow. And the blonde questions if that was the same guy who caused a massacre in Turkey 6 months ago. The skeleton mage, Arma, was here. He says it's crazy. They say the hellhounds had 5 limbs, but he didn't like 2 of them, so he turned them into a skeleton. And so, the door opens again, and they are scared to death. But, seeing that it's just the protagonist, he asks if he's there to fix the air conditioning, asking why he took so long because he thought he was going to die from the heat. But the protagonist then asks about the heat, saying that he thinks he can help with that, invoking his ice power. They say this is nice, asking if he's a player. But they end up noticing that he's getting too cold, asking if it's better to stop, almost freezing, and they tell him to stop playing around and listen to them while they are still being nice. But the protagonist says that he won't do any of that, and that, if he's not joking, the idiot demons should die in silence. So, they notice and immediately activate their eyes, reds, and with that, the protagonist actually makes his shadow swallow both of them, and they realize that they were really just small fry whose only job was to relay orders. But hunting crimes are a different story altogether. So, he calls de Gurk, cursing him, and pointing out that it's 2:30 inches the morning there, and the protagonist apologizes for waking him, but says he needs to ask him a favor, and de Gurk asks if he's in danger. But the protagonist says it's nothing like that. He wants to participate in the Las Vegas auction, but he can't go without an invitation, so he asks if it's possible to get one for him, And Degurk says that as the president of the Korean Players Association, of course he can, and tells him to just give him the name and room number of the hotel he's staying at. And the protagonist finally arrives at the hotel where he notes that he has a long way to go, as it doesn't seem like he'll be able to resolve this in just a day or two, but it's still possible. He notes that freezing is the key, and that the auction will take place, and he says he only went there to familiarize himself with things, so he probably won't need to wear the clothes that Delk Go sent him. And the protagonist thinks that crazy man, he sent him a suit made from silk from a silkworm queen. He didn't need to send him something so expensive. Then he walks and arrives at the casino, saying he's never been there before. However, when he passes through the door, something happens. The alarm sounds. So, some men approach him asking if he is a player, if he's Joao R. And Prota asks who they are, and says that they met in Sandong with the leader Gonjo, and that he is Rain Ro from the Cabe Guild. He remembers that he was the guy who was close to Gong Jung, saying that he remembers now. He keeps thinking that Rinhyo and Gong are already a very funny duo, and I'm starting to think so too. It's hard to say these people's names. You almost have to sing their names, and so he apologizes for not recognizing him. Right off the bat, he asks what brings him to Vegas, and Prota says he will participate in the auction tomorrow, but thought it would be a shame to just sitting in the room, doing nothing. So he went over there, took a quick look around, and asked about Rain Raw. He mentions that his group was hired by one of the owners to provide security, and that they are just patrolling the area. At that point, he questions whether the protagonist is trying to get into the casino. The protagonist confirms, saying he was just going to take a look since he was already there, but then the alarm went off. And so, Rainraw says he can help him with that, explaining that the alarm was triggered because the system was changed. He adds that, after the world changed, the casinos lost a lot of money because of the players. The protagonist immediately realizes that it's because the players were using their abilities to cheat, and Rainraw confirms that's exactly right, and that's why the hotel made a decision. So, they created he always says that rank S is the highest rank, and that he's probably the first rank S, but his magic is a problem. He notes that he achieved his rank after killing the Ice Queen, who was the one who freed him, casino specifically for players, and Rain Raw explains that the players there can use their skills however they want, because their employees are also players. But then, the protagonist asks if it wouldn't be more advantageous for high-level players. And R. Heiner says, that's not quite right, because a player's level doesn't necessarily determine their gaming skills, as Gong is losing too much up front. He mentions that the princess hasn't won a single round yet, and she insists that it was definitely the second, questioning if it's cheating, and saying she can't believe that. Lost, and the professional, witnessing this regrettable scene, is left speechless. So he questions this cheating, since she isn't the type to calculate probabilities or engage in psychological battles. Psychological. This game is more advantageous for players who possess good visual acuity. And then the protagonist asks if that's fun, and the girl replies that she's lost too much money, asking how he can ask if she's having fun, but then she notices that it's Mr. Snakehead, or whatever she's calling him, and wonders why she's calling him that. Then she's surprised, because who would have thought he'd find himself in a place like this, wondering if he came because he wanted to become a subordinate, but the Prota asks why he would want to do that, and she says she's just joking, asking why he was there. He says it was for the auction, but he also wanted to look around since the player Ren brought him. So she tells him that if anything happens, he should warn her, since she's the head of security for the hotels, and he agrees, but he wonders if she's even allowed to gamble while working. Then he asks if this game is really that difficult, and she says yes, because that guy's hands are super fast. She heard they were on the second floor before coming here, and the Prota asks if she doesn't. The spring season arrives. But then he notices that all of his stats will increase by 30 points every time he goes up a floor in the dimensional elevator, and with this effect, he supposes that he can return to his previous level. Know who they are? She says no, because everyone is wearing a mask, and the Prota thinks it's probably to hide their abilities. Then he buys some chips, and the girl notices that. He goes all out from the start, saying he's not used to their speed yet, so it's going to be difficult for him. But then he asks if she still keeps losing even after she gets used to it. Damn, man. Or maybe she has a family, crazy. And the girl is shocked. That guy tells them to start by catching that little ball, beginning to move it at an absurd speed. Then he asks the protagonist and the girl to choose. As he prepares to choose, he says he finally understands, and that it's the one on the left, and he thinks, this time he'll get it right. Then she wonders if she should bet again, but the protagonist says he thinks she really should stop betting, and the girl asks why, and he says it's because she has no talent for it. claiming to be average. And then the guy who was shuffling is surprised and congratulates the protagonist because he guessed correctly, and the girl thinks it's incredible, wondering if this is the legendary beginner's luck, but says he heard that this luck only happens the first time, so it's better to stop. And, of course, she didn't win even once, so couldn't stop. And Prota questions what this touching story is all about, since the girl is unlucky on the left, and so he goes again. But then a girl arrives, calling him Bondes, asking if he wants to play with her, and Prota becomes alert because of this. Then that guy asks her not to call him that, and Prota is surprised, as he thought he would find them there. Lucky student, not today. Doesn't even need to look for them. But he says that he has no proof that they are demons, but he can't cause public confusion and doubts that they will reveal themselves either. He has to. Original. Just by going up the floors, but he thinks that he will not only return to his original level, but will also become stronger than before. He can make the Ice Queen's power his own, and then he can create his own battlefield. And so Prota says that this is more fun than he thought, saying that he's only going to play a few more times. And so the girl thinks that vices and gambling are scary, with him wanting to play even more. So, that guy says that this time, since there are 3 of them, he will use 5 cups and start shuffling them in front of them, while they pay enough attention. And so he asks them to choose. The woman chooses the middle one, the protagonist chooses the one on the right, and the other chooses the last one on the right. And so he congratulates them, as he was on the right. And so, the protagonist actually wins, leaving the girl quite surprised. Initially, he looks at that skinny guy, thinking that he will be more difficult to deal with than that woman, and after a few rounds, the protagonist has accumulated a lot of money, and the princess tells him that he has a talent for this, asking how he manages to be so good. And the protagonist says that he learned from his friend, and so he remembers when that shooter was talking to him about winning through bluffs. He says this is easy, telling him not to look at the shell, but to look at the substance. And no, it doesn't matter if you're stronger or weaker than your opponent. You have to understand the essence of their technique. And at that moment, the guy shuffling the mugs prepares to start again. This time, he shuffles even faster, and Prota says that what they need to pay attention to isn't the cups, but his skill. So, both he and Magrelo guess the same thing, the second from the left. And it really was the correct location. And so, the guy who is shuffling says that there will be a change of staff, asking them to wait in their oh-so places, and Prota talks to Gong, saying that since they have some time, he asks if he can show her an interesting artifact and pulls something out of his pocket. Showing it to her, she realizes, melt the ice and save everyone. And so, now he is motivated, asking them to wait just a little longer, because he's going to get everyone out of there. Then, sometime later, he talks to Dekguk, that it's a compass with a considerable amount of ice power. He says that President Shin Gul lent it to him, and that, if you put mana into it, you can find a special type of person. She asks, "What do you mean?" He says that, of course, there would be no reason for them to be there, but then he activates the compass, and the girl notices that it's pointing directly at those 2. Then, Prota says that this can't be right. Right, he asks why it's working that way, and says he's going to the bathroom. So, Gong asks him to come back soon because she's curious. Then, that skinny guy says he's going to the bathroom too, and the girl asks if he'll be long, but he says no, saying he'll be back in 5 minutes. Insota simply bails from the hotel and runs until he reaches a dead end. So, when he runs headfirst, facing the wall, the skinny guy catches up to him, saying that doesn't seem like the bathroom, and he thinks that the artifact Prota has probably locates demons, and that he ran there, as soon as he discovered who they were. But at that moment, Prota simply throws the compass on the ground, completely breaking it, and that skinny guy doesn't understand anything, saying that there's no way. Artifact breaks like that only if it's made of ionic bone, and it isn't an artifact, so that means it was just a trap. And he notices that the Prota lured him there, already pulling quite the stunt, machete, and launching an attack. He says he felt something at the casino, and that he has good instincts. So, he asks how much Prota knows about them, and Prota says he doesn't know much, and maybe knows their agenda for tomorrow. Then, he says that they don't need to keep talking, revealing himself to be a demon because of that red eye, and going after Prota. So, when he gets close, enough to try and slash him, June manages to calmly get out of the way, noticing that he is fast. So, he gets out of that guy's reach as quickly as he can, and notices that it's not just his. He has no time for idle chatter, summoning his power to his side. She pulls out a huge saber. Then he says he's going to kill her and end this nightmare, going after her with everything he's got, wants to be a player again, which surprises him greatly. But Proto is questioning why he's so surprised, because he already knew, and he doesn't know how to do anything other than that. And Go says that he regrets it immensely, physique, and that he has an acceleration ability. While he moves away, that guy gets ready to go after him and says that he now knows his skill level, telling June to come at him, give up quickly, and die quietly, saying that he won't be able to dodge the next attack anyway. But then Jay simply becomes calmer, closing his eyes and waiting, and the skinny one, he begins to notice that the bastard realized he can't follow his movements with his eyes, and comments that the protagonist wasn't bad at all, and the two places that, when attacked, will instantly kill, are the heart and the head, and of those two, the head has the most openings, so he's going to feint an attack on the head and, therefore, will attack the protagonist's heart. But while he prepares to attack, white smoke hits his face, completely blinding him. He asks if it's a smokescreen, saying that no matter what tricks he uses, his reload dagger is already heading for his chest. But as the attack continues, he feels something different. So, the protagonist says that, unfortunately, that won't work, because his hand is already completely frozen, along with his weapon. John reveals that it was a trap, and as he falls to the ground, Joe says that if John knows his own skill level, he shouldn't care so little about slowing down, and adds, seeing his personality, he predicted that John would attack his heart, even with his head wide open. Upon realizing this, John is surprised, and the protagonist asks, "What's the point of being so fast if you're so predictable?" Then, John tells Junro to shut up, preparing to attack him with his other hand, but the protagonist manages to grab that hand too, freezing it as well. And, with both hands frozen, John doesn't have much he can do. Then, the protagonist cuts him in half, killing him in one fell swoop, and as John dies, the protagonist tells him that being too careful can also be dangerous. Before, he always used to say he wanted to retire, but the protagonist points out that was 25 years ago. Go responds that, in any case, he doesn't think it's a good idea, and the protagonist asks him why. Meanwhile, the other demon is watching from the window and thinks to herself that she hates to admit it, but that skinny guy is a much better strategist than she is, and the fact that he hasn't returned yet, it probably means he left, and she thinks that guy is really stupid, because he said he would be back in 5 minutes, and even got all dressed up. But the other guy in the room asks what he was like, and it says that it was an Asian guy who was with Gong Junro from the Cabe Guild, so he's probably a member there. And the bald man says that this is the list with all the players currently in Las Vegas. Now they are ordered to find him, until she notices something and says that it's him. She's sure. So the bald guy thinks it's strange, because Proto is just a newbie who debuted 2 months ago and shouldn't have anyone like a subordinate dying for him, until he realizes that he has become involved with the Shadow Brothers. Then the woman asks if it's serious, because he was the guy who entered the portal to the Eastern Sea with the Shadow Brothers. So he thinks it's possible he came to them on purpose. This would mean that the Shadow Brothers didn't die by chance, but rather that this guy is hunting them. And Alex Lowton says that, from now on, he is designating Prota as a threat, telling everyone to find him right now and get rid of him. Meanwhile, Junro is arriving at Beckham. The security guards, upon seeing him, ask if he can show them his invitation, and he pulls the invitation out of his pocket, with an all-black bit, leaving that security guard scared, and he says that he is welcome, and that he can enter. And Prota asks if he doesn't need to go through any searches, and that security guard says he doesn't need to. And this is the entrance for normal guests and VIPs. They can go. More over there. Prota questions if he is a VIP, wondering if Gong John R spoke with them, until he realizes something. Once again, John R, radiating warmth, for speak of the devil, she appeared. So he says he wants the boy to rest outside, because of the demons. The protagonist explains a little about these demons, elaborating that they are players who use their powers to commit crimes. He asks for an iced tea with a lot of ice, asking for a venti size, and so Prota goes there, and the girl is surprised to see him, asking if it wasn't Mr. Snakehead, who ran away. After saying she was going to the bathroom, the protagonist asks if she waited for him yesterday. She questions if he's really asking that, and if he's going to say something, he should at least finish what he's going to say. Elle is so curious about the artifact that she hasn't been able to sleep well, and so, the protagonist apologizes to her, and she asks if that's the best he can do, and he says that he will buy her a snack later. So, she just asks him to buy her something expensive. He asks what's in that box, and she tells him that inside the ice box, there are some ice cream drinks talking to him, telling him he better prepare himself, and that when the auction starts, a long and complicated battle will happen. And inside, there's an aura that feels like it's on fire. And the protagonist realizes that she really hates heat, despite having fire powers. She says she knows that, and it's annoying how she's hot all the time, but then she says she hopes he has fun, because he has to wait for his iced drinks so he can go in first. And the protagonist just agrees and says that he hopes things will be peaceful for her. But then, when she enters the venue, she sees that the hall is too big, and maybe it's because she is sitting in the security seats, and there are only famous people there, like the Queen of England, the President of the French Association, and several others. She thinks she's a little nervous, but if they're close to the stage, she can help right away. So she goes to A14, realizing that the protagonist is also there, and she gets a shock. And she tells him that those seats are reserved, so he can't just sit wherever he wants. But he asks if that isn't seat A13, which is what was on his invitation. The girl is surprised. Whether it's murders or terrorism, they just want to satisfy their desires and are a cancer on society. He asks if they're back, because before, they didn't even have a second to breathe. That he got a VIP invitation, because even she only got a lower-level invitation, and says that now that she's noticed, he looks all stylish. He only debuted 2 months ago. But if he's getting this kind of privilege must mean he didn't blow all the money he won at the casino yesterday. Then, he asks her what she's talking about, and she replies that his outfit looks great. Even if he did spend all the money, she wonders how he got the VIP ticket. The protagonist explains that President Shindak-go gave him the ticket, the clothes, and paid for the hotel room. Then the girl says she understands, adding that she didn't know the president had positioned him as his successor, and that he's amazing. But Yo-R clarifies that he isn't anyone's successor. No one. But she insists that there's no other explanation, and that he doesn't need to hide it. Because she's not an idiot, pointing out that you can't get this kind of invitation unless you're one of the most powerful people in the country. So, he's there as the president's representative, and June starts to think she's overthinking things, and that he couldn't refuse. He admits that he's a little nervous, and realizes it's because that bastard gave him those clothes, and he plans to ask him about it as soon as he returns to Korea. Then she asks what he came there looking for, and he replies that he doesn't have anything specific in mind, asking if Gong has anything in mind, and she responds that, in her case, it's the same situation, and that she didn't come there to play around, because she's a professional and needs to prioritize her work, and he thinks that it's surprising coming from someone who was betting on the job, but he's still happy that Leader Gong is there, because he was originally planning to take out the guys from the house alone. But, after reading the memories of the guy from yesterday, he changed his mind, because he can't finish off the weapon with his current strength alone, and, like it or not, when the battle begins, he will need thee. That was before, because there are no security cameras on the second floor, and no country has the means to contain them. The protagonist thinks they must be having an amazing day, but then Dekgo says, help from the Cabe Guild. If the rumors about Leader Gong's strength are true, not only can he obtain the divine breath, but he can also protect everyone at the auction. But just then, the lights go out, and she thinks it's about to start. Then the presenter arrives, thanking everyone for their patience, and announcing that the auction of exclusive Las Vegas artifacts will begin at that moment. And, in the middle of, at the auction, A14 buys something, the ice crown, and the girl is overjoyed, buying a lot of ice-related things and items, and the protagonist notices that she is acquiring all the items with the ice attribute, talking to Learg, asking if she hadn't said that a professional had to do their job right, but then she sees that he's right, freezing up and saying that a true professional has to know how to do several things at the same time. He says that he understands, but she still asks if he isn't going to buy anything. He says he doesn't know, and that he will buy something if something catches his attention. And she says that he's not that ambitious when it comes to items, but he says that he is. It's just that there's nothing there that he likes, not even the items he used to use. And up until that moment, he only got the necklace he has. Then she asks him why he bought that necklace, since it only increases stamina regeneration, and wonders if it's a gift for someone, like his girlfriend, or something like that. But he asks if she shouldn't have asked if he had a girlfriend first. Then she thinks maybe it's for his mother, but the protagonist tells her that his mother is dead, and the girl blushes with shame, saying she'll shut her mouth. He tells her it's a gift for his nephew, so she shouldn't worry so much. And as the auction continues, something that hasn't been seen in a long time is making a return, and people who have been participating in the auction for a while have heard of it before. It's number 84, the unknown orb, and upon seeing it, the protagonist is surprised, wondering why. That since he's not around, everything is going great for him. But the protagonist asks Dekgo if he knows why he doesn't want him to become a player again, and then questions whether those guys still. The sharp instincts of all his skills are reacting to the orb, and so they question Who cares if it came from the second floor, since they still haven't figured out what it's for, even 20 years old, and they say it's exactly that age, and there was a person years ago who said that they would find out what it was, but seeing as how it's being auctioned off again, it looks like that person gave up on discovering its secret, wondering who would buy such a useless item. And the protagonist is thinking that's why he doesn't know why his ability activated out of nowhere. However, nothing bad has ever happened, and he's going to trust the ability. Again, the girl is surprised that he wants that orb. He ends up buying the item for 60,000. The protagonist says he had a good feeling about it, and the girl doesn't understand anything. And so it is announced that the main attraction of that day will finally arrive. Item number 85. The item was discovered in an ancient dungeon on the second floor. It is a high-level magic core, and is the item, Divine Breath. And the girl thinks that it is very beautiful because that absurd amount of mana is, as the rumors say, that the item could supply energy for an entire city. And that doesn't seem to be an exaggeration at all. The protagonist asks how much she thinks this core could be sold for, and she replies that it would probably fetch an amount beyond his wildest dreams. And the protagonist, he's surprised that they would come to steal such an expensive item, and the bidding war drives the price up, eventually reaching $600 million. But at that moment, the ceiling begins to collapse, and the presenter looks up, but has no time to react, as a cloud of smoke fills the area. And by the time he realizes what has happened, the guards are already trying to protect the item. Then, Rinho asks if Gong is alright, and she calls out to him while the protagonist is astonished that he created that massive barrier in an instant, and several skeleton-type monsters are approaching, and he explains that this is the reason they call him Knight. They hate him and say they're going crazy thinking about how to kill him, and the protagonist asks if they are serious, and Delgo asks him to forget about it, and says that the only way to return safely is Guardian. And Gong thinks that the only ones who would do something so insane are the demons, but who in the world summoned those skeletons? And the protagonist wonders if it was the skeleton mage who caused a massacre in the Turkey says that it's not a common skill, and he thinks he should give them some information since he's going to leave the auction hall with them. And she agrees, asking for everyone to listen, saying that their priority is to evacuate the participants. If they have people to spare, they should protect the auction items. And she asks Inzagar for the Divine Breath, as they will look for the skeleton mage after this, and he complies with her order right away. But then she tells Prota that if he could help them a little, it would be good, but he already disappeared. She questions where he went, because he's always disappearing like that. But then she hears someone shouting, saying that even though there is chaos, they shouldn't panic, asking everyone to walk calmly. And he says that they created a barrier, so for now, they're safe. But all those rich people there don't believe him, saying they aren't. Nothing is safe, as it seems they are on the verge of collapse and are only offering assistance. If they appear safe to him, he instructs them to release him. And then Gong asks how long it will be until everyone passes through such a small door, urging them to hurry. Rue tells the princess that this place is expensive, warning her that she can't just go around breaking walls like that, but she argues that people's lives are in danger, telling him not to be so insensitive at times like these, and so he thinks it was a good choice, but she will have to exclude him when it comes to writing a letter of apology. But she asks him not to be so disheartened. However, something appears right above the girl, a dark portal, and from that portal, an attack comes directly towards, abandoning the Specter name and returning as if he were a rookie, but he questions why he wants to do this. And the protagonist says he wants to go to the 10th floor and that he needs to get there. Then Delco asks, Inro's shoulder, hitting him head-on, and the girl is surprised that he is falling to the ground right in front of her. Even as he falls to the ground, she realizes that the shield is breaking apart because he fainted, which makes her angry because she had been planning to wait until she found the bastard controlling the skeletons. But she's already incredibly irritated and prepares to start using her fire attacks. As the skeletons charge at her, she simply obliterates them all with her fire blast. And someone, watching from a distance, thinks that this can't be happening. And that demon woman can hardly believe that a human did this. And realizing that she really does possess the most powerful elemental ability, the S-rank ruler of flames, this makes her not want to fight the monster directly. A sniper has to act like one, after all. So, she activates her vision power, and can see, from far away, everything she can hit, even seeing the orb that they need. So, she uses capture, opening a black hole in her hand, and that black hole pulls the orb to her. She obtains the divine breath with absurd ease, and so, receives a call from the boss on the other end, asking if she has acquired the item yet. She retorts, asking who he thinks she is, implying that, of course she has. Then he compliments her, saying she did well work, instructing her to go to point B immediately, and with that, she declares the mission complete. Although it's a shame she wasn't able to eliminate John Roa, this is already a decent outcome. Sighs. But then she glances down, noticing John Roa running towards her, and she becomes elated, thinking that, speaking of the devil, he has appeared, and he declares he will kill her very quickly, shooting him in the head. Then she shoots inside her portal, creating several more portals to guide the bullet closer, and one appears directly behind the protagonist, but he manages to dodge it at the last instant. The protagonist wonders if he hasn't found a way to clear the lava area on the 3rd floor. He says, of course not. And the protagonist questions what he would do if he said he knew a way. The Diug, running away from her bullet. She's quite surprised that she missed, and remarks that it was a long-distance shot, but considering she used her teleportation skill, it should have been impossible to miss, and she vows not to miss this time. Again, she fires another bullet at him, but then the protagonist simply looks in her direction, using Shadow Step to disappear from her field of vision, leaving her terrified. And she thinks she has no chance, because not even Hank Han Ro could dodge her attacks. How could a rookie like him possibly do it? But then she notices that the place he was going to was a place she already knew, but she doesn't have time to think too much about it, as her entire leg and torso are frozen by the protagonist, and she begins to be frozen all the way up to her head, only seeing a shadow behind her, and that shadow is John Ro. Then she starts cursing at the protagonist, asking who he is and what he wants, and he asks what she will do if he tells her, saying that these hunting dogs will be wiped out of the world that very night. And so, after spending some time there with the princess, all those monsters are lying on the ground, completely torn to pieces, and she is dying from the heat, thinking it's way too hot, and completely irritated. She says that once they're finished here, she's taking a vacation to Antarctica. But then another guy arrives, calling the princess, saying it's an emergency, explaining that they can't find the divine breath. She asks what he's talking about, and he replies that he thinks it disappeared during the battle. They are searching, but they can't find it anywhere. She can't even believe it, since no one got close to the divine breath, and asks how this could have happened. But then they call the leader again, and several of them are getting slashed from behind. When she looks back, she sees an even more powerful skeleton. In fact, several of them are starting to appear. She asks, what the hell is almost loses the rest of the hair he has, asking if he knows a way. The protagonist says that he said he needed the queen's core, and says that he ate it. And Diagu asks if it's Mingal. And this, and with those buff skeletons surrounding them all, the princess finds herself in serious trouble, seeing that they are black skeletons, and mentioning that she handpicked the members of her group for their skills. Even exhausted from the fight, they shouldn't have been defeated so easily. And so, one of them tells the princess that something is strange, and she asks what it is. Then he mentions that their armor looks very familiar, and she asks what he's talking about. He replies that 3 years ago, the incident of the missing players on the 2nd floor caused quite a commotion, asking if she remembers it, and she wonders if he's referring to the time the players on the 2nd floor disappeared without a trace, questioning what that has to do with anything. He explains that he was responsible for the investigation, so he knows all the details of the missing players' equipment, fighting style, and everything else, and they are identical to the skeletons. And so she begins to realize that those skeletons, are actually players. Meanwhile, the protagonist is reading the demon's memories, and he sees Lex Luthor saying that he will attack the auction room to distract Gong Janha. As for her part, she will steal V's breath. She agrees, and he tells her that Hotel Sherry will be point B. They will meet there after everything is over, and he tells her to avoid contact with dangerous players. But it's too late, as the protagonist has already placed her in the women's division of Vasco. He also notices that she doesn't have many memories of the Demon Association, wondering if the leader of the Hunting Believers doesn't share information with his subordinates. He thinks about the skeleton wizard and the weapon. He will have to see their memories, and says that, anyway, according to the Hound's memories, the skeletons attacking the auction are players who were sacrificed by Nazad Hollow and his apprentice. Weapon is controlling them, and the finding his power and starting to exchange blows with the Ice Queen until the two are thrown away and collide again. And in the middle of the fight, she thoroughly enjoys the combat she is in. The protagonist gets nervous, and eventually Dioku realizes what happened and notices that the protagonist ate the core, and he says that he didn't eat it on purpose, because as soon as he defeated her, it entered his body. Then, Weapon is hiding somewhere far from the auction and has several magical traps prepared, so advancing without caution would be suicide, and he says that if there's no way to enter, he won't enter, how to do something. But then, he notices the watch on her wrist, thinking that it might be the answer he's been waiting for. And inside, along with the gun, there are lots and lots of magic circles. Magicians all over the place. He waits for that to happen. Then the protagonist sends messages pretending to be the girl, saying that the mission was completed, but there is a strange guy on her tail, and she says that he's not her Junro and doesn't seem to be a member of Seb's guild either. And so Lex Luthor finds it strange and asks about the item. Then the protagonist says that he has it, but whoever is after her is persistent. So he goes to hide in an alley near the hotel, saying he's going to leave his mark. And so Alex Luthor finds it strange that it's not Junro or someone from the CEV guild, asking if there's another group they weren't expecting, thinking that this is unsettling. Then he simply gets up, activating a few more magic circles, and goes to the alley near the hotel. So, he sees the marking up there, and says he's sensing a concentration of magic right in that spot. She saved him the trouble of searching, and when he opens it, he notices that it's a magic core of a level higher than divine. But when he picks it up, he wonders if magic cores are always this cold, mentioning that he isn't sensing as much mana as he thought he would, as much as he had anticipated. But then, that ball of ice, which the protagonist probably set as a trap, bursts in his hand, sending several shards flying towards the mage. Then, he's covered in ice and notices that a trap was created through magical condensation, asking who the hell did this and how they discovered his marking. But then, he thinks that he should calm down, because he has to defend himself first. He asks what he wants him to do, but then becomes very angry, though he ends up realizing that there isn't much he can do, and just accepts it. Proto then says that he now has before, and whoever set that trap must be nearby. Then, he invokes his magic, summoning even more skeletons closer to him, and says that he didn't want to have to use all of his strength, but it will end with him summoning a legion of the undead. And then the Laughs protagonist appears right behind him, saying that he didn't do too badly, except for the fact that he remains on the defensive while casting. As soon as Lex Luthor looks back, the protagonist plunges his sword right into his chest. He wonders when John R. was able to appear there, but then he notices that he had been waiting for him to use magic from the beginning, thinking he was completely defeated. As he falls, he curses the protagonist, asking what his name is, but Jay questions whether he answered the questions of all the people he killed, and he sees that what he is saying is actually true. And then the protagonist just raises his sword, asking why he's bothering to ask. Immediately, he simply finishes off Lex, and all those skeletons disappear along with the people who were with the princess. She doesn't understand anything, and the men near her notice that they are turning it into dust. Then, she asks if the wizard recalled him, or if he was defeated, and man, I gotta say, the protagonist definitely went with the latter, and just like that, John R. levels up twice, all at once, which is more than he expected. He figures it's probably because the weapon's level and skill ranks are higher than his, and if he hadn't fallen into the trap, he would have been the one who, died. And now, he hopes Alma knows something useful. And then he remembers when Alma becomes a summoner, and they tell him it's a pretty rare ability, and that the higher-ups would be pleased. And they wonder how long it's been since they found a top-tier item, and tell the boy he should feel honored because Nadao is interested in the ability to freeze. So he asks if he thinks he can get past the 3rd floor with that, and Proto says yes. And Doc says that the reason he probably came back is because of his ability and wants to make him the leader of the hunting dogs, and the demon's biggest goal is to conquer the tower. He'll learn the details when he reaches the 2nd floor. Can you imagine? That's it. The protagonist's ability shuts down, and he returns to reality. It's explained that his skill rank is too low, preventing him from fully recovering his memories, so the skill was disabled for player safety. He realizes this is happening again, and, as he expected, the important memories are blocked, and the blocked memories are fragmented. But still, he discovered quite a bit, namely that those scoundrels are training orphans to become demons. Before they become demons, they are treated as objects, not people, and if they can't keep up with the rigorous training, follow the intense training, they are discarded without mercy. He can't just stand by and do nothing about this. Now that he's uncovered all of this, he has to take action. He mentions that the weapon used in the massacre in Turkey originated from an orphanage as well. He needs to find them before they create more monsters like himself, and that hollow dwarf is the person he saw in his memory of their shadow brothers. It's possible, but he can't be certain because he doesn't know the number of executives within the Demon Association. He then mentions a master, his disciple, who believes himself incredibly fortunate, asking him to wait as he will uproot the evil at its source and send them all to hell. The very next day, the princess is in terrible condition, asking if they still haven't found him. Everyone continues to apologize for their failure. The girl is suffering because they seized the divine breath and immediately fled. If they had fought just a bit longer, she might have been able to follow the magical trails to their location. She asks what time it is, and it's already 7 a.m. The girl is startled because if it weren't for his friends, and the boy confirms this, and he says it's good to hear that, and seeing that there's no way to stop the boy from doing whatever he wants, he says he's going to take care of the doctors who saw those demons. She would be sound asleep in her hotel. Just then, Eno arrives and calls out to the princess. She asks what's wrong, and he tells her that someone left him a gift. She inquires about what it was a fan, so he thinks maybe he was the one sending them. She asks why they keep sending her these things, and she even wrote in her fan club that he wasn't supposed to give her anything unless it was at a signing event or something. But she says that what's inside is something good, and it made her happy. And the girl asks if it's something strange, saying that she already opened it. He says no, it's not. And he already checked it, and he thought that might end up scaring her. And when she sees it, it's simply the very thing she's been looking for. But she thinks it's a replica, because it looks exactly like the divine breath that they saw at the auction. But he simply says it's the original. And she lets out a huge scream asking if it's the real one, because the skeleton wizard took it and stole it. He says that's why he said it was going to scare her after she went through all that, and mentions there was also a letter in English asking if she wants to see it. Then, the protagonist says that he already took care of the skeleton wizard, and the two demons, and she recovered the divine core. And the skeleton wizard is in some alley behind the hotel, I don't know which one. And there's that letter thoughtfully sent by a fan who was just passing through. So, the girl notices that her fan took care of everything, and says it is what it seems, and she says she didn't even do anything, but he just concludes that it all worked out. They won't have to pay for the damages, and he doesn't even want to think what would have happened if they hadn't recovered the core. She says she doesn't know who it was, but she's very grateful, asking if it's possible to find out who it was because she really wants to meet him. He says he was also curious, so he went to see the skeleton wizard's body. But their fan is very impressive, as they didn't leave any trace, saying it was the work of a professional. And with this, face, and Prota tells him to do it, and he says it's the least he can do. And Prota says that his abilities were also sealed, and now he is level 1. And Go asks if type of skill. It must be at least a ranker, but he can't think of anyone who it could be. Then, she keeps wondering who it was, because she really wants to know, until she sees John R. and runs away screaming. For him, he greets her with a good morning, but she's very angry with him, asking how he could do such a thing, since he only ran away during an emergency. He questions her about it, thinking that it probably seemed that way to her. She points out that he ran away the last time too, claiming he was going to the bathroom, and that this is typical behavior for him, adding that if he has strength, he should use it responsibly. She mentions that Spectro said the player's strength is meant to protect people. The Prota asks if Spectro really said that, but she questions what he's implying, since it was Spectro who said it, and not him. Prota is getting mixed up with the character he plays and is surprised that he actually said something so ridiculous, remembering that it was simply part of the script. He mentions that he gave an interview that was almost entirely scripted, and he doesn't even remember what he said. Then, she tells him that from now on, he shouldn't run away if something happens, instructing him to consider the safety of others, of people. And the protagonist says that he will keep that in mind, admitting that he made a mistake even after the day was saved thanks to the girls. Right, the ice girl, and she looks all radiant after giving him this. He scolds him, saying that she hopes he understood, but anyway, she asks if he knows who wrote that letter, and he says no, and she, acting all cute, says that it was a fan of his who captured the skeleton wizard and the other demons, and even sent him the divine breath, and said that Rod said it must be a hanker. She is very curious to know who it is, but the protagonist questions, what if it's not a hanker? But she says that's completely impossible, because they investigated the area, and he didn't leave any traces on the body or in the alley. Rod is also a hanker, so if he, Prota confirms, yes. So Go becomes more and more stressed, but Prota asks if he can arrange a new player license, and Go says he forgot to mention something, saying that the didn't find anything. That means it was the work of another hanker or someone at that level. And the protagonist smiles happily at this, because he erased all his tracks with magic, and learned this skill from Sky, and ended up being very useful. And she thinks his writing seems natural, so he must be fluent in English. But then the protagonist asks if she really needs to find him, because if the person wants to reveal themselves, they will. doing it herself, and she thinks it makes sense, saying that it would be rude to look for him, but she questions what brought him there. After all, the auction is over, and he says he came to pick up what he bought, and he says they are delivering the items there. She tells him that he can go to that table over there, pointing to it, and also asks if he's going back to Korea now, and the protagonist confirms that he is. And she says that it's kind of sad that they have to part ways like that, saying that she's going to ask again, wondering if he really doesn't want to join her guild. And he says that, again, he's grateful, but he refuses, and she thinks that sucks, saying that the next time they see each other, it will be on the second floor. And the protagonist says it won't be long, and she says that's what everyone says, but he says that she will know when the time comes, and she replies that his confidence is amazing. She also mentions that if he actually makes it to the second floor within 6 months, she will give him a reward. He asks what will happen if he doesn't make it, and she responds that he will have to grant one of her wishes. The protagonist points out that she's clearly not giving up on this guild idea, saying that she's being too obvious. And with that, he ends the conversation, telling her not to cry about it later. After that, he heads to the counter to pick up the stamina regeneration necklace, and also an unknown orb. He wonders why his heightened senses are reacting so strongly to it, saying that there's no item window, and wonders what would happen if he used magic on it, but nothing happens. He wonders if that's all there is to it, but then he thinks about how he reacted earlier, so he goes to. Guilds are now more powerful than the association, so he asks if it's possible to arrange a license for him, and the other guy says yes. The big guilds have made it necessary to take exams in order to keep it in his inventory and use magic on it from time to time, because, for better or worse, something is bound to happen. He also looks at the necklace and decides that it will go to its rightful owner. Then, in the area, in the border residence, on the second floor, a boy receives a package from the protagonist, a delivery to the teleport on the first floor. It includes a message saying he hopes he's doing well. It says he'll be there in half a year, and it's signed by his uncle. The boy is surprised that he has started to make moves. Sometime later, the protagonist's assistant comes to see him. He says he didn't. No, she would come all the way there to see him. She says that escorting him home is also part of her job as his secretary, and if there's nowhere else he wants to go, she asks if they should go straight to the association. The protagonist pauses for a second, saying he has a gift for her and that he didn't know what to buy, so it's just a book, adding that he doesn't know if she will like it. It's the book The Youngest Son of the Portals, and the girl asks if it's the English edition. He asks if she knows it, mentioning that there was only one last copy of it in the section of the beasts, so he bought it. And the girl says that, of course, she knows all about Relucente, adding that she looked everywhere but couldn't find any edition. Then he says it's great because he was worried that she wouldn't like it, saying that if she wants, she can read it now, but she says she's working and can't do that. And he questions if there is anyone specific she needs to do it now, but the girl says no, so he asks what the problem is, saying he's not used to the time change, so he's going to take a nap, asking her to wake him up when they arrive at the association. And so she simply wishes him good night, letting him sleep. Then, the protagonist goes to the association to talk to Doc Go. He asks if what he brought is something expensive, getting a license, and you can only get a license by taking the public exam, so he tells the boy that he can't help him with that. So, Joda says it's a pain that he brought for him, and he wonders what he should do, as he has stopped drinking these days. And the protagonist says that he has already contacted Artur and told him that he will be up there soon, and Doc Go thinks that this is good because the boy has been through so much since the incident 25 years ago, but he has grown up well. He says it's a shame he can't see him, since he's on the border of the second floor. And Prota asks if it's been a while, and Deku says yes, explaining that he doesn't want to go down because being in the land area reminds him of his father. But, changing the subject, he says he heard, from Gongjonrada, Dukabe, that the invitation he gave him was not normal. So he talks about it, saying he discovered he has to let the world know how much he cares about him, then no one will bother him. But at that moment, Prota asks him to do him a favor, saying that he needs to find a certain orphanage. And so, Dekgo asks why he wants to do this. And, Prota says he discovered something about demons, and then he tells Dogo everything. Then Dok asks if everything he said is true, the part about them raising orphans to become demons. And Prota speaks. Yes, but he doesn't know anything about the orphanage, and it's definitely located in another country. So Deok is saying that those bastards truly have no limits. But then, he asks him if I didn't say I had stopped drinking, but he says screw it, and says he's going to drink anyway. And so, Prota throws some ice into his glass, and after taking a sip, He tells Prota that Kum called him, and he questions him about it. Then, Diok asks if he knows about the sword he had asked for before they went to the United States, saying that he said he would finish it the next day, and wants to handle it personally, and with his career, he won't be suspicious, even if they see him. Prota says that's true. He was escorted by the Cabe Guild, so his name is already well known. Pain. The other guy even agrees with him, because compared to before, it really is a pain, but he says it's a good opportunity for him, despite that. But he must think carefully, because if he wants to give him full support, and so, Diokgo tells him to go early tomorrow morning. He says he's going to rest, and Diokgo says he's really happy to see him soon. He's thinking about succeeding, so he should start doing what he can as well. And the very next day, he goes to Kam Noyar, thinking it's exactly as it was 25 years ago, and mentions that now that he thinks about it, he heard Kam Noyar's grandson took over the forge, and judging by the sound of the hammer, it seems the old man taught him well. Imagine what the crybaby looks like now, and when he enters the place, he sees that the crybaby has grown up quite a bit. Then, he asks who the main character is, and Joe can't believe what he's seeing, asking if this guy is Kam Noya's grandson, and what the hell happened in 25 years, because he remembers the tiny, crying boy always being bothered by his grandfather. And the grandson recognizes him as the player Sinhor Joao R, mentioning that the association contacted him, asking if he could come, but the protagonist is quite intimidated to see that mountain of a man, and when he looks back, he wonders if Noya is up there. And then, as he climbs up, Noya approaches the protagonist, saying that it's too difficult to look at his face, and the protagonist starts to say that it's been good weather for Noyar, and then he asks if this is the first time he's seeing him, so Noyar tells him not to worry about it, telling Palmo to get a glass of agarate tea for their guest. He complains about the tea. Then Noah tells him not to make him repeat himself, and he notices that the boy still obeys his grandfather. But Noah tells him not to pretend he doesn't know him, because when he doesn't want to understand, he becomes too stubborn. But the protagonist says that he learned well, since he scolded him a lot, saying that he saw him hammering when he arrived, and his skills are incredible. But Noyar says he still has a lot to learn, and the protagonist says that he still feels strange when he's praised, but asks why he didn't welcome him, asking, he needs a good reason. And as he thinks they are going to achieve that, the protagonist realizes, because, in other words, he needs to have the best result so everyone will want him. And so, if Noyar isn't happy that he came back alive, and he questions what it means to be happy, approaching the protocol on his shoulder, and saying that he went through a lot, and so he thanks him, saying that he remains. Glad Noya is still the same as ever, but he wonders what the heck the protagonist is doing back, and what he's supposed to say to a question like that. And Nora mentions that Dekji gave him the rundown, but didn't explain why he returned as a player. Then he demonstrates the Ice Queen's power to Noya, and the old man immediately recognizes it as the Ice Queen's ability. After that, the protagonist tells Noya everything, is surprised that the boy gained an ability from defeating the Ice Queen and can use it to save his classmates. So the protagonist says yes, and that they'll work hard from now on, reminding him that they made an agreement to work together a long time ago, right? Then Noah says he made a contract with the Specter, not with some newbie named John R., which shocks the kid. But then he says he's just kidding, that he wanted to see his dumbfounded expression, since it's been a while. And the protagonist asks if he called him there just to make fun of him, and not because of the sword itself. But Noah asks if he's talking about the sword he made with the nameless dragon's bones, and says that, of course, it's already finished. Prota asks if it was completed that quickly, and says it hasn't been long since he requested it. Noe asks if he has already forgotten, because he held the hammer for June R, and June R held the completed for US sword for him, and that was the agreement they made, and Prota is shocked and says he didn't say that, asking if he actually did. So it's not Amanda. He immediately sees the weapon and, when he pulls it out, it's a black sword with a dragon's head and beautiful horns. He says it fits perfectly in his hand, noting that Noah still thinks about him even after 25 years. And then he asks who the hell